Fractured Soul, Daughter of Sea and Sky, Book 1, written by AR Colbert, narrated by Jennifer Groberg. Part 1. The Reveal. Chapter 1. The city was just like the movies, and in my mind I was the star, mustard stain on my shirt and all. Shoving the last bite of a hot dog into my mouth, I turned to my mom with a grin. "Isn't this amazing?" I asked, through a mouthful of half-chewed food. She quirked an eyebrow at me. "Incredible." The sarcasm was real with this one. She dug a napkin out of her bag and passed it my way, pointing at a spot next to her lips. "You've got a little something." I wiped the final evidence of street food from my mouth and sighed. With arms extended fully to both sides, I looked up at the sky and spun in a circle. I can't believe we're really here. Just a couple of gals in the big city, doing our thing, living large. "Watch it!" A middle-aged man in an ill-fitting business suit barely dodged my swinging arms and scowled as he scurried past. "Oh, pardon me, sir, I'm so sorry." He turned back over his shoulder with his eyebrows drawn even lower and hissed for good measure. I was mortified, but it elicited a giggle from my mother. "Oh, Everly, always a flair for the dramatics." "I can't help it. It just feels magical here. I don't know what my future holds, but I'm glad New York is going to be a part of it for the next 4 to 6 years. It's calling to me. I belong here." "You have a very vivid imagination if you think I'm paying for 6 years of out-of-state tuition. 4 sounds good to me." Mom's smile faded, and she turned to me with a serious expression, though her eyes still twinkled with humor. "And by the way, that's not the sound of the city calling to you. It's the sound of that cab honking for you to get out of the way." "Oh, geez!" I hurried across the intersection with a squeal. I definitely had a few things to learn about life in the city. It was like a different planet from where I was raised. My backwards Oklahoma hometown had little more than a livestock feed shop and a gas station, neither of which had been updated since the early 1980s. We had more cows and people, and all the visual appeal you'd expect from a North 40 farmhouse in a field of red dirt. But it was home. New York was a stimulus overload, with flashing lights and blinking advertisements on every surface. The air was fragrant, sometimes leaving my mouth watering from the aroma of street foods and restaurants, and sometimes leaving my eyes watering from the intensity of its odors. Horns and shouts and laughter and music mixed together in a raucous symphony of noise. People brushed past in every direction, everyone in a hurry to get somewhere, or maybe nowhere, but hurrying nonetheless. Some were dressed in suits and ties, like Mr. Grumpface, who hissed at me. Some wore sunglasses that cost more than my car, and some wore next to nothing at all. But I was definitely the only one who dressed like she was from Hibbard, Oklahoma. At least I had on my cute boots. But as out of place as I was, New York filled some kind of a void I'd never realized I had. It made my heart sing. The city was alive, and it made me feel more alive as well. I was going to like it here. "Everly?" I snapped my gaze back toward my mother, who held a slight look of impatience. "Did you say something?" "You have got to get your head out of the clouds, girl." She shook her head. "We have to go back to Millie's place for dinner soon." "Why the rush? I just ate a hot dog the size of my forearm. I've got a full tank for a while." She invited her friend Claudia over for dinner. I told her we'd be back by 6. "Claudia, with the son who goes to Columbia?" "That's the one." I told her I'm not interested in going to Columbia. She can quit trying to lure me with cute boys. "Who said he was cute?" "I just assumed. Otherwise, why would Millie bring him over to tempt me into switching schools?" Mom pulled me behind her as we navigated through a dense crowd and continued once it cleared out again. Hey, I don't blame you for choosing NYU over Columbia. I would probably do the same, but it is such an accomplishment to be accepted into an Ivy League school. I think she just wants you to be sure before you decline something like that. Too late, I shrugged. It's already been declined. So we can eat with Columbia Claudia and her probably cute son, but they can't make me go there. Mom shook her head and laughed. I don't think New York is going to know how to handle you. Well, they've got 6 years to figure it out. She shot a disapproving gaze from the corners of her eyes and held up 4 fingers in front of me. I took her hand and pushed 3 of them down, pointing her index finger at a window display up ahead. Then I swung her hand around to a copper sign with a light patina that read Russell and Jude. Atop the sign, swinging gently with it in the breeze, sat a pure white owl. It looked a bit like the barn owls we had back home, but there wasn't a speck of color on its snowy white feathers. One more stop. I promise we'll be quick. I made puppy dog eyes at her. Please, it looks so quirky and fun. It says it's a small artist-run gallery, and that print in the window will look fabulous on my dorm room wall. Plus, that squatty little pigeon on the sign said it's worth a look. I flashed a goofy grin at my mother. The color had drained completely from her face. She almost matched the bird. Are you joking? About the owl? She whispered. She looked seriously disturbed. Of course, I laughed. I know it's not a pigeon. Weird seeing it hanging out in the middle of the city, though, huh? Are you lost, little guy? Mom turned me back to face her. Don't talk to it. Okay, I was only kidding. Let's get back to Millie's. Hang on, I was being serious about that print. Can we pop in here for a second, please? I would really like to see how much they're charging for it. I'm sure it's probably like $5,000, because New Yorkers apparently think everyone's as rich as Millie. But I just want to look real quick. I promise I won't dilly-dally. She frowned and glanced back at the owl. It seemed to be watching us. It was honestly a little creepy, but in an intriguing way. I wondered if it was part of the exhibition inside the gallery. Fine, 10 minutes, tops. Thank you. I grabbed her hand, which was frigid and clammy, and pulled her through the door. The gallery was wide open and sparse of furniture. Its tall ceilings revealed black ductwork suspended under a wooden ceiling, and the outer wall was exposed brick with enormous picture windows near the entrance. The rest of the walls were stark white, with no other distractions from the artwork inside. The space probably wasn't large as far as art galleries went. It had just 2 main halls. One was essentially devoid of people other than my mom and me, but the other held a small crowd at the opposite end. Ooh, I wonder what's over there, I said, dragging my poor mother along behind me. I don't like this, she mumbled under her breath. As we neared, I noticed a tall, broad-shouldered young man propped up against the wall next to the rest of the crowd. His skin was a sun-kissed bronze, and his hair was tasseled into messy perfection, the color of dark chocolate. But his eyes were what really caught my attention. They were an incredible amber, like honey, flecked with gold leaf, and they were staring straight at me. I wonder if he goes to Columbia, I snickered to my mom. But she gave no witty remark in response. Her eyes were deadlocked on the boy's, and she was practically snarling at him. Mom, I asked, is something wrong? We need to go, Everly, now. Just then, the crowd parted ahead to reveal the art piece everyone was fawning over. A small girl tugged on her mother's hand and pointed at me with a tiny finger. It's her, Mama. The child's mother turned to me with a broad smile. It's a remarkable piece, truly breathtaking. The artist captured your essence beautifully. Thank you? I glanced at my mom for help to get away from this crazy woman, but she was still too involved in the stare-down with golden eyes to have noticed. The mother and child smiled warmly again as they moved toward the exit, and I stepped forward into their spot in the crowd. Finally, I saw the piece that had drawn everyone's attention. Hanging on the wall in a gilded golden frame, illuminated by a small spotlight, was a 4-foot-tall portrait of me. Chapter 2. Mom? I blindly patted the air behind me, trying to make contact. I needed another set of eyes to confirm what I saw. This couldn't be possible. The painting was undeniably me. Long caramel waves of hair cascaded over the girl's shoulders, thick and full. I absent-mindedly patted down the cowlick to the left of my part as I noticed a matching tuft of hair on the girl in the painting. She even had my eyes, round and blue, except for a pie-shaped third of her left iris, which was a rich brown. Heterochromia iridum. I'd learned the term for it when I was a young girl. It was quite a mouthful for saying 2 different colored eyes, but I'd never forgotten it. My memory was weird like that. I never forgot anything. In fact, my photographic memory was probably the only reason I'd been accepted into Columbia. But that didn't matter right now. Mom, I repeated, are you seeing this? I tilted my head and stepped closer to the girl in the painting. We looked determined, fierce. That girl was the tough version of me I'd always wanted to be. Well, her expression and body language were tough anyway. Her chin was held high, almost defiant, as she leaned forward with her forearms propped on her knees in the seat. On closer examination, I noticed she was missing my scar, the one I'd gotten below my lip when I fell off my horse and landed on a rock in the 2nd grade. Other than that small difference, she could have been my more ferocious twin. The rest of the scene didn't share the same ferocity. She wore a glimmering golden gown. The chair she sat on more closely resembled a throne. It was an ornate, oversized, high-backed Victorian chair with tufted mauve velvet cushions. I didn't recognize the room she was in. It was vast and open, with arching leaded windows lining the wall that stretched over 2 stories tall. A plaque below the painting bore the artwork's name, Deliverance. Mom! I had her attention now, or rather the painting version of me did. My mom looked less surprised than angry, though. Her jaw worked as she examined the piece before us. Then she turned to me. A pink flush was working its way up her neck and into her cheeks, and she was trembling. "Give me your hair tie," she demanded. "The one I'm using right now? In my hair?" "Yes." She impatiently held out her hand. Unused to seeing my mom worked up in a state like this, I obeyed without further question. I pulled the elastic band from the back of my head and dropped it into her open palm. She pocketed it and immediately began running her fingers through my hair, ruffling it up and pulling it forward to cover my eyes. It hung wildly in my face, tickling my nose and leaving me looking like Cousin It. "Is this necessary?" I reached to part my hair just enough to see through the curtain before my eyes, but my mom swatted my hand back down. "Don't touch it. Wait right here. I'm going to talk to the artist." She turned on her heels and disappeared through the crowd. I spun around to follow her and found myself staring into a broad chest covered by a snug-fitting navy blue t-shirt. Slowly, my eyes moved up higher and higher again, past a strong, scruffy jawline, full lips twisted into a crooked half-grin, chiseled cheekbones that looked like they'd been carved from granite, and into the glistening golden eyes of the boy who'd watched us walk in. "Can I have your autograph?" His low, rich baritone words danced through the air, messing with my senses. I giggled nervously. You want me? That's not me. You don't want my autograph. He pushed a section of my untamed hair to the side, and his fingers left my temple tingling where they'd brushed against my skin. He was very forward for a stranger, and if he'd looked like anyone else, I might have balked at him touching me like that. But this was no ordinary guy. He could touch me all he wanted. Are you sure? One side of his perfect mouth pulled up into that charming, crooked grin again. Because it sure looks like you. I giggled again. I was acting like a lovesick preteen, but I couldn't help it. The longer I stood near him, the more enamored I became. He must have been a model. This was New York, after all. I'm sure, I finally mumbled through a bashful smile. I dropped my chin, allowing my hair to fall forward over the edge of my eye again. The boy closed his eyes and took a sharp breath before slowly opening them again. He allowed his grin to reach full capacity, displaying a perfect set of white teeth, and I almost swayed in place. I was actually going weak in the knees, like some kind of cartoon. What was wrong with me? Well, at least tell me your name. Everly. It rolled out of my mouth before I could consider otherwise. Everly, he repeated. It sounded so much better coming from his lips, slow and smooth like honey. Everly! I startled and turned to face my glowering mother stomping toward us. When I looked back over my shoulder, the boy was gone. What are you doing? She immediately pulled more of my hair forward when she reached me. I blew it back out of my face. Just enjoying the most delightfully bizarre encounter of my life, I sighed. I thought I taught you not to talk to strangers, she frowned. I wasn't buying her attempt to be funny. She was still visibly shaken. I can't say no to a stranger who looks like that, I grinned. Speaking of strangers, did you find the artist? I swear I don't know how he painted this. He must have found one of my 4-H clippings from the Hibbard newspaper or something. I seriously doubt that. And no. She glanced around the room. But he's here. How do you know? Her frown deepened. I can just feel it. If you say so. My mother was starting to sound like she had a few screws loose. Of course, I'd never say that to her face. She ran her hands up and down the sides of her arms, scanning the room as she did. Maybe we should just go. Let's get back to Millie's for now, and we can figure this out later. It's really not that big of a deal. It's not even me in the picture. It just looks like me. She's missing my scar. My mom's jaw dropped. I knew it, she muttered. I followed her gaze to the lobby, where the early evening sunlight was filtering in through the windows in wide golden rays. Gliding through the sunshine, like it was his own personal spotlight, came a thin, pale man, probably in his 50s. He stood ramrod straight, like a metal bar held him firmly in place under his clothes, and his feet stepped so softly across the wood floor that he almost appeared to be floating. His hair was stark white and pulled up into a high topknot on his head. He wore all black, which contrasted sharply with his ghostly coloring. He strode over to the front of our hall and turned to face the crowd of onlookers. A small group meandering toward the exit stopped to compliment him, but he never once looked in their direction. He didn't acknowledge their existence at all. He simply stared straight ahead. Maybe he was blind, or deaf, or maybe just stuck up and indifferent. Is that the artist? I asked. Mom didn't answer. She was already walking toward him. Good luck with that. To my surprise, he turned to face her as she approached. It was only then that I saw his eyes. With his fair skin and white hair, I'd expected them to be pale as well. But they were dark, darker than brown, almost onyx. I inhaled sharply as his 2 black holes took in my mother, who by all accounts looked fearless. Based on body language alone, I would have guessed she was screaming at him, and with the way her hands waved back and forth in front of her, it was probably very colorful language. But in reality, I couldn't hear a thing. The acoustics in the gallery were horrible. The artist wasn't intimidated. He remained straight-faced as she berated him. His mouth moved in response, but the rest of his face and body were eerily still. A few eyes from passers-by glanced in my direction, clearly associating me with the woman causing a scene. I needed to put some distance between us before I got dragged into the kerfuffle as well. I glanced around the room again for Golden Eyes. He was much more fun to talk to than my angry mother. Plus, I hadn't gotten to ask for his name. But he was gone. He'd probably bolted out of there as soon as my mom came unhinged. I couldn't blame him. I wanted to get out of there, too. "Mom," I called out. She held one finger out to the side to quiet me and continued speaking to the artist. I tapped my foot impatiently, watching and waiting for my chance to jump in and pull her away. I was sure it was just a coincidence that his painting resembled me. There was no need to carry on like this. I was so intent on stopping her at my first opportunity that I failed to see any commotion outside. There were no masked men or grand villainous speeches, no abandoned suitcases or shifty-looking men in the shadows. There was just a boom. Then 1,000 things happened at once, instant chaos. My first indication that something had gone awry was a jolt of pain in my tailbone. I'd fallen. No, I'd been blasted to the ground. I looked up to see shattered glass filling the lobby floor. The white-haired artist reached down and pulled my mom to her feet, then pointed down the opposite hall. Once the ringing in my ears had quieted down to a shrill hum, I heard the cries of fear. Suddenly it all came together. There had been an explosion on the sidewalk outside of the gallery. "Go, young lady! What are you waiting for?" An older woman pushed me in the back with her handbag, and I jumped to my feet. My mom was only a few yards ahead, looking over her shoulder as the artist dragged her toward a doorway down the opposite hall. The rest of the crowd followed closely behind. "Come on, Everly. It's going to be okay." Chapter 3. I looked up into the enchanting gold-flecked eyes of Mr. Model. "It's okay," he repeated. "I've got you." Hesitantly, I placed my fingers into his outstretched hand and allowed him to pull me to my feet. Again, my palm came alive where our skin touched. It buzzed with warmth and comfort. And despite the tragedy taking place around us, I felt compelled to giggle again. Don't be stupid. "My mom," I said weakly. "She's up ahead. We're all going to the same place. They're ushering us into the basement until they can figure out what's going on." I stepped up on my toes, trying to catch a glimpse of my mother ahead, but there were too many people between us. I did spot a snowy white topknot, however. It was safe to assume she was still with the artist. I released a breath and continued forward, fingers still wrapped in the warm grasp of the tall, handsome stranger beside me. "Was anyone hurt?" "I don't think so," he said. "It was probably just some prank, but they've got to clear the area to investigate. The authorities are on the way. We may be stuck here for a while." "Stuck here, huh?" He quirked a perfectly arched eyebrow at me, and my stomach did a flip. I didn't know how to handle myself around him. We didn't have fine specimens like this back in Oklahoma. Perhaps sensing my reaction to him, he flashed that crooked grin at me again, and I had to look away. He was too dang charming. I couldn't get swept up in a girlish crush when I should be focusing on not stepping on shrapnel from the explosion that had just separated me from my mother in a giant unfamiliar city. Outside the broken windows in the lobby, I noted even more of a mess. A trash can laid on its side in the middle of the sidewalk. In Hibbard, the whole town would have gathered around to check out the scene. They'd be gossiping about it for months, recounting the event and making it larger and more deadly every time they told the story, like the freshwater shark Bobby Dolman supposedly caught from the pond behind his granddaddy's house. But here, it was as though the New Yorkers didn't even notice the smoke still billowing from the metal can. They stepped around the shards of glass, looks of annoyance painting their hurried faces. The lack of response could have convinced me that this was a daily occurrence in their world. Aside from a few people who'd been scraped up by the blast, no one seemed to care much at all. Thankfully, there didn't appear to be any major injuries. I glanced up at the sign again, swaying in the breeze. The owl was gone, leaving only the names of the artists, Russell and Jude. I wondered which one my mom had scolded. Finally, we reached the door at the opposite end of the other hall. The clean, hip, and modern aesthetic of the main gallery did not continue past the doorway. Here the building really showed its age. We funneled into a dark stairwell leading down into the basement. A single flickering bulb lit the way down the creaky wooden steps. The air was musty and increasingly chilled the further we descended. The odor reminded me of our storm cellar back home. I'd spent way too many spring evenings down there, avoiding tornadoes that never came anywhere near our little farmhouse. Much like right now, I was escaping a prank that had already taken place and similarly posed no real threat. But it was better to be safe than sorry, I supposed. That's what my mom always said during storm season. On the next step, my foot slipped, knocking me off balance. I reached for the handrails, but there were none on the narrow stairwell. My hand slid across unfinished drywall as I attempted to correct my balance. If I tumbled down these stairs, I'd take out 10 other people with me, like a human bowling ball. But 2 large hands grabbed my waist, effortlessly catching and steadying me on the stairs. Warmth buzzed through my core, like static electricity softly licking its way up my spine. I gasped and turned to face a smiling set of golden eyes. I'd officially made more physical contact with this male model than I had any of the 13 boys in my graduating class. "Thanks." "My pleasure," he grinned. Oh, my stars, I do not need to think about the word pleasure coming from his perfect mouth. I turned back to the front and finished my descent. We were 2 of the last people to reach the basement. It wasn't as musty in the open room below the gallery. Soft light filtered in through a couple of small windows high on the outer wall, and fluorescent lighting illuminated the rest of the room. Tall metal cabinets lined the perimeter of the room, and a few enclosed glass cases stood in the middle. They contained various vessels of pottery and strange sculptures. I found my mother sitting on the floor next to one and hurried to join her. She sighed with relief at my arrival, swiping the hair out of my face with both hands and then pulling me into her chest for an embrace. "Oh, Everly, I hoped this would never happen." I pulled back from her arms, taking in the worry lines etched around her eyes. "Well, nobody hopes they'll get to experience an explosion, but all things considered, this wasn't as bad as far as bombs go." She forced a breathy laugh through her lips and pulled me in again. "You're right. It wasn't a bad bomb." I allowed her to hold me against her side for longer than the situation required, before finally prying myself away again. "Mom?" "Yes, dear." I didn't want to offend her, but I'd never been good with delicate situations. "You've been a little, erratic today. Is everything okay?" She smiled for real this time, but there was still something pained behind it. "I'm sorry, I've been acting strange. It's not every day you stumble into a gallery to find a portrait of your daughter on display." "Right. Of course that would be startling. It had startled me as well. But it's not me, remember? No scar." She pressed her lips together and stared off into the distance. "What did the artist say when you asked him about it?" She shrugged. Must be a coincidence. Well, that settled nothing, but whatever. She was in some kind of state right now that I didn't want to deal with. I'd ask more once she had a chance to settle down after dinner. "Thank you, everyone, for remaining calm." A thin man stood at the foot of the stairs. He had a colorful silk scarf wrapped around his dainty neck and an air of superiority. "I'm Jude." He glanced around the room, giving us all time to acknowledge that he was one of the gallery's artists. Then, as if that wasn't enough, he added, "I hope you all enjoyed a peek at our work upstairs. Authorities are quickly working to clear the glass and rule out any foul play. I expect we'll only be required to wait here for a short time before they release us. But lucky you. Under these strange circumstances, you now have the honor of previewing more art and artifacts from our personal collections, pieces never before exposed to outside eyes." He smiled proudly. Had he been the one to paint my portrait? I glanced at my mother, but saw no recognition in her tired eyes. Whoever he was, he didn't rile her up like the white-haired man had. And speaking of good old Topknot, who must have been Rossel by process of elimination, where had he gone? I looked around the dimly lit space and couldn't find him. I didn't see Golden Eyes either. A doppelganger portrait, a gorgeous guy, finer than any work of art in the gallery, who seemed to take some level of interest in me. A bomb, a shaken mother, an old hipster with black eyes. This day couldn't get any weirder. I love New York. Jude continued droning on about his fine collection, and I peered through the glass case we were leaning against. There were some really cool pieces in there. I wondered why they would be here in the basement, rather than on display upstairs, or even in a museum if they were as valuable as Jude led us to believe. Some of the most interesting items resembled Egyptian drawings I'd seen in school, but they were formed into figurines carved from gold, maybe a foot high. I admired the fine details carved into the metal, the subtle variations in the wings of the humanoid figures, and scales upon their reptilian heads. They were bizarre and captivating. "Mom, look at this stuff." I turned to see her reaction, but her eyes were closed. Her mouth moved quickly, silently reciting some unknown string of words. "Sorry, are you praying?" She didn't respond, so I turned back to look at the pretty collection. My eyes were drawn next to an old coin, the size of a $50. It was thin and rubbed almost smooth in spots, but there on the surface of the darkened metal was the outline of an owl, much like the one I'd seen outside of the gallery. I knew he was probably a part of the exhibition somehow. These guys seemed to have a fascination with ancient artifacts and Egyptian history. I had to admit, it was pretty interesting. I nudged my mom. "Maybe this is what I'll study at NYU. I think these ancient civilizations are incredible. Like, how on earth did they have the technology to create stuff like this?" Her eyes snapped open. "No." She faced me with a wild ferocity. "No?" I was taken aback by her forceful response. We'd been trying to come up with ideas for my major all summer. I thought she'd be thrilled that I'd finally found something that interested me. "There's no money in the field. Jobs are hard to come by. You should look at finance." She blurted the words flippantly, thoughtlessly. "I'd rather dig ditches than get into finance." I curled up my lip. "Besides, life isn't all about money. I think this stuff is amazing. I wouldn't mind working for peanuts if it meant I'd get to learn about the way people lived thousands of years ago. Maybe I could even go to Egypt. You know, dig around in the pyramids a little." I nudged her with my elbow again. "No." She practically barked at me. Her brows pulled low and her mouth twisted to one side, like she was enduring some kind of internal battle. I'd never seen my mom behave as strangely as she was today. "In fact, maybe New York isn't right for you either. Let's stick to what you know. Oklahoma State has a great ag economics program. That had escalated way too quickly. I was going to have to lay off the sarcasm for a bit. Where is this coming from, Mom? I'm already enrolled. All my stuff... Enough, she whispered harshly. We're getting you out of New York. Tonight, if we can. Chapter 4. Matilda Gordon. Jude looked up from the piece of paper held in his hand. Matilda Gordon, he repeated, glancing around the basement. Mom's jaw clenched as she looked his way and then back at me. Are you going to answer him? I asked. No, I don't know him. He's probably looking for someone else. You're right. This basement is probably full of Matilda Gordons. She pursed her lips and pulled out her phone to check the time. We should have left already. We're going to be late for dinner. I'm sure Millie will understand, given the bomb and all. Maybe we can create a distraction to get them out of the stairwell so we can get out of here. She looked around for something that might work. Mom, what is really going on here? Matilda Gordon. Jude looked irritated. He glanced over his shoulder at the man behind him. I hadn't noticed him there earlier, but Russell stood in the shadows, his white man bun giving him away even in the low light. Jude didn't appear to know who my mother was, but Russell's dark eyes were pinned on her. His eyes were menacing on their own, but his expression wasn't hardened. It was blank, just as it had been upstairs. I looked back to my mother, who was rubbing her temples with fingers from each hand. She was clearly distressed. She squeezed her eyes shut tight, then opened and fixed them on me. Everly, I have to tell you something. The other people in the basement were beginning to murmur amongst themselves, trying to locate the Matilda being summoned by the artists. I suppose they thought the authorities were requesting her. They were probably growing more uncomfortable with each passing second. I sensed my mother's urgency. What is it, Mom? She hiccuped and placed her fingers on the front of her throat. She shook her head and tried again, more quickly this time. Again, she couldn't complete her thought. She launched into a sudden coughing fit, drawing stares from the rest of the crowd. Her eyes watered, cheeks red. The cough was so intense that it finished with a choking gag-like noise. She wiped her eyes with her knuckles and sighed. You're way too worked up, Mom. Whatever it is, it's not too big for us. We've handled worse. We can handle this, too. I was really starting to worry now. I'd never seen her like this. This is different, sweetheart. This isn't like anything you've ever encountered before. She began dry heaving. I looked around, panicking, and grabbed a stranger's glittery pink water tumbler, twisting off the lid and shoving it under my mom's face just in time to catch her hot dog from earlier. Gross. I cringed and glanced back at the woman I'd taken the cup from. Keep it, she said, horrified. I insist. I shrugged and twisted the lid back into place. Then I turned back to my poor mother. I knew she wasn't ill. She just worked herself into some extreme state of anxiety. Okay, I said. No more talking. Do you want some gum? Her eyes widened, and she nodded emphatically. She began digging around in her own purse while I retrieved a stick of gum from mine. I passed the minty goodness to her as she victoriously yanked a blue ballpoint pen from the depths of her mom bag. She quickly unwrapped the gum and shoved it into her mouth, spreading the wrapper out on her knee and wiping away the powdery residue from the candy. Bringing her pen to the papery lining of the foil wrapper, she paused. Then, as though the words had finally formed in her mind, she began to write. The only problem was the lidless pen that had been buried in the bottom of her purse for who knows how long didn't have any ink. She scribbled in circles, trying to make some color appear on the small piece of paper. She tapped the tip rapidly on the cement floor of the basement and tried once more, grunting as it failed again. She huffed and threw the pen across the room, nearly hitting the elderly woman who had urged me down here with her handbag earlier. "Mom," I scolded. "Calm down. You're drawing attention." She was. Jude had spotted her, and Russell had emerged from the shadows. He approached us slowly from the stairwell. Mom shook her head and snatched my bag, shuffling around until she found another pen. Gel, because I was a bit of a pen snob, and there was no better writing utensil. Clicking it open, she tried to write again. This time she got one letter. I. Then her hand started shaking too violently for her to pen another line. She grabbed her right wrist with her left hand and flexed her fingers gently. Russell was close. He'd almost reached us when she attempted to write again. She got an A-T on the paper, barely legible, before her whole body started convulsing. "Mom!" I shouted. Russell leaned down by her side. He looked at me with those empty black eyes, but he didn't appear cruel. He was flat and emotionless. "She's having a seizure," he said, matter-of-factly, in a raspy voice. "What? She doesn't have seizures." I put my hands on her shoulders and held her until she stopped moving. Her chest rose and fell several times before she looked at me. She parted her lips to speak, but Russell shook his head. "No, Tilly. The oath." She met his eyes briefly and then looked back over at me as she lifted herself onto her feet. "I love you, darling." She smiled sadly and studied me for just a moment more before she took Russell's hand. "Mom?" I stood too. "Where are you going?" Jude called out that the mess had been resolved and everyone was free to go. Immediately the room burst into a flurry of activity. The other people trapped in the basement were probably just as anxious to get away from us as they were glad that there was no real threat above. Ignoring the bodies shuffling around me, I reached out for my mom's arm. "Wait up!" Russell paused and looked at my mother. She frowned, then turned back to me. "Don't forget to take your vitamins." "My vitamins? Mom, wait, hang on!" Russell tugged her forward, and another group of people shuffled between us, separating us just before I reached the staircase. I practically shoved the man in front of me. He was moving too slowly. My mom was up there, being dragged away by some stranger and saying crazy things that sounded an awful lot like goodbye. But she wasn't leaving me. She wouldn't, right? Why didn't she fight against him? And how did he know her name? And most importantly, why didn't she wait for me at the top of the stairs? My heart sank when I finally emerged back up in the hall of the gallery. The glass had been cleaned up, and yellow caution tape was wrapped around the jagged glassless window frames. But my mom was still moving. She was several yards ahead, almost back to the lobby. "Mom!" I shouted for what felt like the 100th time. "Please stop!" I jogged ahead and muttered under my breath, "Why are you leaving me?" One parent abandoning me was enough. I couldn't bear the thought of losing my mother too, but she didn't turn around. She didn't stop. Chapter 5. "Why the long face?" a deep voice asked from behind me. I paused just long enough to find Golden Eyes approaching. "I think there's something wrong with my mom, and she's leaving without me." I wasn't normally the type to spill my guts to strangers, but I didn't have time to chit-chat. He placed a warm hand on my back as I turned to catch up to her again. Then he leaned in close. "She's not leaving. She's just getting a drink." I followed his gaze over to the lobby, and sure enough, she stood with Russell, swallowing down a glass of water. I released a lungful of air and smiled. Oh, thank goodness! I could breathe again. I knew my mother would never abandon me. That's not who she was. But my heart still pounded at the thought of it. "It's cute the way you look after her," he said. I turned to face him, lifting my chin to make eye contact. He stood a head taller than me. He had to have been at least 6.5 feet tall. And he looked amused, the light from the gallery reflecting off the golden specks in his irises. "What's your name?" He raised 2 dark brows. "My name? You're the celebrity here. Why do you care to know my name?" He flashed a full white grin. The scruff framing his mouth was endearing. With his perfect teeth and impossible eyes, the scruff kept him grounded. Without it, he would have been too pretty, unnaturally attractive. But who was I kidding? He was out of my league either way. "Because if we're going to keep running into each other like this, I'd like to be able to address you by your name, instead of mentally referring to you as Golden Eyes." "Oh, Golden Eyes, I like that. It makes me sound mysterious." "It does," I agreed. "Like a secret agent." "A man on a mission." He winked. I laughed. "So, agent, are you going to tell me your name, or what?" He raised a brow and dropped his chin. "You can call me Clark. Tate Clark." "Well, Tate Clark, mission accomplished. Thank you for helping me stay calm today during some really weird events." "It was my pleasure. The only payment I request is your autograph." I felt my cheeks grow warm. "Not that again. I told you that isn't me in the portrait." He shrugged. "Maybe not, but it's such an enchanting painting." His eyes cut over toward the other hall before settling on me again. He jerked his chin to the wall, motioning for me to follow him off to the side. With one more quick glance at my mother, I joined him. "I could have sworn it was you when you walked in. I couldn't take my eyes off of you." My cheeks were on fire now. I had a tendency to get really awkward when complimented, and this was like the greatest compliment in the universe. I didn't know how to respond. "Go on," I said playfully. Internally, I groaned at my dumb reaction, but Tate didn't look annoyed. He chuckled and leaned his shoulder against the wall, turning his body inward toward me. "She looks like a goddess. She's captivating in every way. I just want to be near her." His golden eyes were fixed on mine, and I couldn't look away. It was like an invisible string tethered me to him. "I'm still not convinced it isn't you." His words slowed my breathing. They blocked out any noise or distractions around us. He was just inches away. I could feel the warmth radiating from his chest. Involuntarily, my chin lifted up and forward. His eyes shot down to my lips, and I held my position, waiting. Waiting for what? For him to kiss me? What on earth was I doing? He was clearly some playboy who'd swept me up with his magical words. I dropped my chin again and cleared my throat. "Well, Agent Clark, I'd better get back to my mom." So stupid. I backed away, and he remained propped up by the wall, that charming half-grin plastered on his pretty playboy face. "When will I get to see you again, Everly, girl who isn't in the painting?" "I don't know," I shrugged. "New York is a big city. Probably never." Now several feet away from him, my head seemed to clear, and I just wanted to make sure my mom was okay. He crossed his arms. "I'm sure it'll be sooner than never." I shot him a skeptical look. "Goodbye, Tate. It was nice to meet you." "See you around." He grinned. I rounded the corner into the lobby, surprised to find it empty. I rushed through into the only other hall. It was empty, too. The painting of me, or almost me, stared defiantly from the opposite end. "Mom?" The room was silent. I whirled around back toward Tate, but he was gone, too. What was going on? "Mom?" I yelled again. "Tate?" everyone had disappeared. I jumped through one of the now empty window frames back out onto the busy street, careful not to scrape myself on the glass. I ducked under the caution tape and immediately stepped back into the world of motion that was NYC. The wave of passer-by started around me, ignorant of my panic and too distracted to care. My head swiveled back and forth, scanning the busy streets, but there was no sign of my mom anywhere. No top-knots, no tall, handsome strangers. It was like I dreamed up the whole afternoon. A police car was parked by the curb in front of the gallery. 2 officers sat inside, pounding out notes on an outdated laptop. I ran up and banged on the passenger's window with the palm of my hand. The officer inside furrowed his brows. He took his time closing up the computer where he typed and rolled down the window. "Can I help you, miss?" "Yes. Were you working the explosion over here?" I gestured toward the gallery. "Yeah." He looked annoyed. The driver watched our exchange silently, pulling a disposable cup of coffee up to his mouth and taking a long sip. "Did you happen to see where everyone went?" Nope." I frowned. "One of the artists is a thin man with white hair. He wore it in a bun. You couldn't miss him. He was with my mom, and I can't find them. Are you sure you didn't see them leave?" He shook his head. "Can't help you. Sorry." The window started moving back up, closing me out. "Wait!" I slid my hand into the narrow opening, forcing the officer to keep it down a little longer. "What now?" "I'd like to file a missing persons report, please." He rolled his eyes. "We can't file a report for your mommy, sweetheart. Did you check the bathroom? Maybe she's going potty." The driver snorted. My hands clenched into fists. Why was this officer being such a jerk? Sheriff Halsey back home would never speak to me this way. Couldn't he see I was distressed? "Fine, I'll file it for myself then. I'm missing. Can you please return me to my mom?" He huffed. "How old are you?" 18. "You're a legal adult. Find your own way home." The window began rolling up again, even with my fingers still perched on top of it. "Hang on!" I cried out, but my plea was ignored. I pulled my hand out at the last second. The officer opened his laptop again and motioned for me to go. Ugh! I kicked his tire. Bloop bloop. The car chirped at me. The officer sat inside, scowling. That was a warning. I'd better watch it, or I'd be in even bigger trouble. I circled back around to the front of the gallery and dropped to the sidewalk, leaning my back against the wall. Surely she was going to come back for me. She wouldn't go to my aunt's house without me. If I left to search the streets, I'd miss her, and even if she didn't return right away, Russell would definitely come back at some point, and I could ask him about her then. Fumbling through my bag, I located my phone and dialed the only New York number I knew. "Millie, hey, it's Everly. I'm gonna miss dinner tonight." Chapter 6. Millie arrived within minutes. Her driver maneuvered a black luxury sedan into a tight spot in front of the gallery, parked, and exited to open my aunt's door for her. I loved my Aunt Millie, I really did, but she was one of the most eccentric women I'd ever encountered. Even the way she exited the vehicle was a bit of a production. She extended one lean leg out of the car first, pointing her toes as though she wanted everyone on the sidewalk to admire the hot pink heel on her foot. Then she stood tall, revealing shiny silver shorts that appeared to be made of mylar, and a pale blue blouse with giant boxy sleeves shaped like milk jugs. Her lipstick matched her heels, and smoky dark lines of kohl rimmed her crystal blue eyes, which were almost the same shade as her shirt. She was a beautiful woman, but she took the high-fashion magazines a little too literally, and she definitely didn't look like your average neighborhood pharmacist. Mom and I always joked that by pharmacist, Millie was actually telling us she was a drug dealer for the rich and famous. That would better explain her vast wealth, anyway. But beneath her extreme attire and over-the-top luxurious lifestyle, Millie had a heart of pure gold. "Everly!" She shuffled through the crowd, heels clicking loudly on the sidewalk, and wrapped me in a hug. "You called at the perfect time. We were just returning to the house with some extra cheese for dinner tonight. We were just around the corner there." "Cheese?" "Yes, it's a Caciocavallo imported from... never mind. Tell me what happened." I filled her in with a quick, pared-down recount of the afternoon, starting with the painting and finishing with my rejection by the police officers, who were still parked by the curb. "I see," she said, tapping her foot on the sidewalk. "Go back to the part where you last saw her. She was taking a drink of water. Why didn't you join her then?" "I was, talking to someone." Millie pursed her lips, a knowing look on her face. Thankfully, she didn't push the issue. I was pretty embarrassed about losing track of my mother because I had been too caught up batting my lashes at Tate. Even if he was quite googly-eye worthy, losing my mother wasn't worth it. "You're right," my aunt continued. "It's not like her to leave, but I can't imagine the artist has any nefarious intentions. Perhaps she found him attractive, and they went to get drinks." "Millie, she would never ditch me to go get drinks with some artist. Besides, I told you she was angry with him, like unnecessarily angry. It was honestly a little over the top." "Not if he was some stalker who'd been following you." "Stalker? Really?" "He knew your face well enough to paint it, didn't he?" "Well, if that were the case, she certainly wouldn't have grabbed drinks with him." She frowned. "I suppose not. This is strange indeed." She looked around. "Stay here. I'll be right back." I watched Millie stride over to the police car with enough confidence to convince them she was the Queen of New York. She stopped with her feet together and folded her body forward at the waist, leaning toward the window with an innocent smile on her lips and a sweet little wave. "Hi, officers!" The passenger rolled his window down with much more interest than he'd shown me earlier. "Hello, ma'am." The driver leaned over and waved to her as well. "Don't look too eager, boys." I rolled my eyes. "I hate to bother you, but my niece here thinks she may have left something inside the gallery earlier, during all the chaos, and now the owner seemed to have vacated the premises." She pouted. "Would you mind if we took a look inside? I promise we won't be long." "I'm afraid this is private." "That would be just fine, ma'am." The officer in the driver's seat unabashedly interrupted the passenger. He grinned, flashing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. "Take all the time you need. We'll even keep a watch out here for you, just to make sure nothing shady is lurking around the corner." He winked at her. Gross. "Thank you very much. We'll be quick." She returned to her full height and brushed the front of her metallic shorts. "After you," she said to me, gesturing toward the open window. "Why don't we just take the door?" I asked. "If you insist." She shrugged and pulled the doors open. Inside, an eerie silence still hung heavy in the air. "Hello? Russell? Jude?" No answer. The place was a ghost town. "The painting is over that way." I directed Millie to the hall on the left. "I'm going to check the basement again in case she snuck back down there while I was talking earlier." Millie gave me a thumbs up, then walked away humming a Beatles tune. Her song and the clicking of her heels were a welcome break in the silence. I turned down the other hall toward the basement door. The same lonely light flickered overhead as I tiptoed down the staircase. "Hello?" I called out again for good measure, but I knew no one would respond. The basement was empty, just as I'd expected, but with the crowds cleared out, I was able to take a closer look at the room. Drabby filing cabinets lined the walls, though I suppose they might have held some pretty fascinating items behind their dull Band-Aid-colored exteriors. But the real stars of the show were the glass cabinets. One on the far side of the room was emitting a neon blue glow. Curious, I decided to take a closer look. Subconsciously, I knew it was wrong to snoop through other people's private collections. My body tried to warn me, with the hair rising on end across my arms and the back of my neck. But with every step I took, the light seemed to brighten. It was pulsing, alive, like it had its own heartbeat, which oddly was perfectly in sync with my own. Finally, I reached the cabinet. Inside, among the other figurines and artifacts, lay an ancient clay tablet inscribed with symbols I couldn't recognize. Deep in the grooves of the tiny symbols, the tablet pulsed with the blue glow that had caught my eye from the doorway. It wasn't large, barely bigger than the size of my hand, but it felt alive somehow. The thought quickened my pulse, which seemed to quicken the tablet's pulse as well. "Everly?" Millie's voice called out from the top of the stairs. "Coming!" I dashed over to join her, suddenly overwhelmed with guilt. I shouldn't have been poking around. Now I'd probably have nightmares about the living tablet in the basement. It was definitely the start of some poorly written horror movie. Something was likely stirring in its sarcophagus on the other side of the world now. Way to go, Everly. I was breathless when I reached her at the top of the stairs. Millie tilted her head and glanced over my shoulder down the staircase. "Everything okay down there?" "Yep, fine." I smiled too broadly. She stared at me silently for a moment, then must have decided it wasn't important enough to pursue any further. "Well, I had a look, and that is definitely a painting of you. No one else has eyes like that." "Sure they do. It's a condition called heterochromia iridium," I argued. "Plus, if he got such precise details as my eyes, why didn't he include my scar?" I gestured to the obvious raised line under my lip. It's kind of hard to miss. Millie made the same noise my mom had when I pointed out the scar to her earlier. It was one of the rare moments when I actually remembered they were twins. Other than their terribly outdated names, Mildred and Matilda, or Millie and Tilly for short, there really wasn't many similarities between them. Millie craved the spotlight. She loved to be the center of attention. She lived extravagantly in a townhome in the Upper East Side of Manhattan worth some ridiculous number of millions of dollars. My mom, on the other hand, was a simple woman. She'd moved me out to the middle of nowhere, Oklahoma, after my dad left us when I was just a baby. She said she was tired of people, tired of the negativity in the world. So she set us up on our own plot of land, complete with a half-acre garden, orchard, cattle, horses, chickens, and a pot-belly pig named Chorizo. Physically, they may have looked alike fresh out of the shower, but Millie was always done up with perfect makeup, hair, and nails, while my mom preferred jeans, boots, and a ponytail. Both were beautiful in their own way. They had the same hearty laugh, the same quick wit, and the same clever gleam in their gorgeous crystalline eyes. Somehow those genes had missed me. I took more after my dad, whoever he was. A flutter of white caught my attention, just in time to see the same little white owl from earlier in the day land on the edge of a window frame. "Hey, little guy. A lot has happened since I last saw you. Sorry to tell you your owners have gone." "Are you talking to that owl?" Millie asked, eyes wide. "Yeah, we met earlier." "Are you kidding me?" She squeezed my upper arm. "Ouch! Yes, I'm just kidding. What is it with you two and owls?" "Your mom saw it too?" "Of course," I shrugged. "Wait, you're not scared of it, are you?" "Scared? Oh, no. Well," she shifted uncomfortably. "Yeah, no, I'm not scared of it, but did it? Never mind." Millie, what is going on?" She chewed her bottom lip, deliberating before finally speaking again. "It's not the owl I'm afraid of, okay? It's what the owl stands for." "Is this one of those old wives' tales? What was it? If you hear an owl hoot during the day, it means death is coming. Was that it?" "It's not an old wives' tale. Folklore, myth, whatever it is, this sweet little guy doesn't mean us any harm, do you, buddy?" I walked over to the window, and surprisingly, the owl didn't fly away. "One man's myth is another man's history," Millie said. "What?" I looked back over my shoulder to see if she was serious. "Don't talk to the owl. Get in the car. It's time to go." Chapter 7. Millie's driver waited patiently for us by the curb, wearing navy blue slacks and a crisp white shirt. He was a tall, broad-shouldered man with a youthful, boyish face. He moved to open the back door when he saw us emerge from the gallery. The driver's side door of the police car opened at the same time. "Did you find what you were looking for, miss?" The officer sauntered out of the vehicle, his gait clumsy and uncomfortable, like he had sweat running down the back of his pants and he was trying to avoid getting wet. He spoke to Millie, even though I was the one looking for something. "She didn't, but that's okay. We really must get on our way." Millie's patience was gone. Her flirty grin was replaced with unease. That owl must have really gotten to her. "Well, tell you what, I'm going to give you my number here. You give me a call if you need to get back in or if there is ever anything else I might be able to help you with." He flashed his yellow teeth again, and it took everything I had not to laugh in his face. Millie was way out of his league. She was out of everyone's league. She'd never married or even dated anyone that I could remember. "Or if you want, I can call you if I find whatever it is you're missing." No, that's quite all right." She accepted the paper with his number written on it. "I'll keep this handy. Thank you again, officer." "Any time," he grinned. "I like to serve." He would like to serve you anyway. Me? He doesn't have time to help me, I mumbled as I climbed into the waiting sedan. Millie's driver chuckled and closed the door behind me. "Where to?" he asked as he slid into his seat. "Just take us home, please, Jeeves." "Jeeves?" The name fell out of my mouth before I could stop myself. I hadn't heard him say more than a couple of words, but he certainly didn't sound like a Jeeves. The driver laughed again, his tone warm and kind. "That's what I asked her to call me." He glanced over his shoulder with a twinkle in his eye. His voice was rich and thick, with the syrupy southern drawl. "She wouldn't let me wear a tux, so I said I at least had to get a cool name if this deal was gonna work." "I see," I grinned at him. He was probably just 5 or 6 years older than me, definitely not the stereotypical New York City driver. Then again, there was nothing stereotypical about Millie's life. I glanced over at her. She was chewing her lip and staring nervously out the window, so I turned my focus back to Jeeves instead. "So, tell me who you were before you became Jeeves, the tuxless driver." He laughed again, and his joy was infectious. I couldn't help but smile along with him. "Well, my mama calls me Brian, but there's a million Brians in the world. There ain't too many Jeeves. I moved up here a few years ago after I graduated from college. I had big dreams, still do. Not that I don't love being Millie's driver. It's just that I've always wanted to be under the lights, and preferably on a stage instead of on a field. Though I did love them Friday night lights." He quieted for a moment, reminiscing. "But it turns out they don't have too many parts available on Broadway for Alabama linebackers, so here I am driving instead." "Do you like it?" "Shoot, yeah, I do. And I couldn't ask for a better boss than Millie. She's got finer taste than all the ladies in the Birmingham Junior League combined. Just wait till you try this cheese we picked up." "I heard about the cheese, and I'm honestly not sure if you can live up to the hype. I have a pretty high bar for—" My voice trailed off as I watched a group of pedestrians migrate through the crosswalk in front of our car. Dusk was making an appearance as the sun moved behind the skyline, so the people were just as illuminated by the city's lights as they were the sun. But even through the neon blues and pinks, those golden eyes were unmistakable, especially because they were staring straight through the windshield at me. "Millie," I nudged my aunt, "do you see that guy in the blue shirt in front of us?" "Which one?" She directed her eyes to the front of our vehicle. Tate winked at me, flashed his crooked grin, and moved further into the mass of bodies. "Right there! The guy who just winked at me!" She squinted and cocked her head to the side. "Sorry, Ev, I didn't see. What about him?" "Nothing, I guess. He was at the gallery with us earlier, but I don't suppose he would have seen anything either." I chewed at the edge of my thumbnail, a nervous habit I'd never quite been able to kick. "No, probably not, and I've been thinking about that. Did your mom say anything to you this afternoon? Anything different?" "Different from what?" She sighed. "I don't know. Just out of the ordinary. Anything that might have sounded a little strange?" Everything she did was strange this afternoon. She did say she had something to tell me. She tried a few times, but I think she was literally worried sick. She nearly vomited every time she spoke. She tried to write something down, but all I got was an A and a T before the seizure started. Oh my, okay. This is... okay. Millie began fanning herself with her hand. "What is it, Millie? I feel like I have no idea what is going on today." She ignored my question, fanning frantically and staring out the window again. "I'm out of the loop," I said, with a dramatic shrug that ended with my hands slapping down on my knees. "It's a lot like Becca Harrison's birthday party in the 6th grade, when I had tissue paper sticking out of my bra and no one thought to tell me about it. Everybody knew it but me. I thought I was getting away with looking mature and cool. Nope, I was the fool. They all just giggled at their little secret, while I was left clueless and embarrassed at the end of the night." Jeeves chuckled from the front seat. "Dang, that's rough. Becca Harrison sounds like a real brat." "You know what? She is a brat, Jeeves. Thank you for that." I turned to my aunt. "Are you being a brat too, Millie? Are you hiding a secret that's going to leave me embarrassed at the end of the night?" "I would never try to embarrass you." "That's not what I asked." I ground my teeth, frustrated and getting nowhere. Jeeves rolled to a stop in front of my aunt's mega-million-dollar townhouse. I didn't actually know what it cost, but my guess probably wasn't too far off. I pulled the car door handle and stepped out before Jeeves had a chance to get to me. My eyes glazed over the 6-story limestone facade of Millie's home. We were less than a block from Fifth Ave and Central Park, yet the exterior of her spot in the city felt cozy and charming. It wasn't farmhouse in the middle of nowhere kind of homey, but still nicer than one might expect living in the largest city in the United States. She stepped onto the sidewalk, pausing beside me as Jeeves shuffled inside with a bag carrying the famed cheese. Once he disappeared through the brass doors at the entrance, she leaned over and whispered, though she didn't make eye contact. "All right, I've decided it's time we let you in on the secret." "Oh?" Color me intrigued. I tried to play down the sarcasm in my tone, but I was getting a little fed up with this nonsense. If this secret could help me figure out what happened to my mom, she should have told me the minute I called her. Millie inhaled deeply, then finally turned to face me. "Have you ever heard of Atlantis?" "The lost continent under the sea?" "Yes." There wasn't an ounce of humor on her face. Yeah. What about it?" She cleared her throat. "That's where we're from, your mother and me. I believe she was trying to tell you that she is Atlantean. and to some degree you may be as well." She marched up the steps and through the doorway, leaving me slack-jawed on the sidewalk alone. Chapter 8. I scurried through the door after Millie, only to be nearly plowed over by one of the giant beasts who lived with her. "Lemon Drop, sit!" Millie wagged a finger at the English Mastiff, who leaned its 200-pound body against my thigh. Another set of gargantuan dog feet galloped across the herringbone wooden floors of Millie's foyer. "Look out! Here comes Tiny Tim!" Miraculously, the other dog was even larger than the first. Tiny Tim ran to greet me, his loose, slobbery jowls swinging with each bound until his squishy, wet face smushed right into my gut. "Oof!" "Tiny, no," Millie huffed. "Sorry, they're just so happy to see you." "I'm happy to see you guys, too." I scratched Tiny's head. "But I can't play right now. I have something very serious to discuss with my aunt, who is currently walking away from me. Millie, hang on. You can't drop a sentence like that and then just walk away. What did you mean by—" "Shh." She turned around in the doorway to the kitchen and shot me a stern look. "Not now." "Not now, but—" "We have guests coming over for dinner. They'll probably be here any minute now." I pushed past Tiny Tim and Lemon Drop to follow Millie into her extraordinary kitchen. Her private chef was hard at work preparing hors d'oeuvres as Jeeves pulled the expensive cheese from its packaging and placed it on the marble countertop. "It's about time," the chef said in an unmistakably French accent. "What took you so long?" "Sorry, Pierre, we had to stop for Everly. We're probably going to be one person short tonight, too. Only 4 plates, not 5, unless you see my sister arrive." Millie cut her eyes briefly to me and pressed her lips together. "Oh!" Pierre dramatically placed the back of his hand against his forehead. "Always with the changes." I muffled a giggle at the sight of her distraught chef, then refocused on my aunt. "Maybe we can go up and prepare the dining room." I shifted my eyes up to the second floor, where her formal dining room was likely already set and decorated beyond my wildest dreams. Millie wasn't a last-minute kind of person, but still, I needed to get her alone so we could talk. She frowned and subtly shook her head. So much for that plan. I crossed my arms over my chest. It was so not cool for her to keep me waiting. And the Atlantis thing was obviously a joke, right? I mean, it didn't exist. But then again, yesterday I might have said the owl, the painting, and the glowing stone tablet couldn't possibly be real either. I didn't know what to believe anymore. The doorbell chimed a cheerful little riff from a Scottish jig. "They're here!" Millie grinned and clapped her hands together. I followed her back into the grand foyer, doing my best to keep the mastiffs at bay while Millie opened the door. "Claudia!" My aunt exchanged side-to-side air kisses with the petite brunette. Claudia was curvy, and ruffles lining the back of her seafoam green floor-length cardigan only drew more attention to her hips. She wore thigh-high black patent boots with spiked heels to add slightly to her height. Her lips were stained a crimson red, her makeup just as perfect as Millie's. They admired each other's outfits before scuttling further inside like a couple of giggling schoolgirls. It was only then that I noticed Claudia's son. He was lean and wiry, handsome as I'd expected, but not in a traditional sense. His hair was a dark auburn, the reddish hue only visible under the lights, and light freckles dotted his nose. His eyes were quite striking, green like the bay. He shoved his hands into his pockets, shoulders tight as he surveyed the room. Landing on me, he offered an apologetic grin. "Everly, this is my friend Claudia, and this," she gestured proudly to the boy behind them, "is Sean. He'll be starting college this year, too, at Columbia." She dipped her chin for emphasis, already insinuating that I, too, should be attending Columbia. How could she be thinking about my college choices right now? My mother was missing, and she just implied that we may be a part of a mythical race of humans. "I'm so sorry we're late," Claudia said. "No apologies necessary." Millie started up the grand staircase that led to the second floor. We all stepped into line behind her, Sean bringing up the rear, and Lemon Drop bounding ahead to the front. "You haven't missed a thing." She paused and turned back toward us with a conspiratorial glint in her pale blue eyes. "I was just telling Everly about her Atlantean background." "Wonderful," Claudia said brightly. "Then it sounds like we're just in time." Sean glanced at me with pity in his eyes as he passed me on the stairs. My feet froze in place. Tiny Tim paused beside me, licking my hand with his foamy pink tongue, while I watched the others ascend the stairs before me. "Is this for real?" I asked the dog quietly. Thankfully, he didn't respond. With a day like this, I wouldn't have been all that surprised if he had. Chapter 9. Everyone was already seated when I entered Millie's dining room. She and Claudia chatted casually about some upcoming fundraiser, while Sean sat opposite them, staring down at his napkin. The only other place setting at the table was right beside him. "Thanks a lot, Millie." He looked up as I pulled out the chair next to him, feigning nonchalance. "So, when did you arrive in New York?" I had to commend his effort in trying to make me feel comfortable. Any other day it might have worked, but I wasn't in the mood for small talk. It boggled my mind that these people could mention something like descending from Atlantis with such flippancy and move on to dull topics like travel itineraries. Ignoring his question, I sat down with a huff and pinned him with my glare. "Is this some kind of practical joke? Because I don't think it's funny. I've had kind of a rough day." The women stopped their conversation and turned to listen. I don't know about any jokes. No one is joking here." He looked nervously toward his mother for help. She just smiled and gestured for him to continue. "So what my aunt said about—" I swallowed, rethinking my plan. Perhaps they'd thought she said Atlantan. I could be from Georgia. That was much more reasonable than a sunken continent that didn't exist. "What I said about you being born from the people of Atlantis." Millie filled in my blank with an encouraging nod. "Okay, so lost continent it is." "Right, I'm going to need more of an explanation." Millie's young housemaid arrived then with 4 dinner salads. They were topped with blue cheese and candied pecans, and admittedly looked really delicious. My hot dog from earlier was long forgotten. We all paused our conversation while the maid was in the room, but the moment she left, I raised my brows expectantly at my aunt. She needed to get to talking. "This is delightful," Claudia said. "What is this dressing?" "It's a vinaigrette Pierre makes from scratch. I think it's—" I loudly cleared my throat. Millie and Claudia both turned to me with the reprimanding looks of a mother. I didn't care if I was being rude. They were too. "We can talk about salads later. I have been really patient." My speech was slow, carefully enunciating every syllable. It was a true practice of patience. "I need to know what you're talking about now. You say you're from Atlantis, but surely you can't be referring to the Atlantis. There is only one. Will you please elaborate?" Millie placed her fork on the table next to her plate. "This world," she gestured broadly, "is more than it seems. You have grown up with the humans in a very one-dimensional view of life. But beyond your perception, there is another world." "An immortal world," Claudia chimed in. "Immortal?" I nearly choked on my lettuce. Are you saying you've been around since the beginning of time? And Mom? No, dear, not exactly. But my soul has. It's difficult to explain. All right, talk to me like I'm 5. Start at the very beginning. Where is Atlantis? Millie sighed, pausing as though she were trying to decide where to begin. Plato's writings of Atlantis are true, mostly. We were once a great nation, powerful and advanced. We were placed here to protect the humans, and we served our purpose well. Placed here? So you're like guardian angels? Of course not. The angels and demons are in a whole other realm. They usually stay there and leave us to watch over this one. It's our job to make sure mankind doesn't destroy itself before the battle is complete in the spiritual realm. We are not angels. We are called keepers. Keepers. I chewed on that for a moment. Keepers of the earth. Land, sky, and sea, to be precise. Millie took another bite of her salad. Okay, so you're keepers with immortal souls placed here to protect the humans, but you still haven't told me where Atlantis is. Well, it used to be in the Mediterranean Sea, she said bitterly. But our ancestors went and ruined that for us about 12,000 years ago. They got a little too big for their britches, Claudia added. So now it's at the bottom of the Atlantic. The maid entered again, removing our salad dishes and replacing them with dinner plates. The scent of individual stuffed Cornish hens danced across my palate, making my mouth water. Once the maid left, I spoke again. Legend says the gods created some kind of cataclysm that destroyed Atlantis. Is that true? Ha! They wish they were gods. Claudia cut into her meal. Humans didn't know what to make of us, Millie said. They recognized that we were more powerful than they, so they assumed we were gods, or half human, half god. But they were obviously wrong. We're just a different type of being altogether. So you destroyed yourselves? That didn't make sense. No. We got into it with some of the other keepers. Tensions were mounting between the 3 races, and unfortunately, our ancestors enjoyed being thought of as gods by the humans. They took things too far, so the other keepers had to take matters into their own hands. Checks and balances, Claudia added through a mouthful of food. So there are 3 races of keepers? Yes, my apologies. It's been a century since I've had to review the history with someone. I forget that you were brought up as a human. There are the Atlanteans, that's us, the keepers of the sea. There are the Olympians, the keepers of the sky, and there are the Agarthians, keepers of the land. We were supposed to work together, but even keepers are susceptible to corruption. And egos, especially those Olympians, they're still on a power trip. Claudia rolled her eyes. There's been a rift between the 3 races for thousands of years. We generally don't associate with one another anymore, except for the annual Order of the Keepers convention. But we each have important roles to play in protecting the humans, and there are laws we must abide by, which brings me back to your mother. A pang of guilt stabbed at me. I'd been so caught up in the outrageous story of keepers that I'd temporarily forgotten the reason I wanted to learn more in the first place. Right, my law-abiding Atlantean mother. Are you suggesting she's gone on some human-saving mission? No, I'm afraid not. Millie rested her fork and frowned. The others stopped eating as well, all eyes fixed on me. She may be on the other side of the law. Your mother didn't exactly play by the rules. What do you mean? My pulse picked up. Mom always played by the rules. I couldn't imagine what the Atlanteans might have disagreed with. Well, Claudia spoke now. She had you. Chapter 10. Me? Why is that a crime? Are you not allowed to have children? What about him? I pointed harshly toward Sean, who raised both hands innocently in the air. Of course we can have children, it's just that... Claudia shifted uncomfortably in her chair. It's just that there are rules. You mentioned that. What did she do wrong? We can't prove that she did anything wrong. Millie set her lips and turned with a pointed stare toward her friend. Claudia gestured toward me, but my aunt waved her off. We don't know anything for sure just yet. Millie softened her expression and faced me again. Our kind, the keepers, have immortal souls, as we mentioned earlier. Our bodies last longer than human bodies as well. We'll often live for close to 1,000 years before our bodies give out, and when that happens, our souls are reincarnated. They are a finite number of keepers, a finite number of souls. So your souls are basically recycled over and over again. Got it. Does that mean you remember life on Atlantis before it was destroyed? It was an unimportant question, but I couldn't help but ask. If Atlantis was real, I wanted to know everything there was to know about it. No. Unfortunately, we are unable to keep specific memories, but our collective knowledge as a race grows with each successive generation, and there are certain ties, bonds that can be felt in every generation, the most obvious being our soulmates. You see, every Atlantean soul is bonded to another, and in each life the souls find one another. Millie smiled, though her eyes looked pained. I imagine she may have been thinking of her own soulmate, or did she have one at all? Claudia scowled, interrupting Millie. So if an Atlantean has a relationship that results in children with someone from a different species, like, I don't know, humans, for example, then we lose a couple of Atlantean souls. A half-human vessel can't contain a full keeper soul. I couldn't help but feel a little guilty under her gaze. So the souls just disappear? My voice was more timid now. Forever. Millie nodded sadly. A female keeper can physiologically only have 2 children in her lifetime. If even one of those children is part human, a soul is lost, possibly 2 souls, depending on the genetics. What do you mean? Well, the child may have the soul of a keeper if she takes completely after her mother. She may have the soul of a human if she takes completely after her father. Millie frowned, and her eyes went distant, lost in a thought she couldn't utter aloud. Or she may be fractured, which is what usually happens. Sean, of all people, had to finish my aunt's words. The women were too distraught, staring down into their laps. What happens to the fractured souls? My voice was barely a whisper now. Sean locked his eyes on mine, deep green pools of pity. I held his gaze, the silence in the room snuffing out my ability to look away. Never you mind that, Millie grinned, snapping back to the present. She tried to improve the mood with overt cheerfulness and failed. We weren't a very cheery bunch at all in that moment. The maid entered once again, taking my plate before I'd had a chance to finish off my wild rice. I almost objected, but I needed her to leave again so I could get the rest of the story. It seemed they were accusing my mother of hooking up with a mortal, but I would need to hear them say it before I believed it, and I feared what the implications may be if it were true. A giant slice of turtle cheesecake was placed in front of me next. I resisted the urge to dig right in. First, I needed my aunt to confirm my suspicions. And then I needed to find out how to bail my mom out of Atlantean jail for getting involved with my deadbeat human dad and literally creating some poor lost soul. Even as I thought the words, doubt clouded my mind. My mother wasn't the type to break rules, especially not rules with such dire consequences. Finally, the maid retreated with our dirty plates and we were free to speak again. "Okay," I said, "so let's get to the elephant in the room and talk about my dad." "Yes, let's." Claudia crossed her arms and shot a smug look at my aunt. But Millie handled the situation with grace. "This is where things get tricky. Your mother ran away when she found out she was pregnant with you. None of us knew she was in a relationship at all, and when we asked her about it, she panicked and left. It took us years to locate her, and even then, we were only able to do so with the help of a seer. We found your farm in Oklahoma, but you and your mother lived there alone. Tilly refused to discuss your father. She would get physically ill any time we pressed her on the matter. I think it was a curse, personally. I think she has been forbidden to speak of your father, which makes me believe he is a very powerful Atlantean indeed." "Or," Claudia butted in, "what's more likely is that your father is immortal. Tilly would never reveal that information because she'd have to face the courts, and they do not take kindly to the murderers of our souls." I cringed. My mother a murderer? Surely not. "So that brings us to you. You're 18 now, right, Everly?" Claudia fixed her blue eyes on me. "That's right. And you have not developed your powers yet." It was a statement rather than a question. "Powers?" "See," Claudia sneered at my aunt. Millie sighed. "There are certain perks that come with being a keeper. We have abilities beyond what humans are capable of, and generally they begin to manifest between the ages of 16 and 18. But sometimes there are late bloomers." I swallowed. "What kind of powers are we talking about here?" "They vary through the different races, and even within the Atlanteans they can manifest in many different ways. I am a healer. The Olympian who helped us locate your mother was a seer. There are warriors, elementals, transporters, guardians, sirens, shifters." She counted them off on her fingers, each one sounding more exotic than the one before. "What kind of powers does my mom have?" "Your mother was a messenger." "Was?" "Yes. She had her powers bound when she ran away. She gave them up for you, in an attempt to stay hidden." Sadness glistened at Millie's lower lids. I'd never seen my aunt cry. I didn't even know if Atlanteans could cry, but this was as close to losing control of her perfect features as I'd ever seen her. Whatever powers came with being a messenger, my mother had sacrificed them for me. But why? If I were Atlantean, there would be no need to give up her powers and hide. The longer I sat there, the more I conceded that Claudia may be right. I wasn't pure. I was mortal. As though she could see the thoughts percolating through my mind, Millie continued, trying her best to prove that there was still a chance my mother hadn't broken the rules, that she hadn't lost an Atlantean soul. "But there are certain commonalities among all keepers, one of which is a higher level of intelligence, and you, Everly, have an IQ much higher than humans, which is why I'm certain you must be of Atlantean descent on both sides." She crossed her arms and turned toward Claudia with a self-satisfied smile, like she'd just won a big court case. "I'm sorry, Millie, but that's just not true. She could have easily inherited her intelligence from her mother, even if her father was mortal. And without any other powers, I'm inclined to believe that is exactly what has happened." Both women fixed their eyes on me, waiting to see if I could settle their argument. I could memorize facts and take tests like a boss, but that didn't seem all that special. I would never say anything to condemn my mother or the decisions she made, though. Surely there was something I did better than everyone else. "Is snarkiness a superpower?" Millie groaned and Claudia frowned. I turned toward Sean, but he wouldn't make eye contact with me. He seemed hesitant to jump into the conversation again. I couldn't blame him. This was awkward for all of us. "There's still time. She's only just turned 18 this summer. There's no need to rush into anything, including having my sister tried for a crime she may not have committed. So if you know who has taken her, I really must urge you to have them return her." She eyed Claudia with suspicion heavy in her eyes. "I told you on the phone earlier. Peter said he has heard nothing about your sister. If the council sent for her, he would have known about it. And as for Everly, you better hope she's fully Atlantean, because if she's as smart as you say, then she's not purely mortal and—" Claudia bit her lip to stop herself from saying any more. "Unless I get some power soon, that would mean I have a fractured soul," I finished her thought. The entire room seemed to darken at my words. Silence hung in the air for longer than was comfortable. It was Lemon Drop who finally broke it with a small whine. "I'll let her out," I said. "I could use a breath of fresh air right now, too." Chapter 11. My steps were quiet as I slowly led the dogs out of the dining room, but once I hit the stairs, I took off hard and fast, my feet pounding every other step as I sped down to the first floor. Pierre was a blur as I bounded past the kitchen toward the small courtyard off the back of Millie's townhouse. The cool evening air was a relief for my senses. The air back home would have been hot and muggy, even after the sun went down. I would have relaxed on my back patio and heard the song of cicadas while watching a show of lightning bugs dancing through the air. In NYC, however, I had chill bumps dotting my bare arms in the August evening air. My cicadas were replaced with the sounds of Manhattan nightlife, and my lightning bugs were replaced with streetlights. But the outside air was a relief all the same. Lemon Drop and Tiny Tim were a little worked up. They'd taken my speedy run down the stairs as a signal for playtime. "Not now," I said, trying to calm them with open hands. "Go potty." I directed them to the itty-bitty green area designated as their toilet at the back of Millie's first-floor outdoor space. They spun excitedly, still under the impression that I was going to throw them a tennis ball or something equally fun. "You're right," I said. Lemon Drop sat and turned her head sideways. "We're only a block from the park. Let's go." Back inside, I leashed the dogs up and hollered something to Pierre about taking the dogs for a walk. I didn't fear the New York streets like the other girls from back home. In middle of nowhere Oklahoma, we didn't lock doors. We left keys in our cars and didn't even knock before strolling into each other's homes. In comparison, New York was a scary place for them. They'd spewed warnings and stories and words of caution before I left for school here. But I wasn't afraid. It never bothered me too much. And even if it had, I wasn't the least bit nervous with 400 pounds of dog on my sides. Millie only lived a short walk away from Central Park, so I wouldn't be long anyway. With leashes wrapped around each fist, my canine companions and I set out for wide-open spaces, or as wide and open as we could get in the city. Locating a paved path, I turned into the park, allowing the dogs to lead me. They'd been here way more than I ever had, so I figured I'd let them take the reins. They weaved off to the right in tandem, as though they visited the area daily. Lights were more sparse here than where we'd entered, and there were fewer people meandering around. A lone jogger passed us on the sidewalk, and then we were alone. "All right, guys, hurry up and go so we can get back home." The longer I stood watching them sniff the ground, the more uncomfortable I became with my surroundings. Darn those Oklahoma girls for getting into my head. The dogs continued to sniff and circle, marking various spots as we walked. They may have stayed in the park all night if I'd let them, but I'd had enough. With a gentle tug on their leashes, I called them back. Tiny Tim turned, tongue lolling over the side of his slobbery mouth. With an extra bit of pep, he bounded toward me. I held out my hand to praise him with a pat on the head, but he didn't stop. He kept right on past me, spinning me around with a leash in my hand. I spotted him again behind me, running right up to the tall, dark silhouette of a man. "Oh, my goodness," I gasped. The figure strode slowly toward me, shadow still hiding his hooded face. Tiny Tim didn't appear to be concerned, but he was such a gentle giant that he wouldn't recognize danger if it knocked him on the head, and this danger was just close enough to do that. Lemon Drop joined them now, too. "Watch out, they bite!" I made my voice loud and as imposing as I could, but still the figure persisted. I stepped back, tugging at the dog's leash with every step the man made toward me. Finally, I entered a ring of yellow light from a street lamp. It cast a long shadow in front of me, leading right up to the feet of the hooded man. He stepped forward once, twice, and the light struck his shadowy features on the third step. He pulled down the hood of his gray sweatshirt, revealing the sharp, chiseled lines of his handsome face. "What on earth are you doing in Central Park by yourself after dark?" My breath released with a whoosh as I looked into those golden eyes twinkling in the light. "I'm not by myself. I have my guard dogs with me." "They're pretty ineffective guard dogs," he said, scratching a very happy Tiny behind the ears. "What are you doing here, Tate?" The absurdity of running into the same person 3 times in one day hit me. That, combined with my still racing heartbeat, made my words sound harsher than I'd intended. "I was out for a run." His clothing checked out, but still it was strange. Something told me this wasn't just a coincidence. "Everly!" Sean's voice called out from the darkness, and Lemon Drop tugged excitedly to go meet him. 2 guys calling for my attention at the same time? If only middle school Everly could see me now. "Over here," I called back. Tate shoved his hands into the pockets of his joggers and raised his brows. "Sorry, I didn't realize you were out with your boyfriend." "He's not my boyfriend." My cheeks flushed at his insinuation. Or was he simply trying to determine whether or not I was available? "We just met tonight. He's the son of a family friend." Sean finally reached us, approaching with some apprehension. "Your aunt's looking for you." His frown morphed into a scowl as he took in Tate's form across from us. First Mom, then Sean. Poor Tate couldn't catch a break. Who knew it was such a hardship to be so beautiful? They hated him on sight. "Do you know this guy?" Sean gave me a skeptical look. "Sort of. We met at the gallery earlier." Sean's eyes widened. He turned again to examine Tate, who stood patiently with a half-smirk, still petting Millie's dog. "We need to get back to the house," he said. Then to Tate he added, "Whatever you're looking for, this isn't it." What was that supposed to mean? Somewhere behind us in the shadows of the park, an owl hooted. Tate crossed his arms and raised his chin a fraction of an inch. "No, I think it is." "Everly, you need to stay away from this guy." Sean narrowed his eyes. "Why?" Tate stepped closer to me, sliding his arm casually across the back of my shoulders. The warmth of his touch sent a buzzing feeling down my spine. I wanted to curl in closer and feel his arms wrap around me. We'd only just met, yet I felt comfortable with Tate, protected, safe. "Why would she want to do that? We're friends, aren't we, Everly?" I tilted my head slightly to look up at his face, my heart pounding in my chest. I met his golden gaze with a lazy grin. Friends? Heck yes, I wanted to be his friend. "Everly? Everly!" I snapped my eyes back to a very irritated Sean. "Come on." His patience was growing thin. Tate curled his fingers around the edge of my shoulder, and I leaned into him ever so slightly. I didn't want to go anywhere. I wanted to be right here. "You go ahead," I said. "Tell Millie I'll meet up with you guys soon." Sean huffed and walked to a grassy area beside the sidewalk, shaking his head. He picked up a stick and waved it in front of the dogs. Then, with a wide swing of his arms, he launched it. "Go get it," he shouted. The dogs lunged forward, yanking me from Tate's warm body. I tripped and stumbled, but somehow managed to stay on my feet as I chased the dogs, their leashes still wrapped tightly around my hands. A moment later, Lemon Drop emerged victorious, the stick dangling from her droopy dog lips. I turned around to see the boys face to face, chests puffed up like a couple of roosters. They were several yards away now, and I couldn't make out what they were saying, but it looked like one of them might slug the other at any moment. Why were they so defensive? Or, better yet, why had I been so reluctant to leave Tate? With some distance between us once again, I realized how foolish it would have been for me to stay behind. I still didn't really know him. "Sean," I called, "I'm ready now. Let's get back." "Hang on," Tate shouted with a frown. He dropped his glare from Sean and jogged over to me. The sight of him running casually over sent another flight of butterflies in my belly. Could he actually be interested in me? I'd always thought love at first sight was just for fairy tales, but maybe, if he was feeling just as woozy around me as I was around him, perhaps this wasn't so foolish after all. Maybe it was meant to be. "Don't touch her," Sean yelled, running quickly after him. The dogs were getting excited again with all the activity. They wanted to play, and it did look like it was all fun and games at first, but no one was having fun after Sean lost his temper. With surprising swiftness, his heavy fist rose and echoed a dull whack as it collided into Tate's perfect nose. Chapter 12. "What are you doing?" "I'm protecting you. That's my job." Sean shook out his hand. "Are you okay?" I rushed over to Tate, who rubbed his jawline, the shadow of a smirk still tugging at the corner of his mouth. "I'm fine, but let's get you out of here. This guy has lost it." I prepared to walk away with him. We didn't need that kind of violence in our lives. It was only common sense. Tate made me feel happy and giddy inside. Sean made me feel grumpy, and apparently he had a violent streak. "Don't do it, Everly." Sean's tone was menacing. "He's messing with you." I looked back and forth between the two. Yesterday, they'd been strangers to me. Today, they both urged me to leave the other behind, and they were literally fighting over who I should leave with. Why? Why would either one give two licks about me? "Ignore him." Tate reached out and gently rubbed his thumb down the side of my cheek. I practically purred under his touch, forgetting my suspicions from a mere 3 seconds earlier. Then he was jerked away from me again with a giant shove from Sean. "What is wrong with you?" "What is wrong with you? I told you he's messing with you. You've fallen for his glamour. He's a siren." Sean pointed an accusing finger at Tate. "Glamour? What?" I turned to see a stone-faced Tate glaring back at him. Then he turned his cold gaze on me. The warmth from his eyes was gone, replaced with something much more sinister. I shivered and ran my hands up and down the sides of my arms. "Are you saying that he's like us?" "Us? That confirms it," Tate sneered. He reached out for my wrist, but this time Tiny Tim stepped between us, letting out a deep, rumbling growl that stopped him in his tracks. "Good boy," Sean said, patting the dog. "See, even the animals recognize you for what you are. Leave her alone." "You know I can't do that." Tate crossed his arms. "Now that I know what she is, I can't leave her alone. I can't return unless I've got her with me." "You don't know what she is. None of us do yet. You can't take her if she's pure, so I suggest you wipe that arrogant grin from your face and run along now." "Or what?" Tate stepped up to Sean, daring him to hit him again. "She's not pure. Look at her." His lip rolled up in disgust as his eyes scanned up and down my lanky frame. Ouch! So much for love at first sight. I was such an idiot. He stood 6 inches taller than Sean, but something about the way my new friend held himself made me want to put my money on Sean. He was scrappy. If I didn't fear him damaging Tate's gorgeous face, I might have even liked to see them duke it out. Then again, now that I knew Tate's gorgeous face was manipulating me and toying with my emotions, maybe it wouldn't be so bad to see it busted up a little bit after all, especially if he was trying to kidnap me, as Sean implied. "Touch her, and the hunter will become the hunted," Sean said after a silent stare down. I held in a snort. He was being a little melodramatic in my opinion, but it worked. Tate's eyes flashed with fury. "You know what happens if you hunt a mortal." Tate's lip curled. "I'm still not convinced she's mortal either, and the fractured must be dealt with. You know that as well as I do." I shook my head emphatically, pushing my hands out in front of myself and flipping them over, as if there was some kind of evidence to prove to him that I was as human as the next girl. "Totally mortal. See? I'm not fractured." Neither boy glanced in my direction. They were too focused on being the more intimidating man, or whatever kind of beings they were. And maybe that was a good thing. I didn't want to get my mother into deeper trouble by admitting that I was mortal. But I definitely wasn't immortal. Ugh, there was no way to win here. "I'm going to report you," Sean said at last. "I dare you to draw attention to her. Go ahead. They'll execute her mother and then turn her over to me anyway." "She may be pure," Sean insisted again, through tightly gritted teeth, practically hissing his words. "I'll believe it when I see it." Tate winked and blew a kiss in my direction. "And I will be seeing more of you, darling." He turned on his heels and jogged off into the shadows. Tiny's hackles were still raised. I calmed the dog and looked up at Sean, who was still fuming in the low light of the street lamp. "Well, that was interesting," I said. "I gather he's a keeper?" Sean shifted his steely gaze to me, and I shrugged. "I mean, I'm not interested in keeping him. I meant like the being, like you guys. Obviously, I wouldn't want to keep someone who tried to glamour and kidnap me, or at least I don't think so. Explain glamour to me, because if it's what I'm thinking of, like a fairy—" "You didn't mention that you'd run into an Agarthian during your story earlier." Sean interrupted my nervous rambling. "Is there anything else you conveniently forgot to mention?" Agarthian? I wanted to argue that I didn't even know what that meant a few hours ago, but Sean definitely wasn't in the mood to argue about the minutiae. I told them about the painting earlier, but I didn't mention the tablet. Something told me it was sacred. It wasn't something to casually toss out in conversation. Could I trust him to help me figure out what it meant without reporting anything back to his mother? It really felt like we were on the cusp of figuring out what happened to my mom. She wasn't taken by the Atlantean authorities, according to Claudia. But Tate and the Agarthians didn't seem to be involved with her either. He had his sights set on me. Maybe the tablet was linked to her disappearance somehow. It was the only stone we'd left unturned, no pun intended. Ultimately, I didn't have a choice. It wasn't written in a language I understood, but perhaps an Atlantean could. I just hoped he could keep it between us. "There was one other thing," I said under my breath. "Yeah? What?" Sean's face was still cold, but I saw curiosity flash behind his jade eyes. I appraised him again. "I'm not sure if it's something I can explain. Can I show you?" He took a step back and raised his hands. "Is it something that's going to get us in trouble?" I shrugged. "It might, but it might also help me find my mom." He scratched the back of his head and glanced around the empty park. Finally, he sighed. "All right, lead the way." Chapter 13. So, tell me what exactly happened back there. I passed Tiny Tim's leash to Sean as we power-walked past my aunt's street and back toward the gallery. "What is there to tell?" he shrugged. "You were there." "I was there, yes, but I have no idea what you and Tate were talking about." "Tate?" Sean rolled his eyes with a sarcastic laugh. "Thaddeus Castellanos. He's a soul hunter." I tripped on a crack in the sidewalk. That sounds menacing." "It is, for you anyway." "Because he thinks I'm fractured?" Sean wouldn't look at me or acknowledge my question. Evidently, he thought I was some substandard being, just like Tate did. We walked for a few more steps as I considered everything I'd been told about fractured souls. "So let's say I am fractured," I began after a bit. Sean looked down at the sidewalk, clearly uncomfortable with the topic. "That means I'm neither human nor Atlantean, right? But a mix of both. So will I live for 100 years? Or 1,000? Or somewhere in between, like maybe 500? That could be cool. And will I get any powers?" "Let's hope not," Sean muttered. "Hey!" I jabbed him playfully in the ribs with my elbow. "Don't doubt my abilities before I even get them." I tried to lighten his mood, but nothing worked. He stopped in the middle of the sidewalk. "If you get powers, then yes, it means you are fractured. But no, you will not live to see 100. You will not live to see 19. That's what the soul hunters are for." "Soul hunters," I swallowed. "Tate's trying to kill me?" "No, Thaddeus is. That's what they do. The Garthians love to play sirens in the hunter role because they can lure you in with their glamour. They make you feel good, get you alone, and after your walls are down, they convince you to show them your powers. Once they have proof, that's it. You're done. They collect your soul and move on to the next one." He stomped ahead again, leaving me alone on the sidewalk, trying to catch my breath. "Wait!" I shouted, finally allowing Lemon Drop to pull me back to the boys. "Hold on. You're stating this like it's a fact, but I don't have any powers." "That's good for you. Not so good for your mom." "Because then she would be a proven criminal, a murderer. If I were mortal, that would mean my mom would have killed some lost Atlantean soul. Unless... What if my aunt is right? What if Mom did hook up with some powerful Atlantean, and she was just too embarrassed to say anything about it? It's possible, right? Maybe I just haven't gotten my powers yet." "I doubt it." Sean frowned, and he looked genuinely sad this time. "The bond of soulmates is strong. There would be no need to hide their relationship. In fact, if they've bonded enough to conceive a child, it would be nearly impossible to keep them apart." "Maybe he died. That would keep them apart. Maybe he was super old when they met, and they could only have me before he passed." I shuddered at the thought of my mom in a relationship with some 900-year-old man. But who was I kidding? I shuddered to think of her with any man at all. For as long as I'd been alive, it had just been the two of us. He twisted his mouth to the side, considering it. "Unlikely, but not impossible." I thought I saw him nodding softly from the corner of my eye, probably thinking the scenario through. But the gallery was just ahead on the opposite side of the street, and my thoughts were immediately consumed with what we were about to see. I became anxious, excited to get to the tablet again. I wanted to be near it, to touch it. The closer we got, the greater the sensation became. It was like I'd left a piece of myself down there in the basement alone, and we both knew I was about to come back for it. Finally, after what felt like an hour at the crosswalk, we made it to the other side of the street. There were few people out now, so I had a clear view of the metal sign up ahead. "There it is," I pointed. "Russell and Jude. Huh, I've never heard of it." "There are probably thousands of galleries in the city you've never heard of," I said, urging Lemon Drop to move more quickly. I hadn't thought the dog part through. We couldn't leave them out on the street. Maybe we could just bring them inside with us. They weren't exactly easy to hide, but at least they were mostly well behaved. "No, I walk this way every day on my route to work. I don't ever recall seeing it here before." "Sounds like you need to pay better attention to your surroundings." The glass had been cleaned up from the street, but caution tape still stretched across the windows. I pulled on the door handles, hoping that they were still unlocked, but I'd never been that lucky, and of course the doors didn't budge. Sean gestured toward the window. "Let's just climb through." "Right, because we're totally discreet with these giant beasts. No one will think twice about a couple of college kids and 2 English mastiffs climbing through the windows of an expensive art gallery late at night. They probably won't even notice." I rolled my eyes in case the sarcasm in my tone wasn't evident enough on its own. Sean didn't see it, though. He was already halfway through the window after Tiny Tim, who jumped through with a surprising amount of grace. I followed them with a groan. "If the cops show up here again, I'm blaming this entirely on you." "It's New York. No one cares. We could carry these pieces out one at a time and load them into the back of a stolen, windowless van if we wanted to, and no one would even bat an eye." "You say that like you've got experience." "Whoa." Sean stopped dead in his tracks. "It's this way." I tried to direct him to the basement, but Sean's eyes were locked on one thing and one thing only. The lights were off inside the gallery, and the halls were dark, apart from second-hand light filtering in from the street. But there was one single spotlight, a beacon in the night, drawing all attention toward its prized piece, a 4-foot-tall painting of the strong, defiant girl who looked remarkably like me. Chapter 14. Sean tilted his head, admiring the painting as he moved from side to side, taking it in from every angle. "It's definitely you." "It's not. Look." I pointed to the scar beneath my lip. "She's missing this. And if you look closely, there's an intensity in her eyes unlike anything I could ever dream of possessing." Sean agreed. "She is much more intimidating than you. But wow, the similarities. If this isn't you, then it's gotta be your identical twin." "Wait a minute." I slapped him on the shoulder. "Sean, you're a genius." "You have a twin?" I pointed at the painting. "Obviously." He raised a brow. "Look at her. She looks just like me, only different, personality-wise. And she's missing the scar. But what if I actually do have an identical twin? Maybe she's living with my long-lost Atlantean father." That would explain everything. Of course my mom would behave strangely if she saw the painting of my twin after 18 years of keeping it a secret. And that would be why I'd never met my father, and why she'd never revealed his identity. He'd probably bound his powers and disappeared just like she had. Visions of the old Parent Trap movie flashed through my mind. If I can just get to summer camp and trade places with this fierce girl, then maybe we can get our parents to fall back in love. "I can't deal with you right now." Sean shook his head. Then with a huff he added, "That's not your twin." "You can't prove that. It's just as likely that I have a secret twin as it is that some stranger named Russell coincidentally painted a near-exact likeness of me from the other side of the country." "Tell me more about Russell. You saw him, right, with your mom?" "Yeah." I went over everything I told him earlier about the white hair and strange mannerisms. I told him about how Russell knew my mom's nickname, Tilly, and then... Oh, and I think I forgot to mention this earlier, but he said something about an oath. I didn't really register at the time, but I have no idea what kind of oath he was talking about. "Interesting." The wheels were really spinning in Sean's brain now, I could tell. "Okay, Show me whatever this last surprise is. Let's go. The halls grew dark again as we moved away from the painting and back toward the basement door. I thought about pulling out my phone for some illumination, but I'd see light again as soon as we stepped onto the stairs. The tablet was waiting for me. I knew it deep in my bones. I could practically feel it pulsing, emanating the strange blue glow all the way from up here. The dog sat at the top of the stairs, refusing to enter the doorway. I tried to coax them in my best sing-songy voice, but they wouldn't budge, and all the while, the urge to get back to the tablet raged harder and harder. "Let's just leave them," I said, getting flustered. "They won't go anywhere." After a brief hesitation, Sean agreed and followed me into the narrow stairwell. The dogs' collar rang out with faint jingles as they laid in wait for us at the top of the stairs, and we descended. The blue light became visible almost immediately. I saw it first, but Sean noticed it just a few steps after me. "What is that?" he asked. "This is what I wanted to show you." Once we reached the bottom, the light couldn't be ignored any longer. It pulsed along with my rapidly beating heart, brighter now than it had been during the daylight. "Over here!" I grabbed Sean's arm and dragged him over to the glass case, a nervous excitement dancing wildly in my belly. "There!" We stood silently for a moment, watching the light emanating from the ancient text carved into the tablet's surface. "It's almost like it's alive." The wonder in Sean's voice matched what I felt. "It gets weirder." I took his fingertips and pressed them to the inside of my left wrist. His eyes widened in surprise. "I think it's connected to me somehow. I can't explain it, but I know this has something to do with me, and maybe my mom. Can you read what it says?" Sean frowned. "I can try, but it's been several years since I practiced the ancient languages. Where's the latch?" We circled the case, looking for a lock or fixture we could open to access the contents, but we came up short. There didn't appear to be any way to get inside it. Sean cursed under his breath. I couldn't give up so easily, though. Even as we stood there, the tablet's call to me grew stronger and stronger. I needed to know what it meant. I paced around the perimeter of the room, searching for some kind of tool I could use to pry the case open, but there wasn't much available. Finally, I settled on a sloppy plan that I would probably come to regret later. "Stand back." "Why?" "Wait, Everly!" Crash! I slammed a fire extinguisher I'd pulled from the wall right into the wide pane of glass enclosing the tablet. I wasn't large for a girl, but I was strong. I could thank 18 years of farm chores for that. The shards of glass rained down around us, and I waited for some kind of alarm to ring, but there was nothing. It was probably silently alerting the police as we stood there, so we'd have to be quick. I dropped the fire extinguisher and grabbed the tablet. It was smaller and smoother than I'd expected it to be. I ran my hand gingerly over the edges and traced the engraved symbols with my fingertips. Upon closer examination, this looked to be a small part of a larger message. Several of the symbols along the left side were cut off, incomplete. "What does it say?" I held it out to Sean. He reached for it, but immediately pulled his hand back with a faint sizzle. "Ouch! How are you holding that?" He shook his hand as though he'd been stung. "Did it hurt you?" "Yes, it's hotter than fire." I rubbed the smooth surface again. It didn't feel hot to me. "I don't know. It's not burning me." "Here, just take a look." I held it in front of me, close to Sean without touching him. He stepped closer and squinted at the small symbols. I was so focused on the reflection of the blue light in his green eyes that I didn't hear or see anything else out of place in the dimly lit basement. I didn't know anything was wrong until I felt a strong arm wrap itself around my neck and pull me back into the hard body standing behind me. Chapter 15. Put it down. I knew it was Tate even before he spoke. I could feel his warmth and a sickening sense of delight even as he attempted to choke me from behind. Sean immediately jumped into action, swinging around to launch a fist right into the side of Tate's head, but he missed. Tate held me too close, and Sean could have injured me if his aim was even a little off. "Why are you following me?" I whispered as Tate swung me around. He kept me between Sean and himself. He was using me as a human body shield. How cowardly. I wanted to tell him to fight like a real man and stop hiding behind me. "I told you, I can't let you out of my sight." His breath tickled my ear as he whispered his response, sending a trail of chill bumps running down my neck. I elbowed him in the gut. He grunted, but his grip stayed strong. He was holding me just tight enough to make me immobile without cutting off my ability to breathe. I elbowed him again. "You've got to stop doing that," he grumbled. Sean picked up the fire extinguisher I dropped earlier and approached with madness shining in his eyes. "Let her go." "No can do. I've got proof of her broken soul now. I need to finish the job." "This?" I raised the tablet a few inches into the air. "This isn't proof. The tablet has powers of its own. I'm still just a boring mortal." "Hand it to me." I hesitated. Handing this tablet to him would be like giving him a piece of myself. I didn't want to share it, especially not with him. But remembering Sean's reaction to it earlier, maybe it would be able to take care of itself. I said a silent prayer. "Okay, as soon as you let me go." "I can't let you go." "Then I can't give you the tablet." Tate groaned. "I liked it better when you thought I was a charming international spy." I scoffed. "I wasn't so far off. You've been on a secret mission to eliminate me all along." "Don't forget the charming part." He pulled me a little closer. "Your power is charming, maybe. Your personality could use a little work." I elbowed him a third time, irritated that my bony joint wasn't squishing into the softness of his belly, but slamming into the rock-hard wall of his abs instead. And I was irritated even more by the thrill that mental image of his abs gave me. "Shake it off. He's got you under a spell, glamored. He might be hot, but he's a jerk." "All right, if you insist." His voice took on a song-like quality, a beautiful baritone melody that drew me in and made me want to hear more. "I'll let you go, and you'll hand me the tablet." "Yes, of course I will, anything you say." I couldn't speak, and my thoughts were no longer my own. "If I find that you are controlling it somehow with your powers, you will submit to me, willingly, so I can collect your fractured soul, though I promise to make it enjoyable." "Yes, I will submit." "Everly, snap out of it." Sean's voice barely registered, and I wished he would just shut up. His voice was so harsh compared to the sublime sound of Tate whispering in my ear. It scratched at the inside of my brain. I needed Tate to speak to me more, to provide a balm for the wretched sound of Sean's words. "Are you ready?" "Yes," I whispered. His grip loosened, but he kept his warm hand tenderly on the back of my neck as I spun to face him. He held out his hand, and I immediately moved to give him the tablet, not of my own control. "Don't!" Sean's voice called out again from somewhere behind me, but it was too late. I placed the tablet into Tate's open palm. "Ah!" He dropped it and released me, and we all watched in horror as the tablet fell to the cement basement floor and crumbled into rocks and dust. My wits crashed back in hard and fast. My soul felt crushed. "No!" I dropped to the floor and swept the broken pieces toward me in a pile. "What is this?" Tate demanded, his voice back to normal. He rubbed the inside of his injured palm. I don't know, Sean said, but she's not controlling it. The boys both turned thoughtfully toward me. They were just as confused about the tablet as I was. It's broken. Help me, please. We've got to get it back together. I'm sorry. Sean placed his hand on my shoulder. No. I shrugged him off of me. I wouldn't accept it. It wasn't too late. The pieces began to glow again, ever so faintly, as I pulled the pieces back into contact with one another. Hand that to me, I said, pointing to a large chunk of rock that had bounced several feet away from me. I'm not touching that again, Sean said firmly. To my surprise, it was Tate who moved for it, but instead of picking it up, he kicked it gently with the side of his shoe, sending it gliding back over to where I sat on the dusty floor, and that missing piece was all I needed. Reunited with the rest of the broken tablet, the pieces began pulsing again. I could feel it in my veins as life entered into the inanimate object once again. I sat back, and we all watched as the glow became too bright, even for me. We shielded our eyes as the light grew blinding, pulsing faster and faster, and then darkness. Once my eyes readjusted to the low light, I reached out for the tablet. It was whole again. Not a single fracture line or crack were left as evidence of the destruction it had endured moments before, and it was cold, no longer pulsing or glowing at all. My heart sank. Our connection, whatever it was gone. Here, I said, the dejection evident in my voice as I held the object out for Sean. You can take it now. He stood, open-mouthed, seeing but not believing that the tablet was whole again. Are you sure? I'm sure. The sound of a police siren filled the room. Our time was up. I'll handle the cops, Tate said, turning for the stairs. I nodded, happy to see him go, but not trusting for a second that his intentions were pure. I don't recognize the writing. Sean held the tablet close to his face, squinting hard as he attempted to make out the message. Well, we don't have time to decipher it now anyway. We've got to get out of here. Do you think Millie or your mom might be able to help? I wouldn't show it to them, my mom especially. She's got a good heart, but she's devoted to my father, and he would be required to report it to the council. Until we know what it might mean, I think it's best if we keep this between us. And what about Tate? I gestured for the stairs. Tate has one job, just one. To kill me. Sean nodded. But not until he has proof that you're fractured. So what now? I stood and dusted the knees of my pants. Now we get the dogs back home to your aunt and pretend nothing happened. Then we make plans. I know someone who may be able to help us figure this out. She's a seer. Will she be able to help me find my mom, too? She's got a better chance than we do. His tone wasn't encouraging, but I didn't see any other option. This tablet was linked to me somehow. There was no denying it. I wouldn't stop searching until I found out what exactly it meant, and I wouldn't stop until I found my mom. Meanwhile, Tilly's hands struck the cool cement floor of the prison cell she'd just been roughly thrown into. She stood, brushing off her pants, and trying not to wince at the stab of pain deep behind her kneecaps. They might bruise, but her body would have them healed by nightfall. Her ego wouldn't heal so quickly. She turned angrily to face the man who had taken her captive. "There's no need to be so rough," she scolded. He looked away, feigning indifference, but she knew the guilt he felt. She felt it too, a different flavor, perhaps. Her unlawful act had taken place long ago. It had time to ferment and settle in deep inside her. His guilt was fresh and raw. She knew Russell didn't want to take her captive, but he had no choice in the matter. None of them had any choice. They'd done the unthinkable, and there was a price to pay for it. It looked like Tilly would be paying for it with the rest of her life, another 700 years or so. You could have at least arranged for me to serve the remainder of my life somewhere more comfortable, she frowned, eyeing the small, sparse room. This is the only place suitable for you right now. He lifted his face, revealing the sorrow swirling in his dark eyes. It was then that she noticed the diamond coating on the steel bars. It shimmered with the king's power. Barius was the only known keeper with the ability to render all other powers useless. He'd enchanted this cell to prevent her from teleporting out, now that her powers were unbound again. Tilly pursed her lips and held Rossel's gaze. She hoped her silence would encourage him to talk, to tell her the rest of the story, but she had no such luck. After a few breaths of silence, he turned away. "Wait!" she called. He paused, but he didn't look back. "What will you tell Everly?" "Nothing." "She'll be afraid. She'll search for me, and it won't be long before—" "We'll handle it." His hands clenched into fists at his sides. Tilly gasped. "No, you can't hurt her. Tell me you're not going to hurt her." Rossel turned slowly back to face her again, with eyes shimmered with unshed tears, but his face revealed no other emotion. He'd been practicing this look of resolve for centuries, and he'd mastered it. "My allegiance is to the king. I answer only to him." "And the prince—" Rossel's lip curled, exposing receding gums over his ivory teeth. "Don't speak of him." "He—" Tilly's breath was cut off sharply in her throat as bile rose in her chest. She grabbed at her neck, fighting the urge to panic, until it finally calmed enough that she was able to breathe freely once again. The oath prevented her from speaking of the past, even to Rossel. "You mustn't speak of the prince," Rossel said again. Then he turned on his heels and disappeared from her sight. The sound of a door slamming shut at the end of the hall signaled his exit, and Tilly slid down the cold concrete wall into a heap on the floor, where she wept until her tears had dried and the bruises on her knees had fully healed. Part 2. The Seer. Chapter 16. It had been over a week since our discovery of the tablet, over a week of pretending nothing was wrong and that my entire world hadn't been turned on its head in just a short matter of hours. Tate hadn't made another appearance, but Sean had, and he was making good on his promise to help me find my mom. We were going to see his seer after breakfast. Sean had somehow talked his mom and Millie into an end-of-summer trip that would put us right in this seer girl's neighborhood. He was still doubtful too much would come of it, but I couldn't be more excited. Sitting around Millie's townhouse and just waiting for something to happen was useless. I was ready to take action. It took some effort to keep myself occupied until it was time to leave. I swirled my spoon around the inside of a pretty turquoise bowl, exploring the unknown objects floating in my oatmeal. It smelled delicious, like cinnamon and brown sugar, but there were other things. "Pierre!" I called out to my Aunt Millie's private chef, who stood at the stove on the opposite side of the giant white marble kitchen island. "What is it?" he asked in a thick French accent. "That's what I want to know." He turned with a frown, rubbing his hands on the white tea towel he held. "There's something in my oatmeal." "Oui, spices and sugar and nuts." I scooped out a particularly globby offender, and it fell off my spoon onto the countertop. "What's that one?" His frown deepened. "It's a raisin." "Oh, do you always put raisins in oatmeal? And why is it yellow?" "It's not yellow, it's golden." I didn't think anyone actually ate golden raisins. They're kind of Jeeves, my aunt's driver, tisked from his bar stool beside me. "Careful, Don't anger Pierre, or he might put worse things than golden raisins in your food." He took a showy, giant spoonful of his own bowl, trying to smile as he chewed a bite and gave the chef a thumbs up. I snorted at his attempt. It was hard to force a smile while chewing a golden raisin. "You're right. My apologies to the chef. The oatmeal is delicious. Speaking of chefs, Pierre," I said with a flourish and a terrible imitation of a French accent, "what is your real name?" The chef put his hands on his hips. "What do you mean?" He looked at Jeeves, who was still trying to swallow his bite. "What is she talking about?" "Like Jeeves here," I gestured next to me with my thumb. "His real name is Brian, but he wanted something quirky and funny to go by. You know, like a stereotypical butler." Jeeves's eyes widened, and he shook his head quickly as I spoke. "And you?" I stuttered over my words as understanding dawned on me. You are lucky enough to have the perfect name for a French chef without changing anything at all." Jeeves nodded emphatically. The doorbell rang, mercifully saving me from putting my foot any further in my mouth. "I'll get it," Jeeves said, hopping to his feet. I turned my eyes back toward my breakfast until he returned a few moments later with Sean and his mother Claudia. "We made it," Claudia chimed with bright eyes and a smile. "I figured we could take my car since our bags are already in the trunk. Does that work for you? Where's your aunt?" "Works for me." I passed a nearly empty bowl across the counter to Pierre. All that remained were a few raisins. He shook his head and carried my dish to the sink. I turned back to Claudia, tilting my head at the sound of heels clicking down the wooden stairs around the corner in the foyer. "Sounds like she's coming now." Millie entered the kitchen, sighing loudly, with her cell phone wedged to her ear with her shoulder as she stirred creamer into a coffee mug. "I understand," she said to someone on the other end. "Yes, of course. No, don't worry about it at all. I've got it covered. I hope he gets well soon. Okay, bye-bye." "Morning. Everything okay?" I asked. "Yeah," she said with a sad smile. "But I have some bad news. It looks like I'm going to have to skip our trip." "Why?" Claudia asked. "Should we just reschedule?" "No," I said a little too forcefully. "I mean, Sean and I will be preparing for school next weekend. This is probably our last chance to go before classes start." The truth was that my patience was gone. I was tired of doing nothing to find my mother. She had disappeared several days ago, and I was apparently the only one still concerned about it. Everyone insisted that she was an adult and should be fine. Claudia even had the nerve to suggest that she was on vacation, celebrating my going off to college. It was insulting. But after our experience at the gallery, Sean was on my side. He knew something bigger was going on, which was why he'd arranged this trip to Millie's house in the Hamptons. Even if his seer couldn't find my mom, I hoped one of his other friends up there may be a little more adept with the ancient languages. We still had no idea what the clay tablet said. "Everly is right," Millie said. She took a long swig of her coffee and set the mug on the counter. "You all should go. You don't need me there." "What is so important that you would miss a weekend at the beach?" Claudia asked. "It's Abby." Millie slid up onto a bar stool and Sean rushed to her side. "What about Abby?" he asked. His tone was a little too urgent, and it drew the eyes of everyone in the room. "Who's Abby?" I asked with a grin. Sean hadn't mentioned any lady friends. With all the time we'd spent together over the last week, I thought surely he'd have brought up a girlfriend. "She's an employee down at the shop. Her father has been ill off and on a bit lately, and she just called to say that he's having a particularly rough week. She asked if she could take the weekend off to look after him." "I'm so sorry to hear that. Does she need any help?" Sean asked. "I'm sure she'll be just fine." I tried to make my words sound firm. I wasn't going to let him back out for some crush. I needed him to introduce me to his seer friend. Jeeves raised his brows at me, obviously interpreting my irritation for something else. I shook my head softly. Ew, Jeeves. Sean is totally not my type. Well, I don't want to go without you, Claudia said. I'm no teenager anymore. I can't keep up with these two. She waved her hand at Sean and me. Bring a book. That way they can still squeeze in a vacation before school and you can be there to chaperone. Claudia gasped and put a hand to her chest. Chaperone? I'm not some third wheel. Besides, they're adults. Let them go on without us. I perked up in my seat. Getting Claudia off my back while I researched the tablet and sought answers about my mom was even better than our original plan. Yeah, Millie, we'll be totally fine. I promise. Jeeves smirked at me. Dang it, this isn't about getting alone with Sean. I wanted to nudge him in the ribs, but I was too intent on convincing Millie to let us go to pay him any more attention. Well, I suppose I don't mind if you two use my house. Just promise me there won't be any wild parties. Hildy next door gets grumpy with even the slightest uptick in volume. I crossed my heart. Promise, no noise. Hildy won't even know we're there. Hey, Hildy in the Hamptons kind of sounds like a reality show, huh? I turned with a giant grin to Sean, but he didn't return it. In fact, he looked quite distraught. Millie picked up on it, too. Abby will be fine, she said with a wink. I'll swing by and check on her after I close up tonight. That seemed to appease him. He nodded. Okay, you sure you don't want to come with us, Mom? I'm sure, Claudia said. You two have fun, but not too much fun. We'll see you in a few days. Jeeves walked to the foyer to load my bag and unload Claudia's as we said our goodbyes. I thanked my aunt again and turned to follow Sean outside. Oh, hang on. I stopped outside the door. I forgot my vitamins. I'll be right back. I dashed back inside and up the stairs to my room. My mom was pretty laid back about most things, but she had always been an absolute dictator when it came to taking my vitamins, and it was one of the last things she'd said in the gallery before leaving with Russell. It might have seemed silly to anyone else, but I wanted to smile when I saw her again and let her know I hadn't stopped, even while she was away. I picked up the giant amber-colored bottle and turned it around in my hands. There was no label. My mom special ordered them for me, and I realized I wouldn't be able to get more without her. I was down to about a quarter of the bottle remaining, about 2 weeks' worth of vitamins. It was just one more painful reminder that she was still missing. See, Mom, you've got to come back so you can get me some more. Shoving the bottle into my purse, I bounded back down the stairs, shouting goodbye again to Jeeves and my aunt as I ran past the kitchen. Sean was already buckled up in the driver's seat of a shiny white Range Rover. I eagerly jumped into the passenger seat beside him. Whew! I clapped my hands. Let's do this! Chapter 17. It took longer than I expected to get out of the city, but before long Sean was able to quit cursing at the traffic and roll down the windows. He seemed to relax a bit as we neared the coast. I turned down the indie rock music he had blasting from the speakers, hoping to chat now that he seemed more at ease. So, Abby. I lifted my brows up and down playfully. He cut his eyes over sideways at me, then turned back to the road. I gave him a minute to respond, but it was clear he wasn't interested in offering up any more information than was necessary. Who is she? I asked after a beat. She works for your aunt. I gathered that, I grinned. But who is she to you? Your aunt's employee. He looked over at me again, not even attempting to hide his irritation. I'd learned that Sean wasn't a very open person. He was a pretty flat, cut-to-the-chase kind of guy. If Millie hadn't pushed us together, we probably wouldn't have clicked much as friends at all. But as it stood, we'd been forced to spend our afternoons together. Once my aunt heard about Tate following me around, Sean was charged with acting as my bodyguard. It was a job neither he nor I was particularly excited about, but Millie insisted. Until we knew for sure whether I had any powers or not, Sean was to stay by my side any time I left Millie's house. Claudia wasn't very excited about it either. She might have been my aunt's best friend, but that didn't mean she agreed with Millie's approach to keeping my existence under wraps. She wanted to bring me to her husband so he could present me in front of the Atlantean Council and see if they could determine my true genetics. But knowing that could implicate my mother with the crime of engaging in a relationship with a mortal, Millie resisted, hard. So I was left bumbling around New York with Sean until hopefully I gained some powers of my own, and hopefully they were strong enough to prove that I had a pure Atlantean soul. Otherwise, Tate would be quick to do away with me. I hadn't seen him again since a night we nabbed the tablet from the gallery, but I'd felt him. It sounded strange to admit out loud, but every so often while I was out walking the dogs or joining my aunt for lunch, I'd get that familiar tingle of energy running up my spine. It was like my nerves would just come alive. I never saw Tate, but I knew he was watching me. "So," I said, turning my attention back to a very grumpy-looking Sean in the driver's seat, "if Abby works with Millie, does that mean she's Atlantean too?" "No." "Is she Agarthian or Olympian?" "She's human." He frowned. "And I'm done talking about her." "Okay, got it." Sheesh. Evidently I'd hit on a sore spot with him, and it only made me all that much more excited to meet Abby in person when we got back. If Sean was letting a mortal get to him that much, there must have been something special about her. "Let's change topics then. Tell me about your friends we're going to see." "I never said they were my friends. I know Gayla through our parents. Her dad is on the Olympian Council, so our fathers do business together. We would run around as kids while they met during the annual convention." "And Gayla is the seer you told me about?" "Supposedly." "Supposedly? What does that mean? You don't know for sure?" Sean huffed. "I haven't seen her in a few years. Once we were old enough to stay home alone, we quit tagging along with our parents to the conventions each year, but I heard she got some visionary powers." I pinched my thumb and forefinger on the bridge of my nose. "You mean we're coming all this way and weekending together on the off chance that you might run into a girl you knew when you were a little boy? And maybe she has powers that could possibly help me if she remembers you and has any desire to work with your mortal friend?" "Do you have a better idea?" "No." I crossed my arms over my chest and pouted, staring out the window. As we drove along, the houses grew larger and more spread apart. They were massive, giant mansions, sprawled out across the sandy earth, overlooking a deep blue sea. It was basically the antithesis of the scenery I grew up with. Before long, the salty air and balmy wind blowing in from the water eased my sour mood. I'd been under the impression that Sean's plan was a sure thing, but whether this Gayla remembered him or not, she was our best shot at finding my mom. Sean slowed his vehicle and turned down a quiet road near the bay. We pulled into a long drive that led to a comparably modest white estate with an expansive lush green lawn spread out before a charming home with walls of windows. "Here we are," Sean said. He turned the engine off and hopped out. The sunshine warmed my cheeks as I joined him. "This place is stunning." I shielded my eyes with a hand to get a better view of the house and yard. "Millie must be one well-connected drug dealer." I was still snickering at my joke when I noticed an elderly woman with an oversized straw hat scowling at me from the opposite side of a thick green hedge. I waved, and she furrowed her brows. "Hello, Hildy," Sean called out. The woman shook her head and continued clipping the bushes that marked the property lines between Millie's house and hers. Boy, I was on a roll with saying the wrong thing at the wrong time today. Sean grabbed our bags from the trunk of the car, and I followed him up the sidewalk to Millie's gorgeous vacation home. Are all Atlanteans rich, or just my aunt? We live for 1,000 years, Sean said, as he entered and flipped on the lights. That's a long time to amass wealth. Compounding interest is a beautiful thing. I ran across the living room to drool over the aqua-colored water of the pool out back, and for the first time I really wondered what could have been so bad to make my mother turn away from the luxuries of the keeper's lifestyle. Was she really a criminal? I turned back to Sean, who was searching the fridge for something to drink. Does your friend Gayla live near here? Not exactly. Do you have her number? No. I groaned. Come on now, give me something. Most of the younger keepers hang out at a sports bar in East Hampton, when they're not at the beach anyway. Great, let's go. Right now? Sean looked disappointed. Yes, now. Were you wanting to take a swim first? Kick up your feet for a bit? He looked longingly at the pool. Sean! I smacked his arm. We're not here for fun. We're here for business. All right. He picked up his keys and downed the rest of his water bottle in 3 gulps before crushing it in his fist. But remember, I make no promises that she'll be there, and there's no telling who else we might find. You mean Tate? Chill bumps shot up my arm just at the mention of his name. No, Thaddeus doesn't ever venture out this far from the city, but he's not the only Agarthian hunter. That's okay. He's the only one assigned to me, right? The others would have no reason to believe I'm anything but immortal. I'm harmless. Sean shrugged. If you say so. Let's go. Chapter 18. The streets of East Hampton looked like they were taken directly from the pages of a magazine. Quaint shops filled with cheerful patrons lined the road, which was dotted with simple parks and outdoor seating areas, begging me to join in on the fun. I love this place, I sighed. I wish my mom could see it. I'm sure she's seen it. This is where the annual convention used to be held each year. Just because she ditched this world when you were born doesn't mean she never took part in it before. In fact, Mom said she was very involved. She was one of Maxwell's favorite messengers. Who's Maxwell? And why was he so enamored with my mother? He's the current leader of the Atlanteans. Like your king? We don't call him our king. We're not Olympians, for goodness sake. But yeah, he's a monarch of sorts. A powerful Atlantean who was quite taken by my mother. Could he be a candidate for my father? So my mom was one of the king's favorites, huh? Do you know exactly how close they were? No, I wasn't alive then. But don't get any bright ideas. He's bonded with Gloriana, and they have 2 pure Atlantean children. He glanced over in time to catch my frown. Okay, so I wasn't a princess, but I wasn't sad that I asked. One of these days, I might just come across someone who fit the description. My dad had to be out there somewhere. Here we are. Sean parallel parked on a side road off the main street. Most of the businesses were back behind us, and all I saw ahead was a dusty line of windows across a strip of abandoned commercial spaces. A brown owl sat perched on the corner of the roof, peering at us through inquisitive yellow eyes. This is the sports bar? Yep. Sean climbed out of the vehicle. The horn sounded as he locked the doors, making me jump. It's called the Keep. I chuckled. That's a bit on the nose, isn't it? He shrugged. I guess it's kind of an inside joke. No one out here knows what it means except the people who matter. Are you saying humans don't matter? Maybe for a short time, but their lives are over so fast they don't get the chance to matter for long. I followed him to the glass doors of the abandoned space. I could see through the window that the place was empty, but Sean pulled open the door and stepped inside anyway. He strode to the back wall, where a painted door blended in perfectly with the neutral beige walls. This way. He tugged on the knob, and I gasped as the scene on the other side unfolded. The lights were down low, the room illuminated by neon signs along the walls, advertising various brands of beer and liquor that I'd never heard of. 2 pool tables sat in the middle of the room, with low-hanging stained glass light fixtures hovering over the green felt surfaces. A shiny lacquered high-top bar stretched across one wall, and beside it, double doors sat propped open to an outdoor courtyard, hidden entirely from the streets by the brick walls of the building. A few guys sat propped up at the bar, and a couple of tables held small groups of people, but it looked as though most of the crowd was outside. I followed Sean across the floor toward the courtyard, never drawing so much as a curious glance from anyone inside. Outside was a courtyard half the size of the room we'd left. A green awning covered the space from above, casting an emerald glow across the patio. A hot tub sat in the middle of it all, and it was here where the crowd was centered. 4 or 5 girls sat perched along the edges of the tub, laughing and talking with animated expressions. They could have all been supermodels, with long, lean bodies, scantily clad in bikinis and sarongs, lush locks of hair flowing past their shoulders, and million-watt smiles. A group of guys played cornhole near an exposed brick wall, and other young adults stood coupled or paired up at tables and small seating areas throughout the rest of the space. "There she is." Sean pointed to the hot tub. "Of course she's one of the models." "Which one?" "She's the one in purple." I followed his gaze to a gorgeous girl with long, thick platinum-colored hair and warm, striking dark eyes. She seemed to be at the center of attention in the hot tub, telling some story that had the other girls enthralled. I glanced down at my denim shorts, suddenly feeling very self-conscious among these beautiful people. "Go ahead," Sean said. "You're not coming with me? I need you to introduce us." "Nah, I'm good." He shoved his hands into the pockets of his shorts, looking like he would be just fine waiting for hours. "Sean?" A chipper, slightly raspy voice called out from behind me. "Is that you?" I turned over my shoulder and saw the stunning blonde grinning big enough to show off every single straight white tooth in her mouth. "Oh my goodness, I can't believe it." She slid up onto the side of the tub and swung 2 unfairly long legs over the edge. With a bounce to her step, she hurried over to where we stood and threw both arms around Sean's neck, leaving him with 2 wet spots on his shirt when she pulled away. His cheeks flushed, and I had to stifle my laugh. "I haven't seen you in ages. How have you been?" "I've been good, Gayla. How about you?" "Just dandy." She turned to me. "Who is your friend?" "Everly Gordon," I said, extending a hand. She brushed past it and hugged me. This time Sean got to laugh as my eyes widened in surprise. "I'm Gayla. It's so nice to meet you." She turned back to Sean and whispered something in his ear. "No, she's not human. She's Atlantean. Millie Gordon's niece. She just hasn't gotten her powers yet." He shot me a look that said to play along. Sweet Sean, even if he believed I was fractured, I appreciated him pretending as though I was one of them. It was much easier that way, though I'd have to explain everything to Gayla at some point if she was going to help me find my mom. I looked around the patio. We'd drawn the attention of a few others now, and they made their way slowly over to where we were standing. Gayla introduced me to a couple of the guys who had been playing cornhole and a friend from the hot tub, another pale-haired girl named Dominique, or Dom for short. The fair-haired friend studied me through narrowed eyes, suspicion twisting her mouth. I felt very exposed under the scrutiny of her stare, as though she somehow knew more than she was letting on. "Sit down," Gayla said, motioning toward a table on the side. "It's been too long. Let's get some drinks and catch up." Gayla sat beside Sean, which put me and suspicious Dom together opposite them as the guys got back to their game. "So I hear you got the finesse genes," Gayla said with a grin. "Yep." Sean ducked his chin just a smidge, embarrassed but trying to hide it. Faster, stronger, and better reflexes. "Just like your dad," she said. Sean nodded. "Have you been assigned a role yet? Guardian? Warrior?" "Not yet." He cut his eyes over to me briefly, but I knew his role of bodyguard for me wasn't an official role for the keepers. "I'd love either one, though, as long as they don't put me in leadership like my dad." "I hear you," Gayla sighed. "Oh, sorry, I forgot. You're a seer, right?" "Apparently," she shrugged. "Though I don't seem to be a very good one. Even so, the only role for me will be in leadership." She scrunched her nose, trying to show distaste for her future, but honestly, she just looked adorable. She was too pretty for any expression to actually look ugly, and I loved how uncomfortable it made Sean to look at her. He totally had a crush on her, and I couldn't wait to rub it in later. "What's your power?" Dom cut in suddenly. Her dark brown eyes were focused hard on me. "She hasn't gotten it yet," Gayla answered for me. She seemed to believe Sean that I would eventually get one. That was good, because I absolutely did not want to lay out the messy backstory of my mother's potential mortal love interest there in the courtyard. And I had no idea if any of the keepers standing around may have been hunters like Tate. No, I couldn't reveal the truth about myself here. I couldn't reveal it at all until I was certain I could trust Gayla to keep my secret. Dom said. "Well, I'm a telepath. Know what that means?" I pinched my lips together, unable to respond. I knew what I thought that meant, and it wasn't good in this situation. "It means I can read your thoughts." I bit my tongue, knowing full well it wouldn't hide the colorful word that just flashed through my mind. Dom smirked. She knew everything. Chapter 19. I kicked Sean under the table, hoping he'd wipe the obvious look of shock from his face. He was totally going to give us away. "Oh, hey," he said, glancing at his watch. "I didn't realize how late it was. We've got to get going." I nodded gently, trying to play it cool. Dom hadn't peeled her eyes away from me yet, but I didn't have any intentions of explaining myself here. "Oh no," Gayla frowned. "Already? Well, what are you guys doing later tonight?" Sean looked at me, asking permission with his eyes. I shrugged. I wasn't opposed to hanging out tonight. We just needed to regroup first. We hadn't anticipated running into a mind reader, so I wanted to get control of my thoughts and be sure I understood the keeper laws, enough to not get my mom into trouble. And I needed to know that Dom wouldn't rat me out to Tate or anyone else who might want my fractured soul. "We don't have anything planned yet. What's up?" "Daddy's throwing a little end-of-summer party on the boat. You guys should totally come out. You can meet all the other Olympian weirdos like us." Gayla winked at me. I wished I were a weirdo like them. Being mortal sounded completely lame now that I knew there were alternatives. I glanced sideways at Dom, who continued to stare at me without any discernible expression on her face. "Sounds fun." Gayla clapped. "Yay! It's been way too long since the last time we got into trouble." She leaned into Sean, whose cheeks reddened at her touch. "We'll catch up later then." Sean stood, signaling it was time for us to leave. Dom watched me join his side, and I mentally repeated, "Clear mind, clear mind, clear mind," so quickly she probably thought I was insane. But at least she wasn't going to get any more information out of me. Not right then, anyway. With the patio behind us, I searched the dark bar for the door. We were merely steps away from the freedom of setting my mind loose again. I quickened my pace toward the exit, but Sean paused behind me at the sound of someone calling out his name. "Dude, you too good to say hi?" I turned to find a handsome guy with dark skin and alluring ocean-colored eyes grinning at Sean. He held his hands out to the side, ready to greet his friend. Sean didn't disappoint. "Devon!" He laughed as they exchanged some kind of dude handshake backclap thing. Over their shoulders, I saw Dom's thin silhouette in the shadows of the courtyard, silently watching us. Sean. I approached the guys and tapped him on the shoulder. "Right," he said. "Sorry, Devon, this is Everly. She just moved here for school. Everly, this is Devon. He's one of my good friends from my childhood." "That's great. Nice to meet you." I tried to stay pleasant, but I was starting to panic. I didn't need an introduction to Sean's friend. I just wanted to get out of there. Why couldn't Dom mind her own business? What did she want with me? I glanced back at her cold stare. She was almost smirking now. "I'm gonna go wait outside." I cut Sean a sharp look, urging him to join me, but he seemed oblivious to my rising anxiety. "Yeah, okay. I'll catch up here in a sec." Frustrated, I turned and left Sean with Devon. I needed to get out of there. I burst through both sets of doors, dashing through the empty storefront and back out onto the sunny sidewalk. It was only then that I could breathe again. With one last look over my shoulder to be sure I wasn't followed, I turned back to the car. It was locked. I propped myself up against it for just a minute, watching the horned owl on the roof swivel its ancient-looking head back and forth. Its yellow eyes landed on me, and I swore I saw some intelligence there, enough that I had to pull my eyes away. It was making me uncomfortable. "Come on, Sean, hurry up." My patience was nearing rock bottom, and the empty street wasn't doing anything for my nerves. With a nod goodbye to the owl, I decided to make my way back to the main road and see what the shops of East Hampton had to offer. Maybe I'd find a cute dress to wear to Gayla's party while Sean was busy gabbing with his buddy. Small crowds moved up and down the street with carefree ease, blissfully unaware of the beings that lurked just around the corner. Part of me wished I were still ignorant as well. My biggest worry would still be picking a major as I laughed with my mother. Life was grand before we were thrown into the world of the keepers. But there was no going back now, only forward, and with any luck, my situation would improve. I had to hold out hope that Mom had a good reason for hiding my lineage. I had to pray that it had nothing to do with broken laws and fractured souls. I had to believe that she was not a criminal and that I would not be hunted to my death. Phew, no biggie. I slowly came up behind a couple of young mothers. One pushed a stroller with two grinning toddlers, twins by the looks of it. The other had a baby strapped to her chest. They strolled slowly enough that I was able to look around and take in the sights of the street. Adorable storefronts lined both sides, quaint cottage-like boutiques interspersed with high-dollar major brands. I paused to get a closer look at a little shop across the street. A cute purple dress in the window caught my eye. It was a little more adventurous than anything I might have worn back home, but when in New York. I hurried over to the crosswalk, patiently waiting for my signal to go. A shiny black BMW pulled up to the intersection, and as soon as it passed, I'd be clear to cross to the other side. But the vehicle slowed. Squeak! A small rubber giraffe hit me in the back of the calf with a squeal. I turned to pick it up and return it to the chubby hand of a twin in the stroller. "I'm so sorry," his mother said. "I'll take it. If you give it back, he'll just throw it again." The child whimpered as I changed course and handed his toy to his mother instead. Then I turned back to the street and noticed the BMW was still sitting there in the intersection. "Come on, buddy, the light's green." I looked through the windshield to get the driver's attention and gasped when I saw that his attention was already on me. He wore dark sunglasses that hid his eyes, but there was no mistaking the man in the car. His white topknot sat perched high on the crown of his head, and his thin arms draped casually over the leather-wrapped steering wheel. "Russell," I whispered. The rest of his car was empty, no sign of my mother, but I wouldn't give up that easily. I ran forward to bang on his window and see what he could tell me about the day she disappeared. He was the last person I saw her with. But as soon as I took one step forward, the engine of Russell's car roared, and he surged forward through a now yellow light. I cursed under my breath as his red taillights disappeared down the road, sending pedestrians scurrying out of his way as he flew past them. The dress would have to wait. I sprinted back the way I'd come, desperate to get back to Sean. We had to follow Russell and find my mom. Chapter 20. So, are we going to make a plan or what? Sean leaned against the doorframe of the master bathroom in Millie's vacation home. He was kind enough to give me the big room, and my cosmetics were strewn across her granite countertops. No, I grumbled as I applied a final coat of mascara to my lashes. There's nothing to plan. Just keep your thoughts quiet so you don't get me killed. Dom is way too eager to dig around in my mind. I'm sure she'll be happy to root around in your stupid brain, too. Hey, Sean crossed his arms. My brain is not stupid. It takes offense to your name-calling. I rolled my eyes and immediately felt guilty for it. Sean had spent the afternoon trying to make me laugh after he refused to engage in the high-speed car chase I'd begged him for. He's long gone, Sean had said when I got back to the keep. I wouldn't even know where to begin looking for him. I zipped up my makeup bag and threw it on the counter, still frustrated. He was right, of course. Russell was out of sight long before I got back to Sean's Range Rover. But I was so mad. He was right there in front of me, and I let him get away. I sighed and turned around to face Sean. Sorry, Brain, I'm just frustrated. I almost had him. But that was okay. We were on to Plan B, Gala's party. I spun to show off the dress I'd found in the back of Millie's closet. Do I look like a rich immortal? It wasn't as trendy as a purple number I'd spotted in the boutique downtown, but it definitely had that unique Millie flair. Close enough, Sean said. Are you ready? Almost. I swallowed down a couple of vitamins just in case we got back late, then swished some mouthwash. All right, let's do this. I tried to relax and stop taking my frustration out on Sean. I admitted he was right, and we made a plan on our car ride down to the marina. Gala would have to know the full truth, possible mortality and all, if there was any hope of finding my mom. As a seer, there was a good chance she'd discover the truth anyway. But she would be a lot more successful trying to elicit a vision if she had as much information beforehand as possible. And as for Dom... Can we trust her? I asked, as he pulled into the parking lot. Sean shrugged. I never really knew her. She didn't start coming around until we were older. But if she's a telepath, then she already saw everything you were thinking. So if the council is waiting on the dock to take you in for questioning, we'll have our answer. Otherwise, I guess we just have to wait and see if she can keep a secret. You don't actually think she'd do that, do you? I don't know what to think when it comes to you. None of this is normal. He turned off the engine and hopped out of the vehicle. With a final deep breath, I followed him. We walked across a parking lot to the docks. Luxurious boats lined up in rows, bobbing gently in the water. They looked alive with twinkling lights, and the sound of laughter rang out from behind us. The whole marina was buzzing with excitement. I spotted a particularly large yacht ahead on the right. There was a crowd of 10 or 12 gathered on the deck, and lights through the windows of the cabin told me there were more inside. But I didn't see Gala. In fact, the passengers all looked to be in their 50s or 60s. I slowed as we reached the dock that led to the giant boat. What are you doing? Sean asked. I gestured to my side. Is this not where we're going? He laughed. No. I looked around. This was the biggest personal boat on the water. We'd nearly reached the end of the marina, and all that lay in front of us were commercial ships. Where is it? He pointed ahead. It's that one. My jaw dropped. The cruise ship? It's not a cruise ship, he laughed again. That's Gala's boat. They call it Scylla. I paused. As in Scylla and Charybdis? A week ago, the mention of monsters from Greek mythology wouldn't have bothered me at all, but I didn't know what was real anymore. Sean grew serious. You know about that? I read about it once. I tapped on my temple. Photographic memory. I don't forget things. Is that what they named the boat after? He frowned. It's a she, and she has a lot of ears. You better hope Scylla doesn't hear you talking about her that way. Are you messing with me? He remained stoic. Sean, if there is a six-headed monster on that ship... He couldn't hold in his laughter anymore. He threw his head back and let out loud guffaws before bending over in half. I crossed my arms, waiting for him to finish. Finally, he stood tall again, red-faced and still grinning. Your expression was priceless. He wiped his eye. Oh man, I wish I had a picture. I was not amused. Okay, now where's the boat? For real this time? He was still chuckling a little as he responded. That's really it, and it's really called Scylla. But don't worry, she doesn't exist anymore. At least the sea monster doesn't. The boat does, obviously. I took another look at the ship. I never would have guessed anyone could own a boat like that. It stood 3 stories tall on the water, emitting a blue glow across the gentle waves lapping up at its sides. White lights surrounded the entrance to the ship's private dock and lined the edges leading up to the massive vessel. On board, there must have been a couple of 100 people spread across the various decks. A large pool faded from purple to blue to green and back again in waves of light. This was wealth that I'd never imagined. I felt wildly out of place. Come on. He grabbed my wrist and pulled me along. Let's go find Gala and see what we can get figured out. I stumbled along after him. People stood in pairs along the dock, chatting in their beautiful attire like they didn't have a care in the world. We ducked around them, making our way all the way to the entrance, when I noticed the platinum blonde hair of the girl checking in each guest. Please don't be... Dom. I forced a smile as she looked up from the list in her hands. She tilted her head slightly before focusing on Sean. You can go in, Sean. Gala's expecting you, but... She squared her shoulders as she turned to me. I'm afraid we can't allow any mortals aboard tonight. She sucked air through her teeth as though she was sorry she had to let me down. Gala invited both of us, Sean protested. Everly hasn't gotten her powers yet, but she's not mortal. Dom narrowed her eyes at me. That's not what she thinks. Ugh, apparently I was the one with the stupid traitorous brain. My eyes widened, and I thought of my mother before I could stop myself. I didn't want her to get in trouble just because I had a passing thought of being mortal. Dom tilted her head again, thoroughly examining me. Where is she? Who? Your mother. I cringed, but then the pain of reality hit me. I don't know, I admitted. She continued to study me with those dark brown eyes, and I couldn't bear to maintain eye contact. I looked over her shoulder to the deck of the boat, just in time to see a flash of white hair disappear inside. Russell! What? Dom asked. Where? Sean stepped forward, pushing Dom to the side. Her telepathy was nothing for his strength. There, I pointed. He just stepped inside. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Chapter 21. I ran past a startled Dom with Sean hot on my heels. I reached the door and pushed through with too much force, tripping over my own feet and nearly knocking over Sean, who had been trailing way too closely in the process. But it didn't matter. I saw a snowy white head of hair pulled back into an elegant low ponytail rather than his signature man bun. Russell, stop! The man acted as though he couldn't hear me. He continued moving deeper into the crowd, his suit blending in with others just like it, and I pushed through the mass of strangers to reach him. Finally, I was close enough to reach out and wrap my hand around his arm. Hey! I shouted sternly. He turned around, mouth agape. Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. I dropped my hand and warmth climbed up into my cheeks. It wasn't Russell. The man turned away with a scowl, and I wished I was anywhere else. Thankfully, no one else seemed to notice or care much about what just happened. I glanced at Sean with a shrug. I really thought it was him. What are the odds of running into two different men with long white hair like that on the same day? They're Olympians, Everly. So? Look around. Sean pulled me to the side and gestured throughout the room. Blondes everywhere. About 3/4 of the guests had some shade of blonde hair. Many were platinum, and I noticed more than a handful were bordering on pure white hair, like Russell and the man I'd just accosted. Is that an Olympian thing, then? They all have blonde or white hair? Most of them, yeah. There are no hard and fast rules, but generally they'll have fair hair and skin with dark eyes. That described Russell all right. So are there standard traits among Atlanteans too? And Agarthians? Sean sighed. I still can't get over how little you know about your heritage. Atlanteans have blue or green eyes, like the sea, but no specific hair color. We vary from gingers like me to yellow blonde, all the way to deep brunettes. But Atlantean eyes are never brown? Our eyes are never brown. Got it. I swallowed the lump in my throat and looked away, ashamed of my own eyes. The more I discovered about Atlanteans, the less convinced I became that I might be of pure Atlantean blood. At first glance, I did have the signature blue eyes of my ancestors, but apparently some brown-eyed mortal tainted me with a slice of darkness in my left eye. It was just one more check in the reasons Tate wants to kill me column. And the Agarthians are a little trickier. They are typically darker in their natural form, with skin that ranges from a golden sun-kissed bronze all the way to a deep dark umber. Their eyes are golden, like you saw with Tate. But here's the kicker. All Agarthians possess the power to change their appearance. All of them? Sean nodded. Is that the only power they possess? No, it's just kind of a standard thing for their race. Like we can breathe underwater, and the Olympians don't require oxygen at all. What? He sucked air through his teeth. You can't breathe underwater? No? Don't worry. He tried to lighten his expression, but it was obvious that even Sean was beginning to lose faith that I was like him. It'll come with your powers. Right, my powers. I frowned. It was looking more and more like these mythical powers would never come, and at this point I almost hoped they wouldn't. Tate wouldn't kill me if I had a pure mortal soul, only if I was fractured. Being mortal would mean bad news for my mom, though. Let's find Gala. I straightened my shoulders, finding new determination. If I wasn't going to get my powers after all, then the least I could do was locate my mom and help her hide from the council. I couldn't hold my mortal blood against her, but the council would be much less forgiving. All right, Sean agreed. I bet she's upstairs. I followed him through extravagantly decorated rooms, full of beautiful people. Leaning against the bar in a sleek game room beyond the area where we'd entered the interior of the boat, I spotted 3 familiar faces. They were the same faces plastered across every gossip magazine and every grocery store checkout line across the country. The Miles brothers, celebrity playboys known for the trail of A-list actresses they left crying in their wake. They were gorgeous, impossibly handsome. I wasn't the kind of girl to get starstruck, but even I couldn't help but slow my pace as we passed the perfect male specimens. Keep it moving, Sean grumbled. Are they? Agarthian. Half of the people you see on television and in the movies are. With their ever-changing looks and their glamour, it's easy for Agarthians to become famous. You'll also find them in pro sports and politics. They're supposed to use their influence to help keep the humans' behavior in check, but I don't see the difference in what they're doing now versus what our people did in ancient Greece, personally. They think they're gods." Sean was clearly harboring some hard feelings, but it explained a lot. I surveyed the room again with my new understanding, pausing on the classical pianist tickling the ivories in the corner. His music was absolutely enchanting. Glamorous, you might say. "So, are there many Agarthians here?" "Yes, several." I inched my way closer and leaned in towards his ear. "Any hunters?" "Unlikely. Only keepers are invited to Mr. Swain's parties. Hunters wouldn't serve any purpose here. Also, once they are assigned a case, they stick with it until completion. Thaddeus has been assigned to you, which means no one else will come after you, so you can relax tonight." Easy for him to say. I couldn't help but keep my eyes scanning every new room we entered. I even thought I felt a familiar buzzing sensation once, but it was a false alarm. "So what about Atlanteans?" I asked. Sean had just pushed the 3 on the inside of an elevator in the middle of the yacht. Yes, really, an elevator, on a boat. "What about them?" "Based on your descriptions, I don't think I'm seeing many here." "Yeah." He shoved his hands into the pockets of his khaki linen slacks. I never thought I could appreciate a guy in linen pants, but Sean made them look good somehow, like he was headed to a beach wedding. "Parties aren't really an Atlantean thing, not anymore. We got burned pretty hard in the past for enjoying the finer things of this world. Now you'll find most of us avoid extreme opulence." "Millie doesn't. She definitely enjoys her wealth." "Yeah, that's why she and my mom get along so well. They're not afraid of the world. Most of our race doesn't even live on land anymore." "Where do they live?" "Atlantis." The elevator door opened with a ding. "I thought Atlantis was destroyed. Millie said the city sank to the bottom of the ocean. Are you telling me it still exists? The myths are true?" "Remember the whole breathing underwater thing?" I wanted to quiz him further, but the music grew too loud. Apparently, the 3rd floor was where all the college-aged keepers hung out. The bass was bumping so loud, the doorknob across the hall vibrated to the beat. I pulled it open and saw a sea of bodies moving with the music inside. The lights were dim, with neon flashes of color strobing out above us. Gayla danced clumsily on a platform in the center of the room. Even in her obviously intoxicated state, she was a center of attention, the life of the party. "I think your friend is drunk," I murmured. Sean inhaled deeply. "Ambrosia." Chapter 22. "Ambrosia? For real?" Sean nodded grimly. "Where is it? I want to try some." "No." He furrowed his brows as he shook his head. "First of all, mortal souls can't handle it. There's no way you could survive unless you knew for sure that you had an Atlantean soul. Secondly, that stuff is addictive. It's hard to stop once you get started." "But don't you need it to stay immortal?" "Nope. It just tastes good and feels good. It'll help our bodies recover from major injuries, but that's about it. And a little bit goes a long way." He shook his head again. "I didn't know Gayla had gotten into the stuff." I looked back at the beautiful girl as her white skirt fluttered around her swirling frame. She looked so happy and free. I hated to interrupt her. Sean wasn't bothered, though. He marched right through the crowd up to where Gayla grinned under the flashing lights. Blue and purple reflections glittered off of her platinum hair. Her face brightened when she noticed Sean, and she threw her arms around his neck, almost falling over in the process. I grimaced as she slurred something into his ear. He raised his brows at her words, but quickly shook it off and whispered back into her ear. She nodded, and he pulled her through the crowd back to where I waited near the entrance of the room. "Everly! I'm so glad you came!" I smiled. "Hey, Gayla, your boat is gorgeous." She smiled, but she looked almost embarrassed. "I know, it's kind of ridiculous, but it makes Daddy happy, so—" She shrugged. "Is there somewhere we can chat privately?" Sean asked. Gayla grinned mischievously. "We can go back to my room." "Perfect. Let's go, Ev." Gayla's expression flickered ever so slightly at the mention of my name. She didn't seem jealous, exactly, but she was definitely a little disappointed that I would be accompanying them. It disappeared quickly enough, though. She even seemed to be walking a little straighter by the time we reached her room at the end of the hall. Her bedroom on the boat was nicer than my entire house back in Oklahoma. A sparkling crystal chandelier hung over her four-poster bed. Air whooshed out from under me as I plopped down on her fluffy down bedding. "Do you have the tablet?" Sean asked as the door clicked shut behind him. I nodded and opened the small clutch I held under my arm. The tablet rested safely inside, still just as lifeless as it was when it broke back in the gallery. I hated to think about what kind of life was extinguished when it was dropped that night, but it definitely still held some sort of magic, as evidenced by the way it pieced itself back together. I held the clay rectangle out toward Gayla. "Do you know what this is?" Her eyes widened with excitement. "May I?" I nodded, and she took it into her hands, turning it over and sliding her fingers reverently over its smooth surface. "I've never seen anything like this before, but it's definitely powerful. Where did you get it?" Her mind seemed clearer now that we were away from the party. I glanced at Sean, who gave me an encouraging dip of his chin. "Well, I found it about a week ago. My mother and I were exploring a gallery in the city. This is going to sound crazy, but it almost felt like it was calling to me, like we shared a heartbeat. It glowed blue that night, and its light pulsed along with mine. And that same day my mother went missing. She just disappeared, right from the gallery where I found the tablet. I can't help but think it's all tied together somehow, but I don't know what it says. Can you read it?" "Incredible," she whispered. "Well, it's obviously got some kind of connection to you. I don't recognize the language, though." "Is there any way you can, incite a vision or something and see what it means?" Sean shifted on his feet, just as anxious to get some answers as I was. Gayla shook her head. "Visions don't work that way. They're more like dreams. I can't control when they come, and their meaning isn't always clear. I can try to get a sense of the object's history, but I doubt it'll tell me anything about what it says. And truth be told, I'm not a very skilled seer yet, even without all this ambrosia pulsing through my veins." She giggled nervously. "That's okay. I'd love for you to try, if you don't mind." "I'll try." She filled her lungs with air and closed her eyes, placing the tablet flat between her palms. She stayed that way for a minute, maybe longer before I noticed the muscles in her face twitching. It started slowly, a flick of her lip here, a twitch of her brow there. But after another minute, her face was twisting into a painful-looking grimace. Then her eyes abruptly opened and everything was calm again. Gayla laughed, the musical tinkle of her voice made even more endearing as it ended in a tiny snort. "Sorry, guys, I tried, but all I can see is my trainer from the city." "What does that mean?" "Well, he was scowling, so it probably means my subconscious is feeling guilty about partying instead of focusing on my studies as he instructed me. But this is my last weekend of freedom, you know. Next week it'll be all training and studying, non-stop, all the time." She set the tablet back on the bed, and we all stared down at it. But it remained lifeless, taunting me with its dull exterior and mysterious carvings. "What are you?" "Where will you be starting school?" I asked, trying to change the subject and shake off my disappointment. "Columbia." She said it as though it was obvious. Sean pursed his lips from the other side of the room. I probably should have known that. Did all the keepers attend Columbia? Right, of course. Guess the ambrosia's getting to me, too, I giggled, trying to appear more relaxed, like Gala. Sean cringed. Is your trainer one of the professors, then? No, he's not associated with the university. He only lives in the city so he can meet with the Olympian leaders. He's on the King's Council, but he's not very well known. I think the king likes to keep him a secret so he can have all of his visions for himself. I laughed again, but Gala tilted her head in confusion. Oh, she wasn't joking. So is that your lot as well? Will you go on to work for the king after you finish school? I asked. If so, I could understand why she was trying to live up her last weekend of freedom. She was about to become a modern-day slave, in a sense. Oh, I don't know. Maybe. I'll definitely go into leadership, because that's all we seers are good for. But I don't know if the king will want me directly. It's rare that a seer can become as skilled as Russell, even if I do get to train directly under him. Chapter 23. Did you say Russell? Yeah, why? Like white man bun works in a gallery, Russell? Gala giggled. Russell's not hot enough for you to call it a man bun. I locked my wide eyes onto Sean's and turned back to Gala. Is he here? At the party? Probably. Her amusement was turning into more of a curiosity. What about him? I knew I saw him. I grinned victoriously at Sean. Come on. I stood abruptly and moved toward the door. Wait! Gala stood, only slightly unsteady on her feet now. Evidently, the effects of ambrosia wore off fairly quickly. What do you want with Russell? I hesitated. What would she say if I told her the tablet belonged to him? Would she report my theft? After all, I'd only just met her that afternoon. Surely she was more loyal to Russell than me. I bit my lip as a plan formed loosely in my mind. I'd tell her the truth, even if it was only a partial truth. I saw Russell there at the gallery. He was the last person who spoke to my mom before she disappeared. They might have even left together. He will know where she is. Gala's forehead wrinkled as she tried to make sense of my words. What would Russell want with your mom? I shrugged. I think they might have known each other. He called her by her nickname, Tilly. I frowned, remembering that day and the fear I'd felt when my mom left. She just walked away with him. He had to be responsible somehow. She was upset about his painting. She chewed him out pretty good, but she wasn't angry anymore when they disappeared. What was the painting of? I looked at Sean, unsure if I should answer her. He shifted uncomfortably on his feet, but nodded for me to go ahead. Her big brown eyes were full of curiosity as I turned back to answer her. It was a portrait of me. You? Gala nodded silently. She opened her mouth, then shut it again with a slight shake of her head. Then she started pacing. What's wrong? I asked. What does that mean? Tell me more about the painting. Sean shrugged. He had just as little idea of what she was thinking as I did. Well, I say it was me, but it wasn't exactly. The girl in the painting was missing my scar. I pointed to my chin. She was fierce, determined. She wore a gorgeous gown and sat on a throne in a room I've never seen before. The painting was titled Deliverance. Gala stopped and rubbed her head. Fascinating. I wanted to ask more about what it might mean, but the door to her bedroom slammed open before I could form the words on my tongue. Dom stepped inside, sneering in my direction. Stop, she shouted. Whatever they're trying to get out of you, it's all under false pretenses. She looked pointedly at Gala. Sean's friend is not a keeper. She's a human. Gala glanced in my direction, but she didn't look shocked or even angry. Her dark eyes glittered with even more curiosity. Are you sure? She asked after a moment. Dom put her hands on her hips, brows raised as she waited for me to admit the truth. I shook my head. Maybe. I don't know. I walked back to her bed and sat with another whoosh of air. A single feather shot out of the seam of her duvet and floated lazily to the ground. I don't know what I am. Sean finally spoke up, moving away from the wall to close the door behind Dom, and the distant sound of music from the party faded into near silence again. She was raised as a human. She only just learned of our world last week. This information did surprise Gayla. Her mouth fell open, and she turned to Dom for confirmation. Dom narrowed her eyes at Sean, reading his mind, no doubt, then nodded. I dropped my face into my hands, disappointed or ashamed, I wasn't sure. I just knew I didn't belong with them. This wasn't my world. And now that I had been identified as an imposter, there was no way Gayla was going to help me out anymore. The bed sank beside me, and a thin arm wrapped around my back. It's okay. Let's start at the beginning. I looked up to see Gayla's concerned eyes, then turned to the others. Sean looked apologetic, but this wasn't his fault. Dom was going to discover the truth either way, so there was no use trying to hide it anymore. They moved in, forming a half circle around me, each one watching with anticipation. Sean's right. Until my mom disappeared last week, I didn't know it was possible that I could be anything but human, but my Aunt Millie has filled me in on a few things since then. Millie Gordon? Gayla asked. I nodded. She explained that we are Atlantean. My mother was raised in this world, but she left when she became pregnant with me and hid for many years. The identity of my father is unknown. So you're not human. Your mother is a keeper, but I could be fractured, I sighed. There's a hunter already after me. But we don't know for sure, Sean added. Her father may have been Atlantean too. As of now, Everly has no powers, but that doesn't mean she never will. We all sat silently for a moment. Surprisingly, it was Dom who spoke next. You're worried that your mother bonded with a mortal, and that she may be in trouble. Yes. It wasn't a question, really, but I confirmed what she gathered from my mind. It felt good to admit the truth aloud, despite the weight it held. Well, you don't need to worry about that. You're not a mortal, or not a pure mortal anyway. Gayla made the statement with so much confidence, it was difficult not to trust her implicitly. Did you have a vision? Dom asked. Have you seen her powers? No, Gayla shook her head. But Russell did. What? All three of us turned to Gayla with similar looks of confusion. Dom's features pulled together suddenly with concentration, but Gayla waved her off. She apparently didn't like her friend rooting around in her brain either. When Russell first began working for King Barius in the 1400s, he had some difficulty describing his visions to the king in a meaningful way. The king didn't trust Russell's interpretations. He wanted to see the visions for himself, so he asked Russell to paint what he saw. The king would examine the paintings and draw his own conclusions. Eventually, he learned to trust his seer, but the habit of painting his visions had become therapeutic for Russell. It's something he still does today. So you're saying the painting of Everly is the image of a vision Russell had? Gayla nodded. No. I rose to my feet again. The girl in the painting wasn't me, remember? No scar. That's just it, Everly. The fact that you had no scar in the painting is proof that you're immortal, or at least demi-immortal. Demi-immortal. I liked that. It made me sound like Hercules instead of just some poor fractured soul. I appreciated Gayla's thoughts, but it still didn't make sense. Dom, knowing my hesitation, explained further. Keeper blood is different from human blood. We heal more quickly, more thoroughly, but it doesn't happen until your powers are activated, As kids, we all fell down and scraped our knees. Most of us had scars and broken bones, just like human children. But once we mature and receive our powers, the cleansing and healing power of keeper blood restores us to perfect form. And your scars disappear? Gayla nodded. So it had to have been you in the painting, but the keeper version of you. I shook my head again. No, we still don't know for certain. I'm 18 and still have no powers. Zero, zilch, nothing. And the way my mom became so angry, I have another theory. I think perhaps I have a twin out there and the painting is of her. Maybe she got the full keeper soul and I got left with the mortal leftovers. Sean rolled his eyes. Not the twin thing again. Gayla shrugged. Could be, but don't count yourself out. We don't have to theorize for long. I strode to the door and grabbed the handle. Luckily for us, the answer is right here on this boat. We just have to find Russell. Chapter 24. We spilled out into the hallway, and Gayla grabbed the door frame for balance before moving forward. You okay? Dom asked, her brows pinched together as she examined her friend. Yeah, I'll be fine. Gayla looked with longing back toward the main entertainment. The bass thumped through the hallway, reminding me that there were still hundreds of people on this boat who were completely oblivious to the stress pounding through my veins. Sean reached out and touched her shoulder. Don't, Gayla. Her cheeks flushed as she met his eyes. Then she glanced down to the floor, hiding behind her long lashes. I'm good, she said louder. Let's get downstairs. Dom locked an arm through Gayla's, and the girls moved forward toward the elevator. What was that all about? I whispered to Sean. The ambrosia. It wears off just as fast as it kicks in, leaving your body thirsty for more. She's fighting through a strong craving right now. We stepped into the elevator, and Dom pushed the 2 button. Beside her, Gayla held her stomach, looking a little queasy, as the elevator dropped and landed on the 2nd floor. This way. She was the first one out the door. I followed her out into a small bar area, mostly empty, with doors propped wide open to a large deck. Dozens of adults stood out in the open air, sipping cocktails, or maybe it was ambrosia given the company, and enjoying music coming through the speakers. It was less glitzy than the downstairs scene, but way more tame than the raucous college kids upstairs. Do you see him? I asked no one in particular. Not yet, Gayla answered. Let's go out on the deck. We moved forward, each of us scanning the crowd as we went. The other 3 crossed straight over to the edge of the boat, grabbing a hold of the railing as they looked both directions down the sides. I stayed back. I wasn't eager to get any nearer to the water than I had to. I turned back to the crowd and almost plowed right into the best-smelling man I'd ever encountered. His cologne must have been made from concentrated pheromones with a hefty dash of aphrodisiac. And leather. Whatever it was divine. I was all giggly before I even brought my line of sight up to his strong eyes, which were a deep mossy green with flecks of gold. Clayton Miles, he grinned, flashing a broad smile of teeth that could have been carved from literal pearls. I don't believe we've met. I giggled again, like an idiot. Clayton freaking Miles was standing right in front of me, and he looked even better in person than he did on all those red carpet pre-shows I like to watch. Everly! I looked over in time to see Dom's platinum blonde hair blowing over her shoulder as she stomped toward me. Yeah, that's it. I'm Everly, I said, turning back to the movie star standing in front of me. Well, Everly, consider me charmed. He lifted my hand and kissed the back of my knuckles. Clayton Miles kissed me. Dom's cold hand wrapped around my bicep and pulled me out of my reverie. Snap out of it. She yanked me along behind her, weaving us in and out of small groups on the deck. He had you hook, line, and sinker. You gotta stay focused. How do you guys handle it? I asked. Handle what? Their charm, or glamour, or sway, or whatever you want to call it. He's a siren, right? He is, and I don't know. Maybe it comes with your powers? You don't know? I stopped and looked at the gorgeous girl across from me. Do you mean to tell me you've never been swayed by one of those guys? She raised a shoulder. I don't think they've ever tried. Or maybe they just know you'd see them coming. You probably know what they're going to try before they do. Dom laughed, and for the first time, I wasn't intimidated by her. If there was any chance at all that Gayla was right, and I did eventually grow into some powers, I might even like to call these girls my friends. And with my mom gone, I could definitely use a friend or two. There, she said suddenly. I followed her gaze to a tall, thin man. He wore an all-black suit, which must have been incredibly hot on this sticky late summer evening, but somehow the sight of him still sent a cold shiver down my spine. His hair was pulled back into a ball high on the crown of his head, and his eyes were like pure darkness in the low light of the deck. Russell. I practically growled his name as I made my way over to the shadowy corner where he stood. A shorter man with round, pink cheeks stepped away when he saw us coming, but Russell didn't move a muscle. He just stared at me with those dead-looking eyes of his. What a coincidence bumping into you here. I'm sorry. Do I know you? Russell responded flatly. Yes, I'm Tilly Gordon's daughter. There, that should get his wheels turning. Only it didn't. He remained completely expressionless. I swallowed down the panic notching its way up into my throat and glanced over at Dom. She was completely zeroed in on the man, her stare so intense that she didn't seem to notice me at all. And he ignored her completely. Russell glanced impatiently at his watch. You're Russell, right? The seer? He blinked in my direction but said nothing. I continued anyway. I knew it was him. I'd recognize that vacant stare anywhere. Seems like it might be hard for you to forget a face like mine, seeing as how you painted it on a 4-foot-tall canvas. He blinked again, then looked over my shoulder. Is there any security on this boat? He muttered to himself. Russell and Jude, your little gallery in the city. My portrait is there. You painted it, and then you disappeared with my mother, and I will not leave you alone until I have some answers. Where is she? His face continued to show zero emotion. I wasn't sure if he was even capable of feeling anything at all. My panic was nearly choking me now as I looked desperately to Dom. Help me out here. Can you see it in his mind? Dom shook her head, looking a little panicked herself. No, I think we're done here. Russell rolled his eyes and pushed through us back toward the crowd. By the time I turned around, he was completely out of sight again. What was that? I asked Dom. I don't know. His mind was blank or blocked off from me anyway. I couldn't see a single thing. That was Russell, though, right? I was beginning to doubt myself. It definitely was. Dom shook her head with disbelief. That's never happened to me before. Well, it seems he's pretty good at introducing new and completely bewildering events into people's lives. Gayla and Sean approached us then. Any luck? Sean asked, but with one look at her friend, Gayla knew. You found him, didn't you? What happened? Dom looked at me to explain. You can tell them, I said with a wave of my hand. I think I need some air. Sean eyed me but didn't follow, thank goodness. I just needed to think this through for a second. I darted through the people across the deck, keeping my eyes peeled for Russell again, just in case. It was useless. He was long gone. I paused in front of the doors, wondering if I should sneak back up to Gayla's room for some quiet, or if it would be better to search for somewhere to sit out here. I stepped toward the elevator when I felt a familiar tingle crawl its way up my spine. I looked around for the golden eyes that usually came with that feeling and spotted two of the Miles brothers just inside near the Bay Area. Clayton looked up with a wink. I hadn't noticed a tingle earlier with him, but there was no denying it now. It must have been a siren thing, and I wasn't about to get myself tangled up in one of those traps again. I turned instead, moving toward the edge of the boat. There was a clear area curving away from the cabin up ahead, but the walkway between the walls and the edge of the boat was narrow. "There's a rail," I tried to calm myself. "I'll be fine." I scampered over to the open air, keeping my eyes on the wooden floor instead of peeking over the edge of the rails into the dark water below. Not only was I afraid of heights, but the water. Nope, not letting my mind go there right now. I crept along the walkway, keeping my body as close to the wall as possible, desperate to get that persistent tingle off my skin. The Miles brothers were completely out of sight. Everyone was now, but the feeling just wouldn't go away. Finally satisfied with my distance from the crowd, I slunk to the ground, careful to keep my dress in place, and I'd just barely gotten comfortable when I realized I wasn't alone. Chapter 25. A snowy white owl sat perched on the rail across from me. It looked identical to the one I saw with my mother outside of the gallery in the city. "Hey, little fella, did you come here with Russell?" The owl blinked, but otherwise didn't move a muscle. "Yeah, that's how he responded to me, too," I groaned, and pulled my clutch into my lap. The tablet still rested safely inside. I pulled it out and examined it again, tracing over the worn symbols etched into its smooth surface. Did I dare to show it to Russell? I could march right up to him and wave it proudly in his face, see how he liked that. There was no doubt it was valuable, and according to Gala, a powerful piece. He wouldn't be able to brush me off so quickly then. He could have me arrested for theft, though. "What are you?" I whispered to it. Of course it didn't answer. It sat cold and still in my hands. Strange as it sounded, I almost wished it would come alive again. I wished its pulse would beat with my own. It was more than a clay tablet, it had to be, and I felt lonely knowing what it could be and seeing it without the life I knew it contained inside. The owl shuffled on the railing, and the buzzy tingle across my skin became more prominent. I put the tablet back into my bag and ran my hands up and down my arms, trying to bring a normal feeling back into them. A quick look around at my surroundings confirmed I was still alone. Well, alone except for the owl, anyway. I inched toward it. "You're not the one making me feel like this, are you?" The owl turned its head at an unnatural angle in response. The tingle spread further, up my shoulders and across the back of my neck. It was electric, very noticeable, but not uncomfortable. It was almost pleasant, actually. "Well, did it answer you?" The baritone voice caught me off guard. I might have jumped at the sound, but it was so soothing I couldn't move. I froze, looking into the owl's eyes for the reflection of the man I knew stood behind me. Finally, I got my wits about me enough to turn around and face him. I knew what I would find, but seeing Tate in person again sent my heart bouncing wildly in my chest. My body was screaming at me to run, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. They couldn't, because somehow Tate managed to send a feeling of exhilaration through me as well, and my limbs were too confused to do anything but stay right where they were. He was the deadliest kind of predator, a man who made his prey feel excited about the hunt, even knowing how it all would end, but I wouldn't let it end tonight. "No," I finally willed myself to take a step backward. "Owls can't talk." "Not even to you?" He raised one perfect dark brow. The lights from the marina glittered off of his golden irises, creating an even more ethereal quality about him. I wondered how much of it he was generating through his glamour, and how much of it was just naturally Tate. My goodness, he was beautiful. Especially not to me. Or did you forget how utterly powerless I am as a mortal? A smirk played at the corner of his perfect mouth as he considered that. Mortal for now, but I expect that to change any day now. Perhaps you just need some kind of an emotional charge to get that fractured soul of yours ignited. He stepped toward me, his movements lithe and effortless. He seemed to glide across the deck. His grace was made even more apparent by my stumbling awkwardly away from him. I wouldn't let him touch me again. I seemed to lose all control over myself when he touched me. "Get back," I said. The shakiness in my voice revealed just how afraid I really was. But of course he didn't listen. My back hit the cool metal bar of the railing, and my chest tightened. I was less than a foot away from the edge of the boat. "In case you didn't notice, I was hoping to be alone here." "Oh, I noticed. I've been waiting to get you alone all night." "Where did you come from, anyway?" "Up there." He lifted his eyes to a deck on the floor above us. There was only one way he could have gotten down from that high, and I knew for certain a mortal wouldn't have survived the jump. "How long were you watching me?" "Long enough to get bored. That tablet obviously isn't doing anything for you, so like I said, I think it's time to take matters into my own hands and see if we can't get these powers started up for you." He was practically touching me now, and my body buzzed all over. This glamour of his was unlike any other power I'd encountered among the keepers so far, even greater than the Miles brothers. The way my body reacted to him was unnerving at best. I couldn't back up any further, so I stepped sideways instead, moving along the edge of the boat. I kept one hand on the rail at all times. I knew what lay on the other side, and I wasn't feeling up to a cold bath in the bay tonight. Tate stepped with me, never allowing more than a foot of space between us. With every step, my fear twisted closer to frustration. Tate admitted he couldn't do anything to me without proof of a fractured soul, and there was no proof. I might not even be fractured. This was getting ridiculous. "That's kind of you to offer, but you can keep your hands off of me, thank you very much." My frustration won out. To my complete surprise, he stopped. He lifted both hands in the air. "Okay." "Okay?" There was something fishy about this. Predators didn't just stop mid-hunt without a good reason. He was up to something, and I wasn't going to let him get away with it. "Yep, if you say you want me to leave you alone, I will, even if that's not the impression I get from the way your heart races when I'm near." "Maybe that's my body's way of telling me to run." "And the flush in your cheeks." He lifted a hand, but left his fingers hovering in the air an inch from my face, never actually bringing them to touch me. "Anger." "Okay. But how do you explain the way your breath hitches when I lean in close?" He leaned down so near, I could feel his breath fluttering the hair on top of my head as he whispered. And dang it, he was right. I released the breath caught in my throat as a realization dawned on me. He laughed softly, but it sounded more like a purr. I stood another step back. "You think you're clever, huh?" "I do." There was amusement in his voice. He was getting way too much enjoyment out of this ordeal. "Well, unfortunately, you've missed the main point. I have no powers. None. You're wasting your time. But I'm sure there are hundreds of fractured souls waiting for you back in the city." But it's so noisy there. I much prefer the good company I have here on the water." He winked, and my stomach did a little flip. "Shake it off." Dom's words from earlier echoed in my ears. I had to stay focused. "How'd you know I was here anyway?" "I have eyes everywhere." It was those Miles brothers, wasn't it? I cursed under my breath. I knew they were too pretty to be trusted. There are lots of keepers who can't be trusted. He stepped forward again. Yeah, no kidding. I'm looking at the worst one of all. I don't think you understand. Tate smiled, and I had to bite the inside of my lip to keep from returning it. This thrill he gave me was such an unfair advantage. I won't let anything hurt you. Nothing except you? Oh, darling, it's quite the opposite. My job is made easier when I make the process enjoyable. You're sick, you know that? I stepped back again, and my hand slipped off the railing. Tate thrust his arms out toward me, and instinctively I moved away again. That was a mistake. My heel rocked off the edge of the boat, and I saw the darkness of night dotted with stars like a life-sized canvas of the sky as I fell backward. The air rushed past, and all I could think about was how lucky I was to have such a glorious sight as my last. The irony of it all wasn't lost on me. A descendant of Atlantis, drowning. It looked like Tate was going to end up with my soul after all. Finally, I hit the water with more force than was expected. The wind was knocked out of my lungs from the impact, and pain shot through my limbs as they slapped against the water. There was probably a splash, but I never saw it. I don't know which chilled me more, the coldness of the ocean or the complete void of light as I was engulfed on my way down. As my final act in this world, I tucked my clutch with the tablet inside the top of my dress, under the front of a strap. At least it would be found with my body when they searched the bay the next morning, and maybe Sean and Millie could help save my mother. Maybe it would even be easier with me gone. Chapter 26. Dying was nothing like I'd expected it to be. I never saw my life flash before my eyes. I didn't watch myself drown through an out-of-body experience. There was no bright light. It was nothing like in the movies. It's not that I thought dying would be an enjoyable experience necessarily. I just didn't expect it to be so hard. My arms and legs kicked and flailed wildly, but it was so dark I didn't know which way was up. Even if I had been able to swim, I don't think I would have known which way to go. But I fought nonetheless. My lungs began to burn, the need to inhale a gulp of fresh air all-consuming. Something slippery fluttered against my bare leg, and then I felt the warmth. It started in my chest, replacing the fire under my sternum with a sense of calm. It spread through my torso and down into my legs. It danced across my shoulder blades and into my arms until even the tips of my fingers felt alive and sparkling with energy. Then I was jerked upward. I opened my eyes, ignoring the sting of salt and the murkiness clouding my vision. All I could see was the glow. He looked like an angel, strong and powerful. He swam through the water with ease, pulling me ever upward toward the sky. Was this the end? Was I finally crossing over to be with my Maker? The air was warm when my head finally emerged from the dark depths of the bay. I gasped, spitting water, as my lungs greedily gorged themselves on oxygen. My arms and legs hung limp by my sides, yet I didn't sink. Someone held me from behind, one strong arm wrapped around my waist, while his legs tread water as easily as he might hum a song. My angel. I turned to look over my shoulder to thank him. My nose brushed against a scruffy cheek, and I pulled back enough to make out the shadowy silhouette of strong, high cheekbones and a well-defined jawline. Tate. My voice was gravelly from seawater, still clinging to the edges of my throat. At your service. I tried to get away, but he pulled me tighter, closer to the hard plane of his abs, and I hated how aware of his body I suddenly became. Calm down, he whispered, the air from his words tickling the air against my ear. Are you trying to die? No, I'm trying to survive, which is exactly why I need to get away from you. I placed a foot on the front of his thigh and kicked off hard, trying to propel myself forward. It didn't work. Tate spun me around and scooped me into his arms like a toddler, wrapping my legs around his waist and holding on to me with both arms wrapped securely behind my back. He kept us above water with his legs alone treading water, and the gentle motion of the waves was calming. Or was it the movement of Tate's strong body against mine? I was unnaturally at ease given the circumstances. "Are you glamoring me?" He laughed, the sound warm from deep in his chest. "I've got to keep you calm somehow. If you keep flailing around like that, you'll drag us both under." "Why did you jump in after me anyway? I thought you wanted me dead so you could steal my soul." "I don't want you dead. In fact, I need you alive to extract your soul. If you die, it disappears." "And after you extract it?" "Well," he tilted his head to the side, "then you die. But it won't hurt, I promise." I placed both hands on his chest and shoved myself backward, but he only held on tighter. "You seriously need to stop that. You're drawing attention." I looked over his shoulder at the crowd gathering along the edge of the boat. They looked concerned and perplexed. So much for pretending I was like them. My mortality was on full display, like a neon light with a bright flashing arrow pointing down that read, "Not Atlantean." The idea that a descendant of Atlantis would need to be rescued from drowning was preposterous. And by Tate, of all people. Then again, this wasn't the first time Tate had appeared after a near-death experience. "You know," I said, "it's funny how disaster always seems to strike when you're around. First the bomb at the gallery, then I almost drowned. How are you going to make an attempt on my life next time, Golden Eyes?" He smirked. "I told you, I'm not trying to kill you." "So you had nothing to do with the bomb?" "I didn't say that." "Well, you're going to have to explain how blowing up the gallery I was in and pushing me over the edge of a 3-story yacht is your way of not trying to kill me." "First of all, I didn't push you. That was all you and your natural grace. I tried to grab you before you fell, but I'll be honest, I don't care much for your life. All I care about is getting your soul in one piece." A growl started deep in my chest, and my mouth parted to yell at him. Tate held up a finger, and I felt compelled to remain silent, at least until he was finished. "But," he said, continuing with a smirk, "I need to coax your powers out first, no matter how fractured they may be. I just need proof. A few more shocking incidents, or attempts on your life, as you say, should do the trick." "Well, why wait?" I struggled to keep my volume at a reasonable level. He knew exactly how to get under my skin, and whatever glamour he was using to keep me calm earlier had vanished now. "You've literally got me in the palm of your hands. You know I can't swim. Drop me, let me sink. You'll see once again that I have no powers, and all those people standing at the rail will be happy to lock you up like the scum that you are." "Such harsh words," he tisked. "Besides, I don't like an audience." "Ha! You know, I'm starting to believe you can't actually do anything you say you will. I have no powers. And as a mortal, I don't have to be afraid of you. You can't hurt me without ruining your own life. And both of your attempts to coax out my non-existent powers so far have failed. I think you're just a lot of talk." I didn't know why I felt the urge to goad him. He just made me so angry. And I might have been physically powerless against him, but I wanted him to know he didn't have the upper hand. I really didn't have to be afraid of him. Not yet, anyway. Not until I knew for sure whether or not I was fractured. "I'm just a lot of talk, huh?" He quirked a dark eyebrow. I nodded. "You can't do anything to me." My voice was softer now, almost husky-sounding from the salt water. He pulled me closer, a feat I didn't know was possible with how much we already touched under the water. He leaned in, his lips brushing against my ear as he whispered, "I can't make you do anything you don't want to do, you're right, but I don't think you know what you want." My stomach flipped, and I felt my heart pulsing, its strong, pounding rhythm betraying my cool exterior. Tate noticed. He had to have noticed. My skin buzzed with anticipation. He released one arm from my waist and brought his hand to my face, using the soft pad of his thumb to wipe a spot under my left eye. "Your makeup is running." "Oh!" It was all I could manage. My words disappeared, stifled by the lump in my throat. What brought about this change? Why the shift in his demeanor? His gaze lingered on my eye. It happened frequently. People often couldn't help but stare at the stark contrast of blue and the giant slice of brown in my iris. But most people didn't look like Tate, and the expression on his face almost seemed to have a hint of longing. He shook his head. "Sorry," he mumbled. "Your eyes are just so striking. I don't mean to stare, but you really are enchanting. I might be all talk, but I meant that at the gallery, and I mean it now. You're quite fun to admire." We had just about reached the ladder that would take us back up to the deck of Gala's boat. He leaned back with a thrust of his legs to propel us toward the ladder. Then he took hold with his free hand, the other still holding me snugly against him. "You're not so bad yourself." I felt braver now that we were so close to safety again. Just another minute, and my feet would be back on solid ground. Though, strangely, I wasn't in a hurry to get out of Tate's arms. He leaned down until our foreheads were touching, and everything else disappeared from my sight. I didn't care who might have been watching from the deck above. I didn't care about anything but hearing whatever it was Tate said next. "I'm glad you're safe." "Me too. Thank you for rescuing me." "Would it be all right if I—" His eyes flashed down to my lips, and my breath caught in my throat. "Yes." I barely whispered my response as I tilted my head up to meet his lips. I paused for just a moment, exposed in the cool evening air, waiting to kiss my hero, my rescuer, my angel. But his lips never came. I opened my eyes and found Tate grinning mischievously down at me. "You might be careful next time you want to trash talk my powers. I always get what I want." I scowled. I'd been glamored again. I was such a fool. Reaching over his shoulder, I took hold of the bottom rung of the ladder and pulled myself up and out of his arms. Then, just for good measure, I turned back to face Tate. "I hate you," I grumbled. With my left hand on top of his head, I shoved with all my weight, pushing his beautiful face under the water. Then I made my way up toward the deck, never turning to look back at him. It might have been childish, but boy, it felt good. Chapter 27. Sean, Dom, and Gala all waited for me at the top of the ladder. Sean reached out to help me back onto the boat, casting a wary glance over my shoulder at Tate below. "I'm so sorry," he mumbled. "I really had no idea he was here." "I know. It's fine. I'm fine." Dom shot me a knowing look, but thankfully she kept her mouth shut. I was already mortified by what had transpired with Tate. I didn't want to relive it now or ever. "Do you still have the tablet?" Gala whispered. "Dom told us everything that happened with Russell. I can't believe he would do that to you. But don't worry, he can't play dumb with me." "I do." I pulled my clutch from its spot, still tucked safely under the strap of my dress. A steady stream of water dripped from the corner as I extended my arm toward her. She didn't hesitate to take it and tuck it under her own arm, probably ruining the very expensive dress she wore. "I'll keep it safe while you get dried off." She glanced nervously behind me, which meant Tate had finally made it aboard. I turned to see him grinning deviously, as he passed me on his way toward the Miles brothers. He gave his head a little shake, sending water droplets flying towards me, and when he stopped, his hair was perfectly tasseled, like the model of a surfboard ad campaign. "Oh, he is hot." Gayla stared open-mouthed as Tate passed us by. "Yeah, it's too bad he only wants me for my soul." Dom frowned. "Come on, let's get you back upstairs. I'm sure Gayla has something you can change into." Sean stepped by my side as we moved through the crowd. He turned his body in an attempt to shield me somewhat from the onlookers, but I knew they were staring. I was sure I'd made quite a spectacle of myself. Gayla's dad would probably never let me on his yacht again, and honestly, I was okay with that. "First things first, when we get back to the city, we're getting you a YMCA membership," he said. "Why?" "Because you need swim lessons." Gayla chimed in. "I've never known an Atlantean who couldn't swim. I thought it just came naturally to you all." I shrugged. Maybe it did. Maybe Tate was right, and I wasn't Atlantean. But I wouldn't let my mind go there now. "I'm beginning to think nothing comes naturally for me." Gayla frowned. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I know, it's just been a long day." We reached the elevator inside the small bar area and waited patiently for the doors to open. All was silent except for the drip, drip, drip of salt water from the tattered hem of my dress. "Well, I've decided I want to help. There are just too many weird things surrounding you and this tablet for me to ignore. My curiosity has gotten the best of me, I guess." "Me too," Dom said as we all stepped onto the elevator. "I understand better now where you're coming from, and what happened to your mom isn't right. We'll help you find her." "Really?" The elevator closed behind me. "Really," Gayla said. "First thing tomorrow, I'm going to look for a bigger apartment in the city. I don't know where you were planning to stay before, but you can move in with Dom and me. We'll get a spot really close to campus." "Oh, well, Nope," Gayla shook her head. "It's all on me, really. You're going to need some extra friends to help keep you safe from that sexy golden-eyed devil, and I wouldn't dare trust anyone else." I laughed as the reality hit me. Gayla wanted to get closer to Tate. I wouldn't argue with her tonight. She seemed pretty set on the idea, but unless she wanted to live near NYU and take a cab to Columbia each day, she was sadly mistaken on my roommate situation. I felt Dom's dark eyes on me as the elevator opened again on the 3rd floor. A party continued to rage on beyond the doors in front of us, and Gayla paused for a moment, still fighting her cravings, most likely, before moving toward her room. I gave Dom a quiet shake of my head. It was going to take a while to get used to this whole mind-reading thing. Dom seemed to understand, and she didn't say anything about NYU or apartments or anything else. Sean agreed to keep guard outside the door as Gayla dragged me into her oversized closet in search of something dry to wear. Within minutes, I emerged in some of Gayla's workout gear. My makeup was a mess, and my hair hung in straggly wet lines around me. I didn't want to get dressed up again. I'd had enough partying for the night. Some comfy running shorts and a baggy racerback were all I needed. "I'll call you when we get to the city on Monday. We can all go apartment hunting together." Dom winked at me as Gayla continued gabbing on about showing me her favorite coffee shops and boutiques near campus. Dom was much more fun as a co-conspirator than she had been as my enemy earlier in the day. We continued forward, me barefoot with Millie's wet heels tucked under my arm. It was a wonder they hadn't gotten lost in the bay. "Ready?" I asked, as we joined up with Sean again at the elevator. He waited patiently, holding my still damp clutch and the tablet inside. "Yep, let's get out of here." "Thank you again for coming tonight." Gayla wrapped her arms around me, then turned and did the same to Sean, adding a kiss on the cheek for him. He shoved his hands into his pockets and looked at the ground when she pulled away, redness creeping obviously up into his fair-skinned cheeks. Gayla just smiled. "Things always did get more exciting when we were together," she said. He looked up, and some unspoken understanding passed between the two of them. I looked to Dom, who just raised her brows and shook her head in response. "Well, okay then." "You really can stay if you want," I said to him as the elevator door shut and we began our descent to the bottom floor. "I'm sure Gayla would be pleased if you did." He shot me a disapproving look. "Nah, the party scene isn't really my thing." "Understood," I agreed. It wasn't my scene either, and selfishly, I was glad Sean offered to drive me home. I'd never had to call an Uber before, and the stories from the girls back home made me nervous. Just a little, though. I knew now that there were worse monsters in New York than rogue Uber drivers. All eyes were on me in my workout gear and bare feet as we made our way back through the glitzy ballroom on the first floor of the yacht. The pianist still poured his soul into the melodies coming from the corner, and I'd never stood out so much in my life. But I didn't care. My eyes scanned the room for Tate. There was no tingle, no buzz, and no sign of those charming golden eyes anywhere. I didn't even see the Miles brothers anymore. Perhaps they'd all gone home or found some other celebrity party. Good. We were better off without them. Sean paused before we left the cabin, gesturing toward the bathroom door. "Are you good here for just a sec?" "Yeah, of course." He handed me the clutch, and I smoothed out my hot pink shorts, trying my best to look inconspicuous as I swayed to the classical music. A hand on my arm startled me so much I almost dropped my bag and the tablet. I looked up to find Rossel's pitch-black gaze glued to the clutch in my hand. He knew. He knew, but he didn't reach for it. After a moment, he moved his dark stare up to meet my own. "Are you leaving?" he asked. His voice was cold and flat. "Yes." I tucked the clutch back under my arm, certain now that he wasn't after it. Maybe it was useless to him now that the life was gone from it. "Good. Don't come back." He certainly didn't have to worry about that. I'd had quite enough of this boat. "I won't." "And stay away from Gayla." That one I couldn't agree to. "Why?" "I don't want her getting too attached to you." He frowned. "What is that supposed to mean?" "I think you know." He was wrong. I had no clue what he was talking about, but I didn't like the tone of his voice. The bathroom door swung open again beside us. "Everly?" Sean stepped out, patting his hands dry on his pants. "Was that Rossel?" I turned back to find my white-haired friend missing again. It was amazing how quickly that man could disappear. It was. "Are you okay? What did he want?" Sean snapped his eyes to the clutch under my arm, relief apparent in his eyes once he saw it was safe. "Nothing," I said. "Let's get home. We've got a mystery to solve." Part 3. The Hunters. Chapter 28. "He's cute. Maybe you should look into that program." Gayla pointed to a photo of a sharply dressed young man giving a PowerPoint presentation in a glossy brochure. I had several others just like it laying out across the countertop in the kitchen of her and Dom's new apartment. Each represented a different academic program at NYU. I was still stumped about which major I would declare, and the first day of school was just a week away. Unfortunately, none of those glossy photos were calling my name. "He's a professor," I said, reading the caption below the image, "of chemical and biomolecular engineering. Hard pass." "I could see you working as a chemical engineer," Dom piped in as she poured a glass of water. "I bet you'd ace that program." "Of course I would. I have a photographic memory. I can ace any program. but that doesn't mean I want to." "And you're so humble, too," Gayla said with a laugh. I shrugged. It's not bragging if it's true. Dom slid a bowl full of grapes in my direction, and I popped one into my mouth. Watching my friends do the same, I suddenly understood how the ancient Greeks mistook the Olympians for gods and goddesses. They looked awfully magical, even in a New York City apartment. "That's exactly why you should hard pass on NYU altogether and come to Columbia with us instead." "I can't," I sighed. "I told you, I'm not Columbia material." "You're exactly Columbia material. Probably half of the student population is made up of keepers." "It's nowhere near half," Dom interrupted. "Well, a lot anyway," Gayla conceded. "Plus, you already got accepted." "And I declined it." "Bah, paperwork. It's a simple fix," Gayla said, with a wave of her hand. "At least let us show you around before you decide for sure. I promise you will love it when you see it through our eyes." "If it will get you to stop pestering me about it, then fine. I will let you show me around. But don't get your hopes up. I've been dreaming of attending NYU for forever. It's iconic." "More iconic than Columbia?" "They're both very iconic girls." Dom gave us a matronly smile. Gayla and I weren't really fighting, of course. We both just had strong opinions. But Dom wasn't a fan of conflict, even in jest. "You're right, Mama Dom." Gayla smiled warmly at her friend and turned back to me. "So when do we get to give you the grand tour?" "Not today." I glanced at my watch. "I told Millie I'd head down to the shop and help her out. Maybe tomorrow afternoon?" "Perfect." Gayla's face lit up. "I can't wait." I grabbed my purse, checked to make sure the clay tablet was tucked safely inside, and headed for the door. It was probably silly to carry the artifact around with me everywhere, but I couldn't bear to leave it behind. It was too valuable to me. And I still didn't know the extent of its powers, just that it had a lot. If it ended up in the wrong hands, it could mean bad news for me, and maybe for my mom, too, wherever she was. "By the way," Dom said on my way out the door, "Sean's coming over for pizza tonight. You should swing by, too, after work." "Sounds great. I'll see you guys later." Speaking of Sean, he leaned against the wall just outside of the entrance to their apartment building, waiting to escort me to Millie's shop. "Morning," I smiled. He grunted in return, slowly leaning forward off the side of the building. I grimaced. "Do you need some coffee?" "No." He stormed off ahead of me down the sidewalk. "Why the sour mood, then?" "I'm not sour. I'm fine." "Huh." I scuttled ahead, trying to keep up with him. I didn't like having him as a bodyguard any more than he liked tagging along with me everywhere, but he'd never been quite so grumpy about it before. "You know, you don't have to do this." "Do what?" "Follow me around everywhere. I won't say a word to Millie or your mom." "They'd find out anyway. If they want me to act as your guard, then that's my assignment, official or not. But I don't mind it anyway." "Could have fooled me," I mumbled under my breath. "Look, I'm just not very excited about going into your aunt's shop this morning." "Why not?" "Abby's back in today." "Ooh, Abby." I remembered how he got all extra concerned at the mention of her before we left town for the Hamptons. But before I could ask him any more about it, we'd reached my aunt's shop. Technically, it was a pharmacy, and like many pharmacies, it had a little gift shop attached, but that was where its normalcy ended. The sign outside simply read apothecary. That's it. No branding of any kind. It was painted in white letters on a black sign, looking like it may have come straight out of the early 1900s. Maybe it had. Walking through the doors was like stepping into another world. Bundles of dried flowers and herbs hung sporadically from the ceiling. Giant antique wood tables sat in the middle of the room. one full of beauty products, complete with an ornate round mirror in a sterling silver frame, and the other full of bath and body products surrounding an enormous copper wash basin built into the center of the old table. The walls were lined with 10-foot-tall wooden cabinets, trimmed with great detail, arching frames, etched glass-fronted cabinet doors, and shelves on shelves on shelves. Glass bottles in various shapes and sizes held a multitude of pills and poultices and herbal concoctions. One shelf was designated for my aunt's natural tea blends. Millie and a petite brunette girl stood in black aprons behind an old-fashioned soda fountain-style counter, though the actual soda fountain had been long removed. Behind them, a set of thick, velvety, emerald green drapes hung from the ceiling to the floor, separating the front of the store from the private employees' area in the back of the shop. It was a lot to take in, this strange mix of witchy wonders and hippie remedies and 1950s aesthetic all blended into one high-end Manhattan pharmacy. But it was quintessentially Millie. "Good morning," Millie beamed from the opposite side of the counter. Come in. I want you to meet Abby." The girl bashfully smiled and extended her hand. I couldn't help but notice Sean's cheeks grow pink as he met her eyes. "Hi, Abby. I'm Everly." "I've heard a lot about you. It's nice to put a face with a name." She shook my hand, then looked behind me. "Hi, Sean. I haven't seen you around in a while." Abby's cheeks grew red as well, and she nervously began fidgeting with the hem of her apron. "Yes, well..." Millie stacked up the paper she'd been examining and set them to the side. "Where should we begin?" The door chimed as a customer entered behind us. I pulled Sean to the side so I could watch my aunt and Abby in action. I'd spent enough time down at the feed store back home to understand customer service, but I didn't know the slightest thing about the potions and salves and herbal remedies surrounding us now. I was content to sit back and see how they handled it. "Good morning, sir. Is there something we can help you find today?" The man was probably an inch or two shy of 6 feet, with walnut-colored hair and hazel eyes. He didn't fit any of the standard descriptions of keepers, but then again, Agarthians could look however they wanted. I leaned into Sean. "What is he?" Sean whispered back. "I don't sense any powers. He's just a human." "Does Millie serve humans?" "Of course," Sean chuckled. "Okay. Well, the stuff in these bottles must have been approved by mortal laws, then." I browsed the labels, wondering how she ever got away with selling things like dragon's blood, and if the words beneath the label, Dracana, Draco, were code for the dragon's region, or if it might actually be a nickname for some kind of herb. I hoped the latter, otherwise Millie had a lot more explaining to do. She flitted around the edges of the shop, helping the man find all the items from his surprisingly long shopping list, and I don't think I'd ever seen anyone look as happy as he did by the end of it. He tossed in a stick of black licorice at the counter as he was checking out, and left with a smile as wide as the Brooklyn Bridge. "Wow, Millie, you really made his day." "Healing is a beautiful thing. Many of my customers have been burned by traditional medicine and doctors, so they turn to me for more natural solutions to their problems." "That's so cool that you're able to help." She sighed. "I wish I could help everyone. How's your father doing today, Abby?" Abby raised a shoulder. "About the same, I guess. I just don't know what to do anymore. One minute he's totally high on life, full of energy and excited about the future, and when he crashes hard, lower each time. I honestly wasn't sure if he was going to make it through the weekend." Millie frowned. "I'm sorry, sweetheart. Are you sure that he's not using Anything illicit?" Abby's eyes grew wide. No, of course not. My dad is a lot of things, but he's not a drug user, especially not now. He's so wrapped up in this new business plan of his that he would die before he'd jeopardize things with drugs. He doesn't even drink wine with dinner anymore." Millie looked unconvinced. "Well, I keep meaning to swing by and check on him. We've just been so busy here." "Go now," Sean said. "I can watch the shop while you're gone." "Are you sure?" "Yeah, I've done it loads of times before. I can handle it for an hour. Take Everly. I'm sure she'd love to meet Mr. Mason, and maybe you could teach her a thing or two about your business while you walk." "Does that sound like something you'd like to do?" Millie asked me. "Sure," I shrugged. Sean looked pretty eager to get us out of there. I suspected it had something to do with Abby. I looked at the girl. "Is that okay with you?" "Yes, absolutely. Millie is like a miracle worker. I would love to bring you guys over to see my dad. He could really use your help." Chapter 29. Abby continued to elaborate on her father's symptoms as we walked. Millie's electric blue heels gave us a steady cadence as we walked the 6 blocks to Abby's apartment. "Do you remember when exactly all of this began?" Millie asked. Abby thought for a moment. "I want to say it was right around the 4th of July. We usually drive out to see my cousins and shoot fireworks, but he wasn't feeling well that day. It may have been before that, but that's the first instance I specifically remember." "I see. And did anything else in his life change around that time? Maybe a new diet or a different gym? A new hobby?" "No. Dad has been decidedly antisocial since my great-aunt Linda passed away in the spring. I think her finances were a mess, so he's been working with her attorneys to get everything sorted out. When he's feeling up to it, that is." "I see. Well, should we give him a call before we go up?" "No. I'll go in first to make sure he's not asleep or anything. He'll be happy to see you." Abby stepped up to the door, tucked under a green awning, and we followed her inside and across a quaint lobby toward the elevator. The building was clean and quiet, with an attendant ready to accept packages and greet guests. Abby's apartment was on the 4th floor. After giving her a minute to ensure her father was awake, we followed her inside. The apartment was small but tidy, with charming herringbone wood floors and tall ceilings. The windows looked out to the building next door, but they let in enough light to offer a cheery vibe to the living area. To one side were doors to 2 bedrooms separated by a single bathroom. The other side held a kitchen and a small eat-in dining area. A middle-aged woman with dark hair and deep-set frown lines stood in the kitchen, unloading the dishwasher. Abby's father lay under a blanket on the couch, and he set his copy of the Wall Street Journal on the coffee table as we entered. "Millie Gordon." He smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes, which were bloodshot and framed by dark circles. "Mitch Mason," she smiled back. "It's been too long. Oh, no, don't stand. There's no need to be formal with me." She sat beside Abby's father on the couch. "You look like you're feeling better today." "Spry as a kitten," he laughed. If this was good for him, I hated to think how he looked at his worst. The woman in the kitchen hummed a song that sounded almost like a lullaby as she closed the dishwasher and dried her hands on a tea towel. I turned to Abby, who had been shooting me curious glances since we entered, and raised a brow, jerking my chin toward the kitchen. She responded by silently mouthing, "Housekeeper." It felt rude to stand around and listen in on Millie and Mitch's conversation. "Can I have a tour?" I asked Abby. She looked embarrassed. "There's not much to see. Compared to where I'm from, everything in New York is worth seeing." Abby nodded and gave me a quick walk through the place. Her room was narrow, with a twin-sized bed pushed up against one wall, its pink comforter well-loved and probably used since she was a little girl. A full-length mirror stood propped up in the corner, with pictures of Abby and her friends tucked in around the frame. The bathroom held a pedestal sink and a small rolling cart with a hairdryer hanging out of the drawer. And her father's room wasn't much larger than hers, but the apartment had character and a homey feel that I couldn't help but find endearing. Back in the living room, we saw the housekeeper standing at the opposite end of the couch from Millie. "All finished, Mr. Mason, and I left that information you requested on the counter. Is there anything else I can help you with today?" "No, thank you, Nicky. I'll see you tomorrow." The woman nodded and ducked out of the room, giving Millie a wide berth as she passed. Abby and I moved toward the kitchen, grabbing seats at the two-person cafe table sitting just off to the side. "I figured we could just let them talk in peace," she said. "For a bit," I agreed. "But Millie could go on all day, so feel free to kick us out if you think your dad needs some more rest." Abby grinned and looked down to the table, picking at some spot only she could see. It struck me that she already knew that about my aunt. She probably knew Millie better than I did. "I'm sure he'll be okay," I said, not really certain at all. But if there was anyone who could get to the bottom of what was causing Mitch's illness, it was Millie. He was in good hands. Abby's smile faded, and she pressed her lips together. Her expression had changed when she looked back up at me. "So, I hear you're going to Columbia." "Ha, you heard wrong. Did Millie tell you that?" She nodded. "She would like for me to go to Columbia, but I'm enrolled at NYU." "Oh, nice. What are you studying?" "Good question. I don't know yet. What about you? Where are you going?" She looked back to the table. "I'm actually taking the year off to care for my dad. Millie was gracious enough to offer me full-time employment at the shop." "Oh." I didn't know what else to say to that. "All right, girls." Millie entered then, her usual cheerful demeanor snapping me out of the uncomfortable silence that had just passed between Abby and me. "I've got to get back to the shop. Abby, why don't you take the day off? With Everly and Sean both working today, I'll have all the help I need." Abby started to protest, but Millie raised a hand and kept going. "I won't take no for an answer. Consider it a paid holiday." Abby's cheeks flushed as she gave a reluctant nod. "Thank you." "But you," Millie pointed to me, "are not so lucky. Come on now, you've got a lot to learn about the pharmaceutical sciences." I stood, taking note of the bright blue and yellow folders on the kitchen counter as I left. A large amateur-looking logo was attached to the front reading, D&N Investments, the opportunity of a lifetime. "Thank you for the tour, Abby. You've got a lovely apartment." I shot one more glance at the folders. Why would Mr. Mason be seeking investment advice from the housekeeper? It wasn't any of my business. "I'm sure I'll see you around at the shop again soon, and it was nice to meet you, Mr. Mason." "Come again," he called out as we exited. Millie seemed on edge as soon as we got to the other side of the door. She moved quickly ahead, squeezing into the elevator next to an older woman with a giant handbag containing a gray-faced chihuahua. I waited until we were back on the sidewalk, safely inside a crowd of people surrounded by street noise, before I finally asked, "So, were you able to figure out what's wrong?" Millie frowned. "Dark magic. I've got to phone it in to the council immediately." Chapter 30. "Hold on, dark magic?" Millie furrowed her brows. "Shh, keep your voice down. We'll talk back at the shop." My mind was blown. I spent the rest of our walk back to the apothecary, shrewdly examining every person we passed on the streets. I had to look at the entire world differently. A blonde in leather pants caught my attention. Was she mortal or a keeper? A Garthian or Olympian? Good or evil? Dark magic. The words kept ringing in my mind. Was there dark magic at play in my mother's disappearance? Surely Millie would have mentioned it at the time if she'd suspected anything. It seemed like the kind of thing that should have been brought up sooner rather than later. She brushed through the door of her shop and dashed straight past Sean through the velvet curtain into the back of the building. Sean stopped what he was doing, looking from me to the curtain and back again. "Did I miss something?" His features darkened and his muscles tensed. "Is it Abby? Did something happen? What's wrong?" "Abby's fine. Or at least I thought she was fine. Was dark magic contagious?" I shook the thought from my mind. "Millie's making a call to the council. She thinks she knows what's wrong with Mr. Mason." "Well," Sean leaned against a bar stool in front of the old soda fountain counter. "Are you going to tell me what it is?" "Dark magic?" I sounded so unsure of myself, and by the look on Sean's face, he wasn't sure if he should believe it either. He shook his head. "That doesn't make any sense. What kind of dark magic?" "I have no idea. I was kind of hoping you might tell me what it is. I mean, aside from the obvious connotation. What does that look like among you all?" Sean frowned. "Keepers don't practice dark magic." "Then who?" Millie shoved her way back through the curtain, wearing her black apron and smoothing the front of it nervously. She took a deep breath. "Okay, now where did we leave off? I suppose you should learn how to run a transaction first. Then we can cover the basic section of the store." Nope. She's talking about dark magic. What did you see, Millie?" My aunt shot me a dirty look, then turned to Sean. "You know I can't get into the details. It's against protocol. There may be some dark magic at play, but it has been reported, and the council will take care of things from here." "But how is he?" Sean pressed. "How's Abby? Do I need to go over there?" Millie sighed. "Abby is fine. Mr. Mason will be fine, too. We just need to let the council do its job, and everything will work out." She dropped her chin and lowered her voice. "And I think you know it's best for you to stay away from there." Sean groaned and began pacing, running a hand through his auburn hair. "I can't just sit here when I know they could be in danger." "They're not in danger, Sean." She touched his arm, stilling him again as she continued. "You need to stay here. I spoke with your father, and he agreed to give it high priority." Sean was still scowling, but he didn't argue. Some quiet understanding passed between the two of them before Millie finally turned back to face me. "Come to the back with me. I'm sure you have some questions. Sean can manage the front a little longer while we chat." She shot a look in his direction that let him know the conversation was finished. Well, that was one way to prevent him from leaving. He wouldn't make eye contact with me as I passed him on my way to the back with Millie. There was definitely more to this story. Hopefully, I could get some details from my aunt. At first glance, the area behind the curtain resembled any other employee storeroom. More glass bottles lined the walls here, and a table with 2 chairs sat in the middle of the room. 3 lockers were built into the back wall for purses and other personal items. But upon closer examination, it was clear that this was no ordinary break room. A bookshelf was packed to the rim with ancient-looking tomes. Tattered spines boasted titles such as Bloodletting, Materia Medica, and Brewing with Belladonna. In the corner sat a 4-foot-tall copper still that steadily dripped oil into a curved glass bottle. Millie pulled out one of the chairs at the table and motioned for me to sit down while she scanned the bookshelf. "It is unlikely that you will take on powers like mine, but unfortunately healing is all I know. Ah, there it is." She pulled an especially thick textbook off of the shelf and blew dust from the top of its pages, then laid it on the table in front of me with a thud. "So while I can't teach you to diagnose illnesses at a glance, or identify and erase certain sources of pain like I have the ability to do, I can give you some basics on herbal remedies. Wolfsbane, mandrake, and liverwort." I slid my fingers across a title as I read the words aloud. 101 Effective Remedies from the Middle Ages. I'm going to guess this wasn't one of your textbooks from college. Millie laughed. "No, it wasn't. But the great thing about healing is that anyone can do it to some extent. You just need the right ingredients and a little know-how. So even if healing is not your power, you'll at least have some understanding of our ancient knowledge as you enter the world as an adult." What she'd wanted to say was that it would be helpful even if I never got any powers of my own, but neither of us wanted to discuss that now, or ever. It wasn't exactly a favorite topic of mine. "Thank you. I will definitely have a look. It's not very light reading, but I think you may find some parts interesting, and it's useful nonetheless." "I appreciate it, but what I'd really like to know is more about the dark magic you mentioned. I know you said you can't get into the details. I understand. But Sean said keepers can't practice dark magic. So who, then, is making Mr. Mason ill?" Millie steepled her fingers and her lips tensed, pursed and relaxed, opened and closed. But I wasn't in any hurry. I knew from one too many cop dramas on TV that I should let the quiet continue until it was uncomfortable. She'd talk eventually. And she did, after a minute or two of awkward silence. "It's complicated." "That's not a real answer. Who practices dark magic? Mortals? Or are there other supernaturals I haven't learned about yet?" "Neither. It's the fractured." Oh, that's why she didn't want to say anything. She still thought I might be defective. "Well, surely not all the fractured turn to dark magic, right? Is there like some secret coven or something?" "They're not witches, Everly. Well, I take that back. They're not all witches. But by definition, any exertion of supernatural powers done outside of the Council's knowledge is classified as dark magic, and the fractured are not governed by the Council." "Who are they governed by?" Millie frowned. "No one. The fractured are supposed to be eradicated and their souls preserved. That's what the hunters are for. But if one slips through the cracks and they happen to exert a supernatural power, they're automatically assumed to be practicing dark magic? Even if said exertion is just like conjuring up some chocolate chip cookies or butterflies or something? First of all, there is no power that allows for conjuring up cookies. And secondly, the power of a fractured soul is unpredictable at best and often fatal. They can't control it, and with occasional surges that are beyond their natural abilities, it's not uncommon for a fractured soul to inadvertently kill themselves and every mortal around them." "So you kill them instead?" I crossed my arms in front of me. "I am a healer. I don't kill anyone. But the hunters, the Agarthians, they specialize in extracting fractured souls. They save them. Sounds like murder to me. I told you it's complicated, but without the pureness of a keeper's soul, the powers will usually sour. Like spoiled milk? It's not a great analogy, I know, but I'm not sure how else to explain it. I'll cut to the chase. Even if a fractured soul learns to wield its powers appropriately, the fact that the soul is incomplete is reason enough to remove them from the population. They turn, Everly. There is no goodness in a fractured soul, only greed and envy and pleasure derived from the pain of others. Fractured souls become evil." She was pale, but she'd done it. She'd finally admitted the truth about me. It was why I was being guarded. She thought I might sour. It was why she was unconcerned about my mother, and it was exactly why I needed to get her back. My mother wouldn't do this to me. She just wouldn't. But without any powers to prove myself otherwise, I needed her to tell them the truth. Millie might have thought my mother ran away from her problems when she became pregnant with me, and she probably thought my mother had done it again by disappearing this time, too. But I knew better. My mother didn't run away when things got hard. She was too careful, too caring, too full of love to risk having a fractured child. She wouldn't do that to the world, and she wouldn't do that to me. My mother was still out there somewhere, and I was going to find her. Chapter 31. "Millie," Sean's voice called out from the other side of the curtain. "We've got a visitor." She didn't get up right away, but instead stared at me for a long moment, as though she wanted to say more. But I was finished. I didn't care to hear Millie's theories on how I would soon turn evil and kill people with my broken powers and my fractured soul. I refused to believe it. "Millie?" His voice was closer this time. She stood abruptly. "Read the book," she said, tapping the dusty cover on the table. "When you're done, I have many more you can look through. And Everly." The tension broke in her expression, and I saw the aunt I knew and loved, wrought with concern. "Hang in there. We don't know what the future holds." She rushed out then, away from the unspoken words, the future we didn't want to face. I followed her and felt the tingle across my skin before I made it to the other side of the curtain, and sure enough, as soon as a velvety green fabric brushed past my arms, I saw him, grinning at the counter. "Tate." I nodded and moved ahead, avoiding eye contact and pretending not to notice the way he made me light-headed. I was uncertain if my reaction was one of fear or excitement. "Everly?" His voice was warm, and despite my best efforts, it drew my attention right back to his beautiful face. "Meet my friend, Osborne." And then I noticed his equally dangerous-looking, golden-eyed friend. I don't know if I was still recovering from the conversation I just had with Millie, or if the sight of Tate had me a little off kilter, but something about the look of his friend Osborne took my breath away. Not in a love-at-first-sight, he's so dreamy kind of way, but in an, oh my stars, I think he wants me dead kind of way. I was terrified. I grabbed the edge of the counter, trying not to panic, as I scanned the shelves for a paper bag to breathe into. I was losing it, and everyone was watching me spiral. "Are you okay?" Sean whispered. He turned his body so that he was blocking my view of the others. I nodded, but it still took me a few seconds before I could think clearly enough again to speak. I was vaguely aware of Millie's voice behind him, describing Mr. Mason's symptoms. They weren't here for me. "Hunters," I whispered to Sean. He nodded. "Yeah, they were sent by the council. They're here to investigate the dark magic Millie reported." "She just called like 20 minutes ago." "Keepers act quickly." I peeked around the side of Sean's head and locked eyes with Osborne. It was brief, but it was enough to feel like I got the wind knocked out of me again. I felt like I was going to be sick. "I need some air." Sean looked over his shoulder. "Hey, Millie, you good here?" A look of irritation flittered across her petite features. Sean had interrupted her. "Yeah, sure." She waved him off and got back to the conversation. Sean untied his apron and tossed it on the counter. "Let's go." I couldn't argue with that. I grabbed the giant textbook Millie had given me and followed Sean out of the shop, careful to keep him between me and Osborne. I turned around to get one more quick glance as we slipped through the front door, but Osborne was engaged with Millie, listening intently to her recount of the afternoon. It was Tate who watched us leave. his expression indiscernible. I smoothed the hairs on my arms and turned my back on them, anxious to get out into the open air. "Are you sure you're okay?" Sean asked, once we were out on the sidewalk. "I think so. It's just the hunters. Something in my subconscious knows they're after me, I think. It's instant fight or flight syndrome when I see them, you know? And that buzzy tingle they give me," I shuddered. "I just don't like it." "Buzzy tingle?" Sean looked perplexed. "Yeah, that feeling of being hunted." Sean twisted his mouth to one side. "I'm not familiar. I've never felt any kind of buzzy tingle. Then again, I've never been hunted." Interesting. So the feeling was definitely not associated with my powers coming in. I hadn't wanted to admit it out loud, but I sort of hoped it was the beginning of my transition, like maybe my body was saying, "Nope, can't hunt me, see, powers." "So this hunter, Osborne, he was sent by the council to investigate the dark magic Millie reported?" "Yep. This is one area where the different races work together. No matter who reports the dark magic, an Agarthian hunter is assigned to the case. Did Millie, give you any specifics on how dark magic works?" "Yes. She told me it's done by fractured souls." "Right." Sean shrugged, uncomfortable and uncertain of what to say. I guess my tense shoulders were a dead giveaway that I didn't like this topic very much. "And you're positive that Osborne is only here for the case Millie reported? He can't hunt anyone else?" "I don't think so. That's not how it works. 1 hunter per soul. Otherwise things get messy." I didn't want to ask what messy looked like. "So why is Tate with him then? If only Osborne can hunt the suspect performing the magic on Mr. Mason, Tate shouldn't have anything to do with it." "Thaddeus is assigned to you. Like I said, things can get messy when multiple hunters are involved. He'll have to accompany Osborne in this case to ensure lines aren't being crossed." That wasn't all. I knew there had to be more to it. The pained expression on Sean's face was enough for me to know he wasn't telling me everything he knew. Suddenly, I understood. I stopped on the sidewalk and narrowed my eyes at Sean. "You know I have nothing to do with this, right?" He grimaced. "Of course I know that. But the Agarthians? Well, they don't leave anything to chance. Thaddeus has to tag along with Osborne, just in case they narrow the suspect down to you. In that case, the job will be handed back to Thaddeus." No wonder Osborne was looking at me like that. I was a suspect in his case. I shivered again, recalling the feeling I got from Osborne's death stare, and continued walking. "There just aren't many fractured souls around here. They're usually caught early on," Sean muttered. He wasn't helping. But there was another question bouncing around deep in the recesses of my mind as well, a loophole of sorts, and one that would make me appear even more guilty if anyone found out. Millie mentioned that any powers or magic practiced outside of the council's knowledge were considered dark, but I also happened to remember that hunters could only hunt fractured souls. So what happened if a mortal soul practiced magic? Was it even possible? The weight of Millie's book under my arm was suddenly much heavier. If I could learn to heal, would it be possible for me to learn other spells as well? Because if there were some sort of tracking spell or truth serum or anything I could use to find my mom, I wouldn't hesitate to do it. The question was whether these things were real or if my imagination was simply getting away from me. I'd read about too many other imaginary witches and wizards growing up. But this wasn't fiction. This was real life, real power. I could only hope that using it wouldn't be enough cause for Tate to pull the proverbial trigger. Chapter 32. Thanks again for getting me out of there. We paused in front of my aunt's doorstep. Her giant mastiffs whined on the other side, impatient for the attention they knew I'd give them when I came in. "You got it," Sean replied. "Are you going to meet up at Gayla and Dom's place later? We're ordering pizza." "Yeah, that's what they said. It sounds fun." "Cool. I'll meet you here around 6 and we can walk over." I said goodbye and pulled open Millie's front door, bracing myself for impact from the oversized canines inside. "Hey, Lemon Drop, Tiny, you enormous lovable goofball." I scratched their heads and pushed my way further into the foyer. "I'm home," I called out toward the kitchen. I didn't know if Jeeves was home, but if so, I knew he'd be in there chatting it up with Millie's chef. "Hey, Ev." He popped his head around the corner a moment later. "Pierre just made lunch. Want me to fix you a plate?" "No, thanks." I held up the textbook my aunt gave me. "I'm going to go upstairs and get in some reading. Millie wants me to study up so I can help her at the shop." "All right," he said in his thick Alabaman drawl. "Holler if you get hungry." I bounced up 2 flights of stairs to Millie's study on the 3rd floor. Gorgeous bay windows overlooked the street below, and Millie's desk sat in the center of the room on a plush, fuzzy, cream-colored rug. The shelves were full of eccentric tchotchkes, scattered among more ancient-looking books like the one under my arm. I pulled out the desk chair and laid my textbook down, but I wanted to explore a bit before I sat to read it. Once I'd wrapped my brain around the idea of looking for magic, I couldn't shake it. I had about 4 hours before Millie would return from the apothecary. Surely I'd be able to find something useful before then. I ran my finger along the spines of the books lining the walls. There must have been hundreds, maybe thousands, and they didn't appear to be organized in any sort of recognizable fashion. If only she had some kind of digital card catalog, or, better yet, an encyclopedia of magic where I could search by topic. First things first, I needed to know if it was possible for mortals to practice magic, because as of now, I was still a mortal. But there was nothing magical about any of the books in Millie's office. This was where she kept her actual textbooks from school. The older books were a mix of biographies and medieval history books. One shelf dedicated to Greek mythology looked promising, but upon closer inspection, the titles all seemed to be mainstream books published in the last 20 years or so. Modern display copies of Homer's Iliad and Odyssey were about the most interesting things on the shelves. She also seemed to have a slight addiction to dime store romances, but hunky Scotsmen weren't going to help my current situation. Of course, she wouldn't keep books about magic hidden out in the open here. Jeeves, Pierre, and her little housemaid had no idea what Millie really was. Even Abby didn't know, and she worked around all the strange objects at the apothecary every day. They probably all assumed my aunt was just into some quirky kind of witchcraft or something. I considered calling it quits and heading back downstairs to eat lunch, but my stomach was still a little unsettled from the morning's events. So I plopped myself down into Millie's office chair and stared at the book. I swiveled the chair back and forth, looking at the title until my vision doubled. I didn't want to read about herbs. I wanted my mom back. With my head thrown back, I spun the chair in a full circle, watching the light fixture twirl overhead. My foot pushed against the fluffy carpet, spinning me harder and faster until the room blurred around me. A man cleared his voice from the doorway. I stopped the chair, wobbling slightly as I waited for my dizziness to dissipate and my vision to clear. But Jeeves's massive form was hard to mistake for anyone else. "Looks like you've really got your nose in the books in here." He laughed and brought a platter to the desk. It was a tiny charcuterie board, decked out with cured meats and fruits and cheeses with names I couldn't pronounce. "I thought I'd bring you a study snack." "Aw, thanks, Jeeves." "Don't thank me. It was all Pierre. I'd have brought you some Vienna sausages and Kraft singles, but he's got better taste than that. What you readin', or not readin'?" I slid the book in front of him. 101 Effective Remedies from the Middle Ages. Sounds fascinating. He winked. "Anyhow, I'll let you get back to it. Come on down if you need a break. We're doing a self-clean cycle on the oven this afternoon." He waggled his brows and stole a small block of cheese from my plate. "I think I'll stick to my reading here, thanks." "Suit yourself." He grinned and ducked back out of the office, leaving me alone with my thoughts and a very expensive snack board. Before long, the board was half empty, and I still hadn't opened the book. I rubbed my eyes with the heels of my hands and groaned. There was no use wasting time. If I wasn't going to read it, then I may as well make myself useful and head over to Gayla and Dom's apartment. Maybe I could help them set up for games and dinner. With the textbook under one arm and the board balanced in my other hand, I snuck back down the stairs, put the half-eaten platter on a table in the foyer, and slipped out of the front door before the dogs could hear me tiptoeing around. If Jeeves and Pierre heard me leave without Sean there to guard me, I'd be in big trouble. But the girls' apartment was only a short walk away, and I was a grown woman. I didn't need a babysitter. Life in Manhattan carried on as normal around me. People crowded the streets, talking on phones or blocking everyone out with earbuds. A mother ran past with a jogging stroller, headed for Central Park. That was a good idea. It would be safer to cut through the park toward my friend's apartment. That way, if Millie happened to leave work early, she wouldn't see me. I trotted along after her, inhaling the fresher air of the trees once I turned the corner into the park. Maybe one of the girls would know a thing or two about mortals performing magic. Could I trust them to keep it a secret, though? And did I dare risk them? If I didn't involve them, I could still plead ignorance if I got caught. After all, no one had given me any specific rules regarding magic. I'd only learned of it today. But if I got Gayla and Dom involved, we could all be punished. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. I felt like I was in trouble already, and I hadn't even decided to do anything yet. It was probably my conscience talking, but it could just shut up with all that negativity. I glanced around, worried suddenly that some passerby may actually be telepathic like Dom. I felt exposed. Then I saw the eyes, gold and glowing, like some nocturnal animal in the shadows, waiting for its prey, and I realized I was exposed. But these weren't animal eyes. They were human. No, not human either. Agarthian. Osborne stepped out of the shadows of a large tree and crossed his arms. I didn't get my buzzy tingle of a warning that I was being hunted, which made it all the more unsettling. I liked the warning. After a quick scan of the horizon, I realized he was alone. Tate wasn't with him, but I didn't know if that left me feeling better or more concerned for my safety. At least Tate was a known enemy. I knew what to expect and I could handle him. Osborne was a wild card. He watched me pass him by, staring blatantly. I gripped the book tighter under my arm and picked up my pace. I wasn't interested in hanging out alone in a park with a known hunter. He didn't follow me, thankfully. Instead, he just stood in the center of the sidewalk, his eyes on my back, until I finally disappeared around a curve. Out of his sight, I broke out into a dead sprint. If he wanted to stop me, he would have. I had no doubt about that. But it didn't seem to be the case. He just wanted to intimidate me, let me know he was watching. Jerk. I was gasping for air by the time I reached Gayla and Dom's place. My sweaty palms gripped the textbook under one arm and my bag with the tablet on the other. I gave them 2 knocks before opening the door and quickly closing it again behind me. I didn't want to risk Osborne following me here. He wasn't welcome. "Everly, hey! You look like a hot mess." Gayla jerked her head up from her cozy spot on the couch, a fashion magazine sprawled out across her tan legs. "I am a hot mess." A quick scan of the living room showed no signs of Dom. It was a good thing, because I had no idea what kind of craziness she might pick up in my mind right now. My thoughts were spinning out of control. "Hey," I started to ask Gayla about magic, but seeing her happy, innocent, dark eyes smiling back at me, I just couldn't do it. I didn't want to get my new friends in trouble. Switching gears, I continued. Millie gave me some reading materials to study up on for my work at her shop. Do you mind if I hang out here and look through it? I can't focus back at her place." "Of course." Gayla sprang up from the couch. She wasn't the most observant person, which was ironic considering how she was supposedly a seer. But I was grateful in that moment. I didn't want to explain what just happened or why I was all out of breath. "You know we've already got a bedroom for you all set up." It was true. They'd insisted on getting a 3-bedroom apartment, even knowing that I was going to NYU. Gayla seemed so sure that I'd change my mind and join them at Columbia. Like I said, not super observant. But her intentions were kind. She decked the room out with comfortable furnishings and a neat little white desk propped against the wall near the window. I placed my book on the desk's glossy surface and stared out onto the street below. My little white owl friend sat perched on a wrought iron railing of a 2nd-story balcony across the street. From here, it almost looked like he was watching me through the window with those wise old eyes of his. I gave him a nod and immediately felt silly for it. But at this point, we were practically besties. He was always there. And somehow, he helped to calm my nerves. At long last, I sank into the office chair and flipped open the book. It was time to learn a thing or two about natural herbal remedies. Chapter 33. Millie's book was surprisingly full of fascinating facts. It might just come in useful one day after all. Like, if I ever came across some verbena, I could fix gingivitis and anxiety, or I could make a man impotent for 6 days. And if I ever got a hold of henbane, I could deprive a witch of her powers or mix it with menstrual blood to create a love potion. Okay, so maybe the information was more entertaining than actually useful, but it had me captivated. Time flew by as I flipped through the pages, committing each page to memory. In any case, I'd be ready to help Millie at the shop, no matter what a customer may need. About 3/4 of the way through the book, I'd finished learning about the different herbs and their qualities, and stumbled into a section on elixirs. Millie's elegant penmanship looped its way across a tattered yellow piece of parchment, singed on one edge. The page was tucked into the fold of the book, and it looked like it may have been 100 years old. It said, "Incantation for elixirs. Delaquio venentium etos ad viteios et consumate." My breath quickened. This was it. Magic. I'd found a spell. It had to be. But could it work for mortals? There was only one way to find out. An introduction to the chapter described folklore and gave a strong disclaimer that most, if not all, of the following elixirs are unproven to work. Yeah, right. Millie wouldn't give me a book full of useless information. I bet they'd all work just fine with the addition of that incantation. I began flipping through the pages of elixirs that followed, looking for one that I could practice. Knock, knock, knock. Someone pounded at my door. Suddenly feeling guilty, I slammed the book shut at exactly the same time Sean burst into the room. "Everly Gordon, you are in big trouble." I raised my brows. I probably was in trouble, but I wasn't about to let Sean talk to me that way. "Excuse me?" "You left, and you didn't tell anyone you were leaving. Millie was in a full panic when she got home from work. Jeeves never saw you leave, so she called me right away." "And what did you tell her?" "I told her we were here. Then I ran straight over and prayed I wasn't lying." "Lucky for you, I'm here then." "I don't think it's funny." His jaw clenched. "I know you don't like having me around, but if I fail at this simple job, there's no way my father is going to allow me to graduate to bigger missions. Please, Everly, don't run off, for my sake, if not your own." My smirk melted away. "I'm sorry, really. I didn't think about it affecting you. I just wanted to get out. Tate's little hunter friend had me all shook up earlier." "Tate's got a friend?" I turned to see Gayla grinning from the doorway. "Trust me," I said. "It's no one you want to know." I shuddered. Gayla shrugged. You're probably right. Those hunters are usually too arrogant for my taste. Isn't that the truth? Are you ready to take a break? Dom will be back any minute with the pizza. I noticed the daylight fading through the window. I'd been cooped up in here reading for way longer than I'd realized, and yet I was just getting to the good stuff. My gaze lingered on the book for another moment. I didn't want to stop now. Come on, school hasn't even started yet, and you've already got your nose buried in books. Live a little. She tugged on my arm, and I reluctantly fell into place behind her, following her into the living room. A couple of decks of cards were set out on the small dining table, and music was playing from a speaker in the corner. Dom entered just moments later, carrying 2 of the biggest pizza boxes I'd ever seen. The next couple of hours almost helped me forget the drama from the morning. Sean was way too competitive for his teammate, Gayla, during our game of spades, though I couldn't blame him for getting grumpy. I had a literal mind reader for my partner. We wiped the table with him. Otherwise, it was a normal, enjoyable evening. But I never could quite clear the thoughts nagging at the back of my brain. Dom studied me once or twice, trying to figure out what was bothering me, but I don't think she was ever successful. I made it a point to keep those thoughts pushed down while I focused on cards and how the others all ate their pizza in a weird New York way, folded up like a taco. I tried to act normal. I was doing a good job at it, too, until they started talking about school. Most of my classes are first thing in the morning. That way I have the whole day free to do anything I please. Dom grinned proudly. She was definitely the most responsible one in the room. I had to schedule early classes, too. Russell wants me at his studio every day after lunch for my training sessions. Gayla groaned. I don't know why they're making me go to school at all. We all know where I'm going to end up. Oh, sorry, Ev. She frowned in my direction. I really needed to work on not getting so upset at the mention of Russell. I dragged Gayla and Dom back to the gallery as soon as we got back into the city the day after Gayla's big party on the yacht, but it had changed. The portrait of me that once hung on the wall inside was now replaced with an oil-painted scene of a lavender field in France. The windows were all fixed, and the metal sign out front was replaced with a whitewashed wooden one that said Rosalina and Jude. I swear it said Russell, I had exclaimed. Tell them, Sean, you saw it too. I believe you, Dom had said. But it didn't matter. Russell denied everything when Gayla pressed him on it. I asked her not to push too hard, given his warning at our last encounter. Stay away from Gayla. He sure wouldn't be happy to know that she had set up an entire bedroom for me in her apartment. Then again, I honestly couldn't care less about what Russell thought of me. I knew he wouldn't hurt Gayla, and with Sean at my side and Tate in my shadow at all times, I didn't think he'd be able to do anything to me either. I guess that was one good thing about being stalked by a hunter. It's fine, I said to Gayla. We'll get to the bottom of it, whether Russell decides to help us or not, even if that meant I'd have to play with magic to find my mom. Dom quirked a brow at me, and I quickly changed the subject back to their classes. What about you, Sean? Are you going to be busy in the mornings, too? Well, I was kind of hoping you'd get your schedule figured out soon, so I could set mine. I'm supposed to stay with you on campus, remember? Right. I felt a pang of guilt again. Poor Sean. This couldn't be any easier on him than it was on me. He'd basically be attending both NYU and Columbia between his schedule and mine. Since I haven't picked my classes yet, maybe you can help me decide, I smiled, trying to make him feel a little better about it. Would you rather me take morning classes or afternoon? I guess it doesn't matter much, he shrugged, as long as the evenings are clear. Why do you need your evenings clear? Gayla asked. Are you getting a human job somewhere? No, I just told Abby I'd be around if she needed anything. Gayla's shoulders slumped, and Dom pressed her lips together. Things always got awkward around here when Abby entered the chat. Oh, was all Gayla could say. Sean ran a hand through his hair, and his green eyes glistened as he spoke of her. Things have just been really weird since her dad got sick. They got this giant inheritance from his aunt, and then he fell into his deathbed, almost like it was the wealth that made him sick. Every day I wonder if it'll be his last, and it's really hard on Abby. Well, at least she'll be rich if he dies. Jealousy wasn't a good look for Gayla. Dom cringed, but Sean didn't seem to notice. His head was in the clouds. I normally am not a fan of the hunters, but in this case I'm cheering them on. No one should be practicing magic. That kind of power belongs to keepers and keepers alone. I gulped. Someone out there has enchanted the cache. That's what I think anyway. It's probably how his Aunt Linda died, too. But I refuse to let it get to Abby. He banged his fist on the table, causing the rest of us to jump in our seats. Sean was livid, understandably, and I was sick with guilt. Dark magic was taking the lives of people he really cared about. Was that something I should meddle with? Dom glanced at me again, curiosity evident in her dark eyes. I stood abruptly. Well, it's getting late. I should probably get to bed. It's only 10:30, Gayla said. Yeah, I should have taken my vitamins half an hour ago. Sean, do you mind walking me home? Sure, he muttered. I retreated back to my room and grabbed the book before giving a hasty goodbye and bolting out the door as quickly as I could. My mind was racing with thoughts of magic and murder. I knew the risks, and yet it was so tempting. If I could find the right elixir, maybe something to force the truth out of someone, I could get Russell to talk and find my mom. That kind of magic wasn't really dark, was it? Chapter 34. Abby returned to work the next day, slightly ragged and obviously exhausted. The situation with her dad really seemed to be taking a toll on her. She pulled her unwashed hair back into a messy bun on top of her head and slumped forward onto the countertop. Sean hovered around her like a helicopter mom, fussing over every sigh and stumble she made. He was concerned the dark magic was getting to her, too. It wasn't, though. Abby was down, but she wasn't sick. She was dealing with grief. I knew the look well. It was the same look my mother used to get, a distant emptiness in her eyes, a hollow expression, an empty well of tears, whenever I asked about my father. Abby was slowly coming to grips with the fact that her father was probably going to die. I didn't blame her for losing hope. I know that sounds harsh, but in a way, it seemed that if she could process some of her grief while he was still here, maybe it wouldn't be so bad when he finally did pass. My mother lost a piece of herself when my dad left, and that hole of despair haunted her throughout my entire childhood. Maybe if she'd seen it coming, like Abby could see the loss coming with her dad, it wouldn't have lingered. But no, my dad was a deadbeat who blindsided her by leaving when she needed him most. Sean, come here. I tossed him a rag and a bottle of furniture polish. Abby tended the counter, while Millie rearranged supplies and overstock in the back room. I had been dusting shelves and straightening bottles, trying to learn where everything was, in case I needed to fill in for Abby soon. But she needed a break from Sean. I would if I were her anyway. With a pained expression, he finally pulled his eyes away from the poor girl and joined me near the front of the store. You've got to let her breathe. I know, he shook his head. I just don't want to miss anything, you know? If this fractured loser decides to go after Abby, too, I want to spot the signs right away. Maybe if we catch it early, we can help her. She's going to be fine. She's just dealing with some stuff right now. The door chimed, and a familiar face entered the shop. It was the same customer with the long grocery list of items from the day before. Back so soon? I asked. Sean nudged me in the ribs and took over. Welcome back to the apothecary, sir. Is there anything we can help you find? He smiled, the same wide grin I'd noticed the day before. This guy sure was cheerful. I just need to grab a few items. I think I know where they are. Great, Sean smiled back. Let me know if you need any assistance. His smile faded quickly as he turned back to me. I pointed to a dusty spot he missed, and moved to the next section of shelves. Abby still leaned vacantly against the counter while the customer browsed some shelves on the other side of the store. He cast a glance over his shoulder, and upon meeting my eyes, flashed that broad smile again. "Why are you so taken with Abby anyway? You know you can't be with a mortal." "Shh," Sean quieted me with a glare. "I know," he whispered, "but that doesn't mean I can't care for her well-being." "I think you care for more than just her well-being." I raised my brows. "What about Gayla? Do you, care for her well-being, too?" Sean snorted. "I did once, when we were younger, but time changes people." He shook his head. "It wouldn't matter anyway. I can't be with an Olympian any more than I can be with a mortal." "What?" This was news to me. "Why not?" "Our souls, Everly. It's like we explained that night at your aunt's house. We have soulmates, always within our own race. It's the only way our kind can survive. New souls are not simply created out of thin air. If we don't mate and have pure children, there aren't vessels for the old Atlantean souls to enter and return to the earth." "But one keeper is as good as another, right? It's not like the souls would be fractured." Sean let out an exasperated sigh. "It can't happen. It's just a fact of life. There's a curse. If any two keepers from different races seal a bond, if you catch my drift, they die." "So you're telling me if you so much as hook up with Gayla, you'll both die? Like get struck down by lightning or what?" He shrugged. "Possibly. The curse doesn't specify how you'll die, only that you will. Sometimes you just quit breathing. Sometimes nature intervenes and does the job for you, or sometimes you're driven to insanity and take your own life, like Romeo and Juliet." "I hate it when people romanticize death." "She was Atlantean. He was a Garthian." I laughed. "You're kidding, right?" "They knew better. Their families tried to warn them, but they didn't listen, so the fates did what had to be done." "And Shakespeare just happened to be around, taking notes of everything?" "I think he saw it in a vision, like all his other plays. He was Olympian, you know. Brilliant mind, that one." Huh. If what Sean said was true, then the keeper way of life was sounding less and less appealing. And I felt bad for poor Gayla. She was obviously smitten with Sean, but she could never have him. Just like how she had no say in her job or where she went to school. She might be loaded to the gills with cash, but as they say, money can't buy happiness. In her case, it seemed like a fact. Mr. Smiley cleared his throat at the counter, trying to get Abby's attention. She'd been staring off into nothing, but turned abruptly at the sound. He didn't seem upset at all, though. He simply grinned. "Did you find everything you were looking for?" she asked. "Just about. Is the shop owner here today?" Abby nodded. "I think she's still here, somewhere in the back. Want me to get her for you?" The man shook his head. "Oh, no, not if she's busy." He smiled again. It was getting old. No one was that happy. Something seemed off about this guy. I set down my rag and moved to join them at the counter. "Oh!" The man put a finger in the air like he'd just had a brilliant idea. "I almost forgot. I do need a little monkshood." Monkshood? Why was that ringing alarm bells? My mind flashed back to the page I'd read in Millie's book. I remembered the big red letters that said, "Toxic." Monkshood, also known as aconite, was a well-known poison. "Sure," Abby said, reaching for a key to the locked cabinet behind the counter. The man cut his eyes over to the curtain and back to Abby. He looked impatient. "What are you using the monkshood for?" I asked. I tried to keep my tone light, but he clearly heard the accusation I implied. His smile faltered as he turned and raised his chin. "Lotion. My girlfriend has fibromyalgia, and the only thing we've been able to find to help her with nerve pain is this lotion we make from the powder." In small controlled doses, I knew it could help with neuralgia. That's what I got from overloading on information. My mom used to joke that I would binge on one topic until I thought I was an expert. But with medicine, most everything was okay in moderation. His story checked out, and I needed to stop jumping to worst-case scenarios. Even if he did seem a little suspicious with his two happy grins and anxious glances at the curtain. Abby measured out the amount he requested and totaled up his purchase for the day. He tossed in another black licorice stick for good measure and placed his messenger bag on the counter to retrieve his wallet. When he unclasped the bag, I noticed a bright blue and yellow folder sitting inside. An amateurish logo flashed through my memories. D&N Investments, the opportunity of a lifetime. "What did you say your name was?" I asked. "David." He grinned and accepted the receipt from Abby. "Thanks again." With one more furtive glance toward the back room, he casually waved over his shoulder as he hurried out of the shop. "Do you know that guy?" I set my gaze on Abby as the door swung shut behind him. "Just from the shop. Why?" "I think he may be friends with your housekeeper." "I doubt it," she said. "Nikki just moved here last month, and she's terrified of street crime. I don't think she gets out much." Sean raised his brows at me, but I shook him off. Maybe I was jumping to conclusions again. I didn't know if it was the same folder in Mr. Smiley's bag or not, but I would definitely do some investment research later, just to ease my suspicions. Chapter 35. Gayla and Dom were waiting for me near the Columbia Gates on 116th after lunch. I approached them, warily eyeing the Greek-looking statue that stood to the right of the entrance. "Hey, girl," Gayla grinned as I approached, then followed my gaze to the statue. The towering stone woman wore long robes and held a book open in front of her, showing the world pages that I couldn't quite make out. I shielded the sun from my eyes and squinted to get a better look. "It's Latin," Dom said. "What does it mean?" Gayla shrugged. "Probably nothing, but who cares? I'd rather check out the hottie across the street." I followed her to the statue on the opposite side of the gates. A similarly dressed man stood in robes that hung open to expose an attractively chiseled chest. "He does have rock-hard abs," I said with a snort. Gayla giggled. "Come on, there are way more interesting things to see inside." I followed the girls through the gates and immediately felt like I was leaving New York City and stepping onto the set of a movie. It was a quintessential college experience, and as devoted to NYU as I was, I couldn't help the flutter of excitement I felt as we made our way down the tree-lined path into campus. I'd been reluctant to accept the girls' offer for a tour of Columbia, but since we were here, I figured I'd make the best of it. So I truly listened as Dom gabbed on about the history of the campus and its ties to the keepers, and Gayla was sure to point out all the best study spots, coffee shops, and where to find the hottest guys. "Over there is where the lacrosse team hangs out," she said, with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "In other words, that's probably where you'll find Gayla most afternoons," Dom laughed. "I can't help it if the sun's rays are brighter on the low steps. I've got to get my vitamin D somehow," she winked. "Speaking of the low library," Dom gestured ahead, "do you know the story behind Alma Mater? She's the mother of knowledge, right?" We all turned to admire the giant statue standing guard at the front of a very Grecian-looking library. "Sort of. So Columbia was actually called King's College when it was founded by the Olympians shortly after coming to America." "It was an Olympian college?" "Yes and no. They never intended for it to be exclusive, but King Barius thought it would be useful to educate the keepers on our history. Mortals were admitted as well, though for different subjects, and eventually the name was changed to Columbia to be less auspicious. But he commissioned the statue of Alma Mater to sit here on the steps as a reminder to us all that the university is rooted in keeper history." I stepped closer to the intricate statue, admiring the details and taking in the woman's beautiful face. "See the crown of laurels on her head? It represents fame or notoriety. influence. It's a nod to the Agarthians. The lamps on the arms of her chair represent wisdom and teaching, a nod to the Olympians. And the scepter is made of 4 heads of wheat, one for each keeper race and one for the humans, but it's topped by a crown. The crown is a symbol of all keepers, a reminder that we are to work together to rule over the mortals and keep balance on the earth. "What about the Atlanteans?" I asked. "Do they get a nod as well?" Gayla laughed. "Alma Mater herself is Atlantean, the keeper of the people. Do you see how she welcomes the human students in with open arms? Atlanteans have always been closest to the humans. They lived and worked alongside them until Atlantis was sunk. But even now, you'll find them walking the face of the earth more than the other keepers." "Hang on." I put my hands on my hips and turned to face the girls. "Where are the other keepers if not walking the face of the earth?" "Olympus is known as a city in the sky, and Agartha is at the core of the earth." Now it was my turn to laugh. Gayla giggled too, but I had a feeling she was laughing at me, not with me. Dom frowned. "You don't believe me?" "I mean, I believe in science, and unless Tate lives in the molten rock core of the earth and city in the sky is a poetic way of saying the Olympians live on mountains or something," I shrugged, "it's not possible. You'd be surprised at what's really possible." I looked at the statue again. This world, this history they spoke of, was almost too much to take in at times. The bronze woman's expression seemed to echo my thoughts. She was graceful and strong, the epitome of truth and knowledge, and yet it almost looked as though the weight of it all, the secrets behind her wise eyes, were burdensome. Gayla turned back toward the lawn. "Let's go get some coffee. I heard they've got a back-to-school special at the Honey Pot. Iced caramel lattes with an ambrosia-flavored drizzle." She rubbed her hands together. "Wait." Something else caught my eye, tucked away into the folds of the statue's robes. Is that an owl?" Dom smiled brightly. "It sure is. The mascot of Athena and messenger of the keepers. Well done, young grasshopper. According to the mortals, the first freshman to find the owl will become the valedictorian of her class. Too bad you're going to NYU. I put up my hand. "Rewind that back. Owls are messengers of the keepers? Does that mean you all see them more often than mortals? Do you communicate with them?" My mind flashed back to my many run-ins with little owl friends since I first arrived in New York. Each time, whoever I was with became very interested in whether or not I was communicating with the creatures. I'd shrugged it off before, but now, if it might be a sign that I actually was one of them. "No." Dom shot my wishful thinking to bits. "Before modern technology, the owls were used to help the races communicate with each other. They would deliver messages to and from Olympus, since the other races weren't able to get up there. Atlantean messengers, those with extreme speed or the ability to teleport between locations, would complete the delivery back on Earth." So they were little mailmen, but no one could actually communicate with them?" "Only Athena. It said she could speak with the owls, that they were her eyes and ears where she could not go." "Interesting. Why do you ask?" Gayla turned her attention back to us. Dom stilled as well, appraising me. I tried to shake the thoughts free from my mind and shrugged. "Just wondering." I wasn't about to divulge my recent interactions with the creatures. It's not like they were communicating with me. It was probably all a coincidence, just wishful thinking, hoping it might have more significant meaning. "So, about those lattes." Gayla raised her brows. "Let's get some." I fell into step behind her, thankful for the change in subject, and Gayla's light-hearted willingness to move on and drop it. I wasn't sure if Dom dropped her curiosity quite as quickly, though. I swear, I felt her eyes on me as we made our way through the lush green trees and down the path that would take us back out into Morningside Heights. How much had she heard in my thoughts? Would she be willing to drop it, too? My question was answered a moment later as Dom persisted, continuing to talk up the wonders of Columbia. Her sales pitch grew stronger by the minute, and she watched my reactions closely. She was determined to get me to attend with them. "You know," she said at last, "you seem to have lots of questions about keeper history. There's truly no other school you can attend that will offer as much information about your background as Columbia. I know you're set on NYU, but our Ancient Histories program would probably help you understand a lot more about who we are and what our purpose is. Even I'll admit that our history is pretty interesting. There are scandals that would blow your mind," Gayla grinned. "And there's an Atlantean professor who specializes in ancient languages." I paused, my hand subconsciously finding its way to my bag, where the tablet rested under my arm. "Do you think—" I didn't have to finish my sentence. Dom knew exactly what I was thinking. She suppressed a grin and shrugged, shoving her hands into the pockets of her denim shorts. "Maybe you should enroll and find out." She winked and walked on ahead, following Gayla out onto the busy street ahead. "You know what? I think I'm going to head back to my aunt's house. You guys go ahead and get that coffee without me. I've got some things to think about." Chapter 36. Though some might call me stubborn, I like to think I was sensible. In fact, I prided myself on a strong sense of individualism. I was never one to succumb to peer pressure, and I wasn't about to start now. Even if Columbia did offer a warm feeling and a sense of home, even if I was intrigued by the programs it offered, the ancient languages and opportunities of an environment steeped in history, the professors and keeper classmates could be a real benefit if I eventually found some powers of my own, or they could be a real detriment if it turned out I was just a mortal, or worse, fractured. But no, I wouldn't think about that now. I couldn't allow myself to think that I might be fractured, or it would mean the textbook sitting at home was my gateway drug to dark magic, and I wouldn't go to the dark side, just like I wouldn't allow myself to be pressured into attending a university I never had any previous interest in. I didn't have to go to Columbia to work with the professor on languages. Perhaps I could meet with him after hours to learn more about the symbols on my tablet. I would attend NYU. I'd find my mom, ensure her safety, and carry on with life as normal. It sounded like a fine plan to me. Except life could never be normal again. As if the fates were really trying to drive that point home, I stopped to watch my snowy white owl friend flutter down to a street sign up ahead on the corner. I paused, looking to see if anyone else noticed the out-of-place creature, but my fellow New Yorkers were all too busy to care. I tilted my head at the bird, its sentient yellow eyes watching my every move. "I didn't tell them about you. They would have thought I was nuts." It blinked, seemingly understanding my words. "Are the legends true? Are you just an old mailman?" The creature blinked again, and I chuckled, enjoying what seemed like an inside joke we shared. They don't know what they're talking about, do they? A woman walking down the sidewalk gripped her purse tighter and cast a wary glance in my direction as she picked up her pace and scurried away from me. "You know, you're making me look like a weirdo talking to myself on a street corner." I swear the owl winked at me before turning its head down the street to my left and returning its wide eyes to mine. Then it flapped its wings, lifting 2 or 3 feet into the air and bobbing expectantly, never once moving its eyes away from mine. I looked around again. Surely I was imagining this, right? Why wasn't anyone else staring in wonder at this beautiful, intelligent creature? In the back of my mind, somehow I knew. It was here for me. The owl flapped ahead, flying 20 feet forward to another perch on a corner window in front of me. With one more glance over my shoulder, I trotted after it. As I approached the creature, it lifted off again, hovering once more to ensure I was paying attention. Then it flew another 10 or 15 yards ahead. We played this game of cat and mouse, or mortal and owl, for a bit, until the bird bobbed its head and turned to look down a shady alleyway. We were several blocks from campus now, in an area I wasn't familiar with, but I'd seen enough TV shows to know I shouldn't go traipsing down dark alleyways. I'd either find singing cartoon cats banging on metal trash cans like drums, or more likely, find a man in a black ski mask ready to mug me. The owl blinked expectantly. "Okay," I said, "if you're sure it's safe." I took 3 hesitant steps, carefully dodging empty, wet fast food sacks and rat droppings. Ew, this place was gross. My owl friend flapped ahead to a filthy green dumpster. With a sigh, I continued after it, knowing with every step that I should probably be more cautious. Sean would be livid if he found out about this. Just a few feet away from the dumpster, I heard voices, too muffled to make out. I looked at the owl, who blinked and turned to face the other side of the alley. Is this what he was trying to show me? I inched closer, trying my best to stay quiet, which was no easy feat, especially when a cockroach the size of my hand nearly ran over the top of my foot. A makeshift shelter made from soggy cardboard boxes leaned against the side of the building the dumpster sat against. I tiptoed around it, peered around the corner, and just barely made out 2 separate voices. A man and a woman joyfully giggled in hushed tones. There was something almost familiar about them, but not enough for me to sort it out on sound alone. Just a few more steps to the next corner of the smelly bin, and I'd be able to see them. Of course, they'd be able to see me too, but I was already this far. Why not go for the gold? They stopped talking as I poked the top of my head around the corner. Luckily for me, they were too busy sucking face to notice anyone at all. Who makes out by a dumpster? Another quick glance at the owl told me I had to stick around and find out. Well, add peeping Tom to my list of accomplishments. The man leaned his back against the wall, rubbing his hands up and down the woman's slender frame as she lifted on her tiptoes to kiss him. Her hair was dark and stringy, hanging limply past her shoulders. Eventually, she dropped back down, revealing the man's face. "We're gonna be so rich," Mr. Smiley grinned. It was David, the customer from Millie's shop, the one who bought the poison for supposedly non-poison-making purposes. So this was his girlfriend with the nerve pain. She stepped back, and I dashed around to the opposite side of the dumpster, diving into the cardboard lean-to. I could just barely make them out as they rounded the edge of the bin, and a gasp escaped my lips when I saw the face of the woman. It was Nikki, Abby's housekeeper, the one who had given her father the investment information that Mr. Smiley had in his bag. I knew it. But my excitement was premature and over-enthusiastic. "Did you hear something?" The housekeeper paused, looking nervously around the alley. "Probably just a rat," Mr. Smiley said. I wish the housekeeper would have accepted that as an answer, but I was never so lucky. She continued searching, stepping closer and closer to the cardboard shack where I'd holed up. My legs burned with energy and adrenaline, my fight or flight kicking in hardcore. Through a hole in the tattered roof, I could just barely see the outline of my owl friend hopping across the top of the dumpster. Then he disappeared, dropping down inside. The sound of scuffling claws immediately bounced through the walls of the alleyway. "See?" Mr. Smiley said. He put on a tough face, but there was a flash of fear in his eyes. "Rats, and big ones from the sound of it." But there were no rats. It was just my owl and whatever was chasing him through the trash. A moment later, a feral flash of gray fur jumped out of the dumpster with a hiss and dashed across the alleyway, leaping up onto a fire escape on the opposite side and disappearing over the edge of a windowsill. "Ah, I hate cats!" The housekeeper jumped backward with a sour expression. She took one final look at the dumpster, her eyes barely grazing over the box where I sat hidden, and then took Mr. Smiley by the hand. Let's get out of here." I waited a solid 5 minutes after I was sure they were gone. It took that long for my pulse to return to normal. Slowly standing, I gave my legs a kick to get the blood rushing back through them properly, then peered over the edge of the dumpster. The odor was so strong, it brought tears to my eyes and stung at the back of my nose. No sign of the owl anywhere. It was just as well. He'd shown me what I needed to see. I wasted no time getting back to the coffee shop in Morningside Heights, only stopping once to pull up a Google map on my phone to find the way. I couldn't confirm anything, of course, but my suspicions were already running high when it came to Mr. Smiley and his purchase of monkshood. Pair that with a shady new housekeeper and some sleazy-looking investment paperwork, and the situation was ripe for conspiracy. Maybe there was a chance I could save Mr. Mason after all. Chapter 37. Golden bells tinkled overhead as I pulled open the door of the honeypot. Co-eds sat huddled at tables and in worn armchairs throughout the small coffee shop. I scanned the room, trying to ignore the aromatic scent of espresso calling to me, like a seductively caffeine-laden temptress. There, 2 platinum blondes leaning in close over steaming mugs at a table in the back corner. I rushed breathlessly across the room. "Dom! Gayla!" The girls looked up, faces twisted in confusion, or perhaps those were sneers of disgust at the sweaty mortal who stood before them. I probably reeked of trash from the alley. With their ashy blonde, almost silver hair and deep dark eyes, they had to be Olympian. They just weren't my Olympians. In fact, after another good look around, it appeared that everyone in the shop was a keeper of some kind. A gorgeous, leggy brunette with sparkling amber eyes leaned over the counter, grinning at me. "Can I help you?" she asked. "Maybe." I wiped my sweaty palms across my thighs and approached her. I'd never interacted with a female Agarthian before. Was she going to try to make me fall in love with her, too? Surely not. They weren't all sirens, were they? I swallowed down my nerves and steadied my voice. "I'm looking for a couple of, blonde girls, about yay high." I held my hand 6 inches above my head. The girl unsuccessfully tried to hide a smirk. "I think you've got the wrong shop." Haha, because I'm immortal. This was exactly why I'd never fit in at Columbia. "I'm sure they said they were coming here. One of them probably ordered your special with the ambrosia drizzle. Real pretty girl. I'm sure you would remember her." The barista wrinkled her nose. "Sorry, our special today is the iced white chocolate mocha. You've definitely got the wrong shop." I looked around again. There was no way I'd made a mistake. This place was crawling with keepers. She was just trying to get me out of there, trying to keep their identities a secret. "Look," I leaned in conspiratorially, dropping my voice to let her know I wasn't going to blow her cover. "I know what you think, but I'm not immortal." "You're not, huh?" A rough voice snagged my attention. I looked over in time to see Osborne slide onto a bar stool to my right. Crap, 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 crap. That's not exactly what I meant. I looked back to the barista for a little help, but she'd already moved on to help a new customer. Osborne did not look amused. His mouth pressed into a hard line. He dropped his chin toward the stool on the opposite side of his table. "Oh, I can't." I backed up a step. "I've really got to get back." "Sit." His golden eyes flickered, and I couldn't resist. I had to sit. Somewhere in the depths of my consciousness, I knew he was glamoring me, but I was helpless to fight back. "Okay," I murmured, sliding onto the stool across from him. The barista snickered, flicking a quick glance in our direction before sliding an iced mocha to go across the counter to another unwitting mortal. "First, I don't like liars. You're definitely immortal, for now. Don't try to convince anyone otherwise." I didn't dare object, My heart was thundering so loud that I imagined the entire coffee shop could sense my fear. The two Atlantean guys at the table next to us could, anyway, judging by the wide eyes they had plastered to me. They probably had heightened senses, like Sean's friend Devon. I gave them an audible gulp for some comedic relief. They turned back to their own conversation, and any humor was immediately sucked dry from the situation again, as I looked at Osborne's golden eyes. While Tate's were rich like honey, full of mystery and intrigue, Osborne's were harsh, cold, and calculating. It was much more enjoyable to be glamoured by Tate. Osborne wasn't making this fun for me at all. Now I'm going to ask you a series of questions, and you are going to answer each one quickly and truthfully. I don't have all day. I nodded, unable to object. Why are you here? I'm looking for my friends. The words spilled from my lips before I could help myself. Where's your guardian? Sean? I don't know. The AC blasted down on my clammy skin, sending chill bumps up my arms. Osborne glanced down, a wicked smirk playing at his lips. Are you afraid? Yes. Stupid traitorous mouth. You should be. It's dangerous to run around without your guardian. Why would you leave him behind? Attempting to poison his mortal girlfriend, perhaps? No! I shook my head emphatically. I promise, it's not me. He pursed his lips, staring at me long and hard before scooting off of his bar stool. I'm watching you, everywhere. One slip-up and you're mine. What about Tate? It was strange how I felt defensive of the guy who admittedly wanted to kill me and take my soul. But Osborne wasn't playing by the rules. He wasn't supposed to come near another hunter's assignment without him, and I wanted him to know that I was aware of his mistake. His eyes narrowed. I don't care about Thaddeus. I care about getting the job done. He turned on his heels and disappeared through the door before I could get another word in. At least he knew I wasn't responsible for Mr. Mason's illness now. There's no way I could have lied to him through the glamour. But I also didn't get a chance to tell him what I suspected about Mr. Smiley and the housekeeper. Not that he would have listened to me anyway. The Atlantean boys stared at me with raised brows. Nothing to see here, I muttered as I stormed past them. It took me just a moment to regain my bearings back on the sidewalk outside of the coffee shop. There was no sign of Osborne, but I knew he was near. I could practically feel his eyes burning into me. I grinned like a fool, trying to prove I wasn't afraid of him. Take that, you pushy hunter. Gayla and Dom's apartment wasn't far from the honeypot. 10 minutes later I banged on their door, relief flooding through me when I saw Gayla's pretty face peek through the crack. Everly, come in. She stepped back, slurping a creamy iced coffee drink through her straw. Dom glanced up from her spot at the kitchen island, immediately aware of the stress I was trying to keep under control. She stood and met us in the living room. What's wrong, Ev? I need to find Tate. Gayla wriggled her brows at me. I bet you do. No, this is important. Dom's eyes moved quickly back and forth over mine, trying to make out what was flashing through my mind. Bless her, it was probably a mess in there. You ran into Osborne? Alone? Her mouth dropped open. Yes, and I think I have the information he needs to help Abby's dad. I know who is responsible for it, but he won't listen to me. I need to tell Tate. Gayla tensed at my mention of Abby, but she nodded, agreeing that something needed to be done. Osborne is kind of a creep. I understand why you'd rather talk to Tate, but I don't know if I'd recommend you running to him. Isn't that a bit like a rabbit seeking refuge in the fox's den? I'd rather talk to the fox than the wolf. She nodded grimly at that. Tell us what you know, Dom suggested. Maybe we can talk to Tate and Osborne for you. I shook my head. No, he needs to hear it from me. I'm still working to prove my innocence here, But I also have first-hand knowledge. If they glamour the truth out of me, or whatever it is they do, they'll have to believe me." The girls exchanged a wary look. Gayla caved first. "Okay, I know where the Agarthians hang out in the evenings. I'm sure Tate will be there. Osborne might be there too, though." I was sure he probably would be, but that was a risk I'd just have to take. Chapter 38. The city buzzed with a new kind of energy after sundown. I stepped out of the cab behind Gayla, who stood tall on a sidewalk in the Lower East Side, skin shimmery and perfectly bronzed, as the streetlights reflected off of her exposed shoulders. She turned to Dom and me with a grin. "I love this place." "Have you been before?" Dom asked. Gayla nodded. "Yep. Gabriella let me sneak down here with her and her friends one night a couple of years ago. It's where I got my first sip of absinthe. Daddy would have killed me if he knew, but it was worth it." She was way more excited than I was. I struggled to keep up with their long, confident strides through the streets, and I tripped over my feet more than once for lack of paying attention. I was too busy scouting out my surroundings. If this was a popular Agarthian hangout, there were no telling how many hunters might be in the area. Dom slowed and patted me on the shoulder as I caught up. "It's all right," she said. "We've got your back." It was good to have them on my side, but I was beginning to regret not inviting Sean along. A weak seer and a telepath could only do so much. Sean's strength and speed would have been far more useful, but Sean wouldn't have been on board with me finding Tate. As a guardian, his job was to keep me away from the Agarthians, not lead me into one of their favorite hangouts. "Here," Gayla said, pointing down a dark alleyway. "Are you sure?" Memories of almost getting caught in a similar alleyway earlier that day surfaced, and I shuddered at the thought of rats and roaches and other nasties that lurked in places like this. "Positive." She marched onward, and after a shared glance with Dom, we followed. It was quiet, but not as gross as the place I hid earlier. It didn't smell like a rotten dumpster for one thing, but it also had almost a tidy feel to it, or as tidy as a dark alleyway in New York City could feel anyway. "Here we go. After you, ladies." Gayla extended her arm to a dark stairwell that led down to an unmarked door below street level. Nope. You can go first. I insist." Dom giggled as I halted at the top of the stairs, grabbing onto the railings like a cat refusing a bath. "You can still wait here if you want. We'll go see if we can find Tate and bring him up here to you." "No, I'll be fine." The alley didn't seem so bad when I was with friends, but that certainly didn't mean I wanted to hang out here alone. Reluctantly, I released the rails and tiptoed after them down the stairs. A small bell hung outside of the metal door at the bottom. I searched for signage or windows, anything to indicate what we could expect to find on the other side, but there was nothing, just the bell. Gayla gave it a ring, and its sound was tinny in the cool night air. A square peephole cover slid open to reveal a dark, beady eye on the other side of the door. "State your business." The voice was nasally and apathetic. "We're here for the vault." Gayla was practically glowing with excitement as she turned and gave us an enthusiastic thumbs up. The peephole closed, and the sound of something scraping across the floor was followed by the door swinging open. I stepped inside after Gayla, noting the step stool just to our left. It was one of the few items in the small, dank room we'd entered, and it sat lonely on the dirty linoleum floor. A squatty woman with frizzy, graying brown hair was waddling back to a warped, cheap wooden table stained with water rings. She climbed up into her chair and picked up the 4-inch thick book she was reading. I couldn't tell what it was, but there were definitely spaceships on the cover. I raised my brows at Gayla. Her grin stretched even wider, and she gave a confident nod of her head toward a bookshelf built into the opposite wall. The woman, who had just seemed to notice our delay, peered over the pages of her book. The fluorescent light flickering over her head highlighted the stray white hairs that had escaped her ponytail and now bobbed like unruly little dancers in the wind of her fan buzzing in the corner. "Was there something else you needed?" Her tone was laced with irritation. She probably wanted to get back to her book. "No, thank you. We're going." Gayla moved toward the bookshelf and gave us a wink before pulling out a ratty old book with a burgundy spine. The title had faded to nothing but specks of gold, but it wasn't important. The book merely served as a trigger for the mechanism that was now swinging the bookshelf open and to the side to reveal the secret area behind it. "The vault is an old Prohibition-era bar hidden down here under the city. They used to store liquor here where it wouldn't be found and confiscated. Now it's just a hot spot for keepers, primarily Agarthians, to kick back and enjoy themselves away from mortal eyes," Gayla explained. "But the woman who let us in was immortal, right?" "Yeah, but she's glamored. She'll forget everything about the strangeness of her job every night before she goes home. Then she'll return to do it again tomorrow. Don't worry about her, though. She gets to read every book on the old shelves, and they pay her well." We followed Gayla through the opening into a slightly larger warm space on the other side. Tufted Victorian couches and armchairs sat huddled together in small pairings through the room. An exposed brick wall held a glowing fireplace, adding to the ambiance as the reflection of its flames danced across the intricacies of the metal ceiling tiles overhead. A large mahogany bar sat at the far wall, next to a small stage where a jazz band was set up but not currently playing. The room was nearly at capacity, with just 20 or 30 patrons, all unnaturally beautiful and carefree. Well, carefree until their golden eyes all turned to me. I immediately felt a surge of electricity jolt through my limbs. "This was a mistake," I whispered to Gayla. "I shouldn't be here." "Too late now," she whispered back. Then she smiled and waved to a gorgeous, dark-skinned woman standing nearby. I moved to follow her over there, but a strange tug in my chest urged me to turn to my left instead. "We're right here if you need us," Dom said, squeezing my arm. Then she left me alone, staring like a fool at my future murderer. Tate stalked across the room, long feline-like strides that brought him to my side in a matter of seconds. "What are you doing here?" The sound of his voice sent a tickle down my spine. He tried to sound intimidating, but it came off a little too caring. I almost sensed a touch of concern in his tone. "I came to find you, actually." The corner of his mouth twitched up into a shadow of a grin. "You're still mortal." His eyes trailed my figure, as though he could see my fragility radiating off of me. "So I know you're not here to offer your soul to me. What else could you possibly need?" His golden eyes glistened with amusement. I didn't fully understand Tate's game, but he obviously felt like he was winning, and the flutter in my belly led me to believe he was probably right about that, though it wasn't unpleasant. An ensemble of musicians resumed their spot on the stage, dressed as a jazz band might have dressed in the 1920s. A woman in a shimmery black knee-length cocktail dress stepped up to the microphone and began to sing. The song was like nothing I'd ever heard. In fact, I'm not even sure I was hearing it with my ears. It moved me within my soul. Every fear I had immediately dissipated. My stress was gone. I swayed to the music, entranced by each exquisite note, feeling lighter and lighter with every word the woman sang. "Everly." The sound of Tate's voice, rich with honey, snapped my attention back to him. He was truly a magnificent creature, towering over me with his broad shoulders and slender waist, hands in his pockets. He cleared his throat, pulling my gaze away from his chest and back up to his glistening golden eyes. But I couldn't even be embarrassed. The song wouldn't allow it. All I felt was pure contentment. "You like this song?" he asked with a grin. "Very much." When had I reached out to him? I looked at my hand, sliding down his shoulder and the ridges of his bicep like it belonged to someone else. I would never be so bold as to reach out and feel a man's muscles, but I was. "Everly," Dom pulled me away. "We've got to get you out of here. You're not strong enough to resist the pull of the siren song." "I don't want to go." I looked back at the beautiful man beside me. Tate looked like he was suppressing a laugh. Dom turned to him next. "Come on, we need to talk to you. It's important." She dragged me back to the bookshelf, which held celebrity memorabilia on this side of the wall. "Go ahead," she said to Tate. "Pull the secret lever, or whatever." He twisted a signed portrait of Cary Grant, and the shelf came to life again. I turned longingly back toward the warm room with the enchanting music we were leaving behind, but another tug from Dom pulled me into the blinking fluorescent lights of the room we'd first entered. The bored mortal with the space novel glanced in our direction. "Do something with her," Dom commanded, waving her hand in the direction of the confused woman. To my surprise, Tate obeyed. He approached her as the shelf swung back into place behind us. With the sound of the music muffled out, I regained my ability to concentrate and think clearly. I was filled with great curiosity as Tate leaned across the old table and touched the small woman's arm. "We're going to talk, and you can't hear anything we say for the next 10 minutes. You're going to read your book, and you won't even know we're here. There is nothing unusual taking place tonight." The woman pulled her book back in front of her and looked down at its pages without so much as acknowledging a word Tate said. "Are you sure that worked?" I asked. Tate nodded. Unbelieving, I clapped my hands together while simultaneously shouting, "Hey!" The woman didn't even flinch. "Satisfied?" Tate smirked. "I guess so." I shuffled, uncomfortable now that the glamour of the siren's song had worn off, and I realized how strangely I'd behaved moments earlier. But we only had 10 minutes, so I had to cut to the chase. "Look, I need to talk to you about something important. I know it's not technically your case to solve, but I think I have a lead on the dark magic incident with Mr. Mason." Tate shook his head. "You need to talk to Osborne about that." "I can't. When he tracked me down this afternoon, he made it clear that he wouldn't hear a word I had to say. He doesn't trust me." "Osborne tracked you down today?" "Yes." Tate's jaw tightened, just for the briefest of moments, before he relaxed it again, but he couldn't hide the fists he still held clenched at his side. I knew Osborne had crossed a line, and thankfully Tate seemed open to hearing me out now. "I think I know who the fractured soul is. I think it's Mr. Mason's housekeeper, and she has an accomplice." Gayla emerged from behind the bookshelf then, just in time for me to relay everything I'd seen between the housekeeper and Mr. Smiley. And within minutes we had a plan. Hopefully it would work, and hopefully Sean wouldn't be too angry with me when all was said and done. Chapter 39. My mind was racing 1,000,000 miles an hour the next morning as I skipped down the stairs on my way to Millie's shop. Sean waited for me outside the door, oblivious to everything that had taken place the day before. Thank goodness he wasn't a mind reader, too. There was no way I'd be able to hide my anxiety. I joined him on the sidewalk with an enthusiastic grin and patted him roughly on the shoulder. "Hey, buddy, what's up? Having a good morning so far?" "Too much. Play it cool." Sean made a face. "How many cups of coffee have you had?" "Just the right amount," I giggled, trying to act normal, and nearly choked on my spit. He shook his head. "Whatever. I'm fine, I guess. But I really do need to get my schedule figured out. Have you nailed yours down yet?" He began walking toward the apothecary, but I stayed put. "Oh, shoot." I put a hand to my forehead. "No, actually. I was meaning to talk to you about that. I accidentally left my pen at Abby's apartment the other day when Millie and I went to see her dad." He stopped and looked over his shoulder at me. "So?" "So it's my lucky pen. I need it to help me make a list of the classes I'm interested in." He made that same face as before. Sean definitely thought I was some kind of special this morning. "I know it sounds ridiculous, but I just don't think I'll be able to get my schedule sorted out until I can get that pen back. Is there any way we might be able to swing by her place before we head into the shop?" I clasped my hands together in front of my chest and batted my eyes like a cartoon. "Pretty please?" "Seriously? For a pen?" Sean huffed and glanced down at his watch. "I don't think we have time. Maybe you can come back with Millie later." "Nonsense! She won't mind if we're a little late, and I'm sure she doesn't want to walk all the way back over there after working all day. I'd go by myself, but they might not like it if I ditch my guardian again." He grimaced. I knew he wasn't excited about going to see Abby, which I had to admit was pretty confusing. He loved to be around her. Then again, maybe that was just it. He didn't trust himself not to fall more in love with her, and that was definitely forbidden. "Fine, but we'll need to get in and out as quickly as possible." I drew an X over my heart. "Promise, I'll be fast as lightning." We picked up our speed in the opposite direction, back toward Abby's building. I tried to keep a straight face, but the truth was that I was giddy that my plan was working, and if the others were doing their parts, then we would see them any minute now. "Sean! Everly!" Gayla marched over and threw her arms around us in a three-way hug, while Dom smirked behind her on the sidewalk. We just rounded the corner of Abby's block, and they were waiting exactly where they said they'd be. The plan was still moving as smooth as silk. Sean pulled away, flustered. He ran a hand through his hair and frowned. "Why are you two all the way over in this part of town?" "We heard about this amazing new donut shop. They've invented something called a Krenglish muffnut that is supposedly to die for. It's a cross between a croissant, an English muffin, and a donut, and it was featured in—" Sean waved her off just in time. I was about to lose it. I bit the inside of my lip hard to keep from laughing out loud. The thrill of the chase had me jazzed, and Gayla's made-up breakfast treat was too bizarre to handle. Dom shook her head, dropping her face toward the ground to hide her smirk. "Well, we'll let you get to your breakfast then. We're in kind of a hurry." Sean cut around Gayla to keep moving toward the apartment building. The green awning over the door was just a few yards ahead. "We'll walk with you," Gayla replied, undeterred by Sean's attempt to shake her off. "I think the donut place is down the block somewhere over here. Where are you guys going anyway?" "Everly left a pen inside one of these apartments. We're going to grab it before heading back to Millie's shop this morning." He cut his eyes over to me, not even attempting to hide his frustration over the matter. "A pen?" Gayla raised her brows in my direction. We hadn't discussed exactly how I was going to lure Sean back to Abby's place. I had to think quickly this morning. "It's my lucky pen," I shrugged. "I need it to help me narrow down which classes I'm going to enroll in. It's never let me down before." Gayla resumed her straight face as she launched into some long story about a lucky keychain she got when she turned 16. I appreciated her backing me up. That and what I discovered was an incredible storytelling ability she possessed. Dom winked in my direction as we slowed in front of the doorway. I knew what had to happen next. "Well, here we are," said Sean. "Enjoy your pastries." But the girls didn't budge. "Whose place did you say this was?" Gayla asked. He didn't, and it was probably intentional. "This is where Abby lives," I said. Sean shifted nervously on his feet. "Abby? As in Sean's good friend, Abby? Oh, I'd love to meet her. I've heard so much about her. Mind if we go up with you?" "No, yes, I do mind. You can't come up." The color drained from Sean's already pale face. I'd never seen him look quite as uncomfortable as he did at the prospect of Gayla and Abby meeting each other. "Her father isn't feeling well." I shot Sean a sympathetic look. As far as I could tell, he didn't suspect anything unusual about our chance meeting with the girls. "Well, maybe he would like a muff nut. We should get one for Abby, too. You can bring it to her, Sean." Gayla smiled sweetly. She was a really great actress, too. If I didn't already know how difficult it was for her to think about Sean and Abby together, I wouldn't have noticed the pain behind her eyes at all. Sean looked like he was going to be sick. Bringing Abby breakfast would definitely send her the wrong ideas. "You know what? Maybe Dom and I can go up together. You two can stay down here, and since neither of us are close enough to chit-chat with Abby, we can make it quick. We'll be right back." I pulled Dom by the elbow before Sean could object. It would only take a second for him to see through my weak reasoning, but I couldn't think of any other way to get Dom upstairs with me, and I needed Dom there. Abby opened her door a few minutes later with wide eyes. "Oh," she said, startled. "Where's Sean?" "He's catching up with a friend he ran into on the sidewalk outside. This is Dom." Abby's forehead wrinkled as she glanced between us, but she stepped back and allowed us inside. Sean and I had sent a text before we left to let her know we were on our way. "I looked everywhere, but I didn't see any pens," she said. Maybe your housekeeper saw it somewhere." I pushed past her toward the kitchen. The couch was empty, which probably meant Mr. Mason was in bed. "Stay strong, big guy," I thought to myself. "We'll get you feeling better soon." Nikki, the stringy-haired housekeeper, stood in the kitchen, wiping down the counters. She glanced up nervously as I approached, likely remembering that I was related to Millie. "Hi." I leaned forward onto the freshly wiped granite, leaving elbow smudges on its glossy surface. "I'm Abby's friend Everly. I think I left my pen here the other day when I stopped by with my aunt. You might know her, Millie. She's a pharmacist at the apothecary near Central Park. Anyway, have you seen it?" The housekeeper's breathing quickened, her chest visibly rising and falling before us. She was nervous. Good. I glanced at Dom to see if she was getting anything from the woman's thoughts just yet, but I couldn't tell. Time to turn it up a notch. "I think I set it down on the counter right here. I remember there was some kind of an investment folder by it, yellow and blue. The logo looked kind of cheesy, like some con artist had designed it." I laughed, pretending I'd made an innocent joke. "I'm kidding, of course. I'm sure it was totally legit. But that pen, did you see it? It's kind of special to me." "I haven't seen any pen." The kitchen light reflected off the sheen across the housekeeper's forehead as she stormed past us on her way to the other side of the apartment. Dom half smirked and gave a subtle nod to let me know she got what she needed. "Well, maybe I was wrong. I must have left it somewhere else. Thanks anyway, Abby. Take care of yourself." I smiled and turned back to the door. You too." The girl looked completely bewildered as she led us back out into the hall. "Good luck finding it." She closed the door and I immediately turned to Dom. "Get anything good?" She grinned. "You were right about everything. Well, almost everything. But the housekeeper is the accomplice. Your Mr. Smiley is a fractured one, and I know just how we can get this sucker and make him pay." Chapter 40. Sean abandoned all efforts to converse with me about midway through the day. I couldn't focus on a word he said. I was too busy obsessively checking my phone to see if a text had come through from the girls. Dom said the housekeeper planned to meet up with Mr. Smiley after work. Gayla was grabbing Tate, while Dom kept watch on the apartment building all day. As soon as she saw the housekeeper leave, she was going to text me to meet up with them. Then we'd confront her and Smiley Loverboy in the alley, where my hot hunter, Tate, could do his job. Though I chose not to think too much about what that might entail. I wasn't particularly excited about the whole soul extraction part of the plan. I just wanted to ensure Mr. Mason's safety. My pocket buzzed with a new message. Ip! Sean jerked his head in my direction at the squeak that slipped through my mouth. I quickly tried to regain my composure. Clearing my throat, I straightened my face the best that I could and said, "Hey, I've got to go. Just got an SOS text from Dom." "What kind of SOS? Is she in danger?" He was already pulling off his apron. No danger." I lifted both hands in front of me. "It's just, girl problems." Sean wrinkled his nose. "Enough said. But I still can't let you go alone." "Go where?" Millie emerged from the back room with a cheerful grin. "Dom's having some feminine issues. She asked me to swing by." Millie's brows lifted. "Oh, well, you should definitely go then. It's pretty slow here today. I'll be fine on my own. But here." She rustled with something under the counter before emerging with a small white paper gift sack. "Take her some dark chocolate and this lavender sage salve. It'll fix up to 99% of those pesky lady cramps." Sean grimaced. Okay, let's go." He could barely keep up with me as I trotted along the sidewalk. "Is it really this big of an emergency?" "Totally. Keep up." We were about 8 blocks away from the apothecary when he realized we weren't headed to Dom's apartment. "Hey, stop. Where are you taking me?" I played innocent and continued moving forward, pretending I didn't hear him. "Everly, come on. You've been a little off all day. Tell me what's really going on here." "Fine. We're catching the fractured soul that's been poisoning Mr. Mason." I grinned. He was going to find out soon enough anyway. "We're what?" That's not our job, and you especially shouldn't go near any fractured souls." "Why not? Are they contagious or something?" I picked up my pace despite Sean's objections. "No, but if the excitement or fear of the capture somehow sets off your powers, you're going to be surrounded by hunters. What do you think they're going to do then?" I paused. The thought hadn't crossed my mind. "We won't be surrounded by hunters. There's only one. Just Tate." "Thaddeus is the only one you need to fear. Good grief, Everly. Did you honestly not think this through at all? Come on." He grabbed my arm. "We're heading back." An owl fluttered down with an exaggerated flap of its wings and landed on a trash can beside us. It focused its deep yellow eyes on Sean with a look that even he couldn't ignore. "You need to let go of my arm." I glanced from him to my little owl friend, making my point clear. The owl blinked once at Sean before he released me. "Fine," he muttered, "but let the record show that I do not support this plan. Not at all." He shot another uneasy glance at the bird. "You'll still protect me though, right, if anything goes wrong?" "Of course I will. But then I'm going to chew you out about it real good when we get you back to safety." I ruffled my hand through his auburn hair. "Thanks, I knew I could count on you." The owl flew away and I checked my text once more. "We're almost there. Dom just sent an update that they are meeting in an alley not much further from here." "They who?" "The fractured soul. Remember the smiley guy we helped a couple of times at the apothecary? The one who always bought black licorice?" "Oh yeah, black licorice guy. You're not telling me he's the one poisoning Mr. Mason, are you?" "Yep, he's the bad guy. And get this, Abby's housekeeper is helping him do it." I explained everything as we walked, right up until I saw the tall young woman standing against the wall up ahead. Gayla was the opposite of inconspicuous. She wore black leather leggings and a long-sleeved black turtleneck in August. Her oversized sunglasses covered half of her face, but her long blonde hair fell across her shoulders in almost silvery waves. "Stealth." I waggled my eyebrows, and she flashed me a huge, perfect Gayla grin. "Thanks. I was going for a Mission Impossible vibe." Sean rolled his eyes. "So where are they?" "Dom and the guys are around the corner, watching Mr. Smiley and the housekeeper. Osborne refused to take our word for it, so he wants to listen in on their conversation before he makes any moves. Osborne is here? Gayla cringed. I thought Dom told you. Dom didn't tell her, but I totally called it. Sean gave me a stern look. It's fine, I said. I'll be fine. I wasn't sure if I was trying to reassure my friends or myself. But fine or not, there was no turning around now. We slunk around the corner and spotted our small group of keepers up ahead. Osborne turned as we rounded the corner and pierced me with his pale golden eyes. Dom, sensing my fear, turned and frowned apologetically. I couldn't let them get me worked up, though. Not if the extreme stress might bring on any powers I could still potentially be harboring. How's it going? I looked only at Dom. Osborne was a creep, and Tate had me all tingly without even making eye contact. The housekeeper is panicking. You really scared her earlier. She's trying to get Smiley to act fast before you tell your Aunt Millie. Act fast on what? I swallowed, hoping her response was anything other than what I suspected. Killing Mr. Mason so they can steal his new inheritance. It was Osborne who answered, looking more lethal than ever. Shoot. I guess it's now or never then. I risked a quick glance at Tate. He nodded, the corner of his mouth quirking into a half grin, but it quickly faded as Osborne began to speak. They may have been fellow hunters, but that did not mean they were on friendly terms, and part of me suspected I might have had something to do with this new animosity between the two of them. I would be flattered if they were fighting over anything other than who gets to kill me and take my soul first. You girls stay here, while Tate and I go talk to them. We've got a station nearby, an abandoned loft over an old empty storefront. We can finish the job there. What about me? Sean asked. Apparently, now that he was here, he wanted to join in on the mission after all. Finesse, right? Osborne looked Sean up and down. That's right. Then it's your job to catch them if they try to get away. They won't try to get away, not with my glamour, Tate smirked. I wasn't referring to the suspects. Osborne glowered at me. So you really think you can just go out there and convince them to follow you back to your station to kill them? Won't they know you're hunters? I asked. We can be very convincing. Tate winked at me. Watch and learn. The two Agarthians sauntered down the alleyway. Smiley jerked his head up fast at the sight of them, his body tensed, prepared to sprint, but Osborne raised his hands. Slow down there, Osborne said. His voice was smooth and calming. Smiley froze. We're just here to talk. The housekeeper was too busy ogling Tate to care much about what was happening between Osborne and her boyfriend. She looked like she'd just seen an angel, and she was welcoming him with open arms, literally. The poor woman stepped forward trying to hug Tate. Sheesh. I hoped I didn't look quite so desperate when he glamoured me. I couldn't hear the conversation after that. They were too far away. What's going on? I asked Dom. She shrugged. They're too far away for me to hear anything either. A few minutes passed. Then the whole group of four began walking back toward us. Smiley wasn't smiling anymore, but he obediently followed Osborne, never once pulling his gaze away from the back of the hunter's head. And the housekeeper, bless her heart, looked like she'd just received a puppy on Christmas morning. She had a death grip on Tate's hand. He winked at me as they approached. He was having way too much fun messing with her emotions, and he wanted me to see how easy it was to manipulate her, just like he could manipulate me. Jerk. All right, thanks for the help, Osborne said to Dom and Gayla. He ignored me, and it was the best thing he could have done. I didn't need his gratitude or praise for my expert sleuthing. I just wanted him to forget I ever existed. You all can go back now. We've got everything under control. Wait, I said. What about the housekeeper? She wasn't fractured. She wasn't very nice, but she certainly didn't deserve to die. Me and Tate are moving back to Jersey, aren't we, babe? She puckered her lips and glued herself to his arm. Gayla snorted, and Tate looked amused, but he was focused on me, not the housekeeper. Guess he still wasn't comfortable enough to let his real prey out of sight. "Who cares about her?" Osborne said gruffly. "Let's go." They pushed past us, and I stepped right into line behind them. Osborne paused, turning to glare at me. "I said you're dismissed. Run along." He shooed me away with his hand. "No!" I straightened my shoulders. From the corner of my eye, I saw Sean shake his head, embarrassed. "I want to see how this is done." Tate frowned. "I don't think you do." I put up a hand. "Don't try to glamour me out of this. I may be new to this world, but if you're planning on doing the same thing to me that you're going to do to Mr. Frowny here, I think I deserve to see how it works, don't I?" I really wanted to make sure they weren't going to hurt the housekeeper, but as much as I hated to admit it, there was a sick part of me that was curious about the process of soul extraction, too. First dark magic, now soul extraction. I was definitely playing in the darker part of the morally gray area I normally avoided. "You don't deserve anything," Osborne spat. "But if you want to have nightmares, be my guest. It won't change your future either way." Tate opened his mouth to speak, but thought better of it. Dom quirked an eyebrow. "Was there something else you wanted to say?" I was probably mouthing off a little too harshly, given the current circumstances, but who could blame me for feeling a little moody? I was about to watch the hunters kill a man the same way they intended to kill me. "No." Tate relaxed his features. "Follow us." Chapter 41. The loft containing the hunters' station looked like every other abandoned warehouse where hostages were taken in every thriller movie ever. I half expected them to blindfold him and tie him to a chair in the middle of the empty space so they could kick him and fail to extract information. But that wasn't necessary. Frowny was glamoured. He'd do anything Osborne asked of him. And the housekeeper would probably do anything Tate asked, even if he removed the glamour. She was a smitten kitten. Sean and the girls accompanied me to the loft with the Agarthians. It was slightly less terrifying with them by my side, but frightening nonetheless. Osborne slid into a rolling chair in front of a folding table containing a closed laptop. Frowny stood right in front of him, straight-faced and apathetically awaiting his impending demise. A pleasant buzz spread from my shoulder down through my left arm, and I turned to see Tate approaching from the side. He leaned in close to whisper in my ear, his hand blooming warmth from where it lightly rested on my shoulder blade. "It's not too late." "Not too late for what? To leave? I told you I want to see how this works." He left his hand on my back for a moment longer without speaking. Then finally he muttered, "If you insist." I shivered from the cold left behind when he pulled away. Part of me wished he'd come back, and maybe even hold on to me a little more. Whether it was all an illusion or not, his presence was a welcome comfort. But I had to learn to be brave. I'd find my own strength. The housekeeper stood on the opposite side of Tate. "Are you doing all right?" I asked her. I wasn't sure how glamour worked, but it must have been strange for her on some level. At least it seemed like it would be. "Never better, sweetheart." She grinned widely and looked longingly at Tate. That glamour was some strong stuff. Maybe I'd underestimated just how powerful Tate really was. I'd have to give Sean some extra thanks later for keeping me safe. I understood better now why he insisted on following me everywhere I went. Osborne leaned forward onto his knees, giving Mr. Frowny a hard once-over. "Just to confirm, I want you to tell me what you've been doing to Mr. Mason." "I've been creating a slow-acting poison that Nicky has been putting into his coffee every day." "Why?" Osborne seemed bored, like discovering plans for premeditated murder was a daily occurrence for him. Because we want to take his money." It was too easy to make him spill the truth with their glamour. Was there anything they couldn't do with the power of persuasion? "How?" Nicky answered this time. "Mr. Mason is growing anxious as his illness worsens. He wants to make sure his daughter is well taken care of when he passes away, so we introduced him to a new investment scheme. He's going to place his entire inheritance into our business so it can grow for his daughter. But once he wires the money, we'll finish him off and run." "And who taught you to use your magic to create the poisons?" "Rasputin," Frowny said. I liked him better when he was smiley. The glee over his evil plan made it easy for me to crave justice against him. But seeing him blank-faced, with that slight frown and zero control over his own actions, I almost felt sorry for the man. I glanced around to see what everyone else thought, and immediately felt a fire when I locked eyes with Tate. How long had he been watching me? He was probably dreaming of the day he'd get to do this to me, too. Sadistic creep. "Rasputin!" The shock in Osborne's words immediately drew my attention back to the situation at hand. "Impossible." He looked at Sean. "Right?" "As far as I know, yeah, unless there's someone else with the same name." Osborne, now slightly paler, sat tall and cleared his throat. "Tell me more about Rasputin." "I don't know him well," Frowny began. "I followed my cousin to a big meeting in Philly last year. He knew I could do strange things with my body. Scars would fade, wounds would heal overnight, crazy powerful stuff. And he thought I might be able to meet some like-minded people at this event. Rasputin was there. He drew a big crowd, a lively group of people dressed like witches and vampires from history. Rasputin's costume was good, real beard, solid Russian accent. He gave a lecture on poisons, taught a couple of spells to enact them in ways modern medicine can't. Undetectable, he said. He also taught us some spells to prevent the effects of poison on us. Real weird stuff, but it works. It worked for me anyway. My cousin Larry couldn't do anything with it." Sean and Osborne exchanged wary looks. "Have you been in contact with him at all since the event?" Osborne asked. Frowny shook his head. "Do you have a card or anything with his contact information? Any way we could reach him?" "No, I didn't get a good feeling from the guy, so I didn't ever plan to talk to him again." "Okay." Osborne stood and pulled what looked like a small silver cigar box from his pocket. It couldn't have been more than 6 inches long, with intricate designs carved into all 4 sides. The bottom was smooth, but the top had otherworldly letters set into the lid. They weren't quite the same ancient letters from my tablet, but they definitely weren't anything I'd ever seen before. Osborne covered the lid with his palm, closed his eyes, and began murmuring something under his breath. Then a clean metal click sounded through the air, and I noticed 2 sharp needles protruding from the top edge of the box. They were thicker than the needles on standard syringes, and nearly twice as long. He approached Frowny, who stood tall and unafraid. With the box in one hand, he placed his other palm against Frowny's cheek. The man smiled again, his cheeks flushed. "It's time to go," Osborne said quietly. I stepped forward, but Dom grabbed my arm. My heart was racing, my vision blurring around the edges. I was having a panic attack. They were about to kill him. He didn't even get to say goodbye to his cousin Larry. I clutched my chest and turned to my friend. "It's okay," she whispered. "He's not in pain. It has to be this way." Osborne raised the box, and before I could look away again, plunged both needles directly into the man's neck. He didn't falter, didn't sway, didn't fight back. He looked at peace, in fact, happy. Osborne continued to whisper words I couldn't hear, and after about 30 seconds, he removed the needles from his neck, and they withdrew back into the box. Mr. Frowny, or maybe he was Mr. Smiley again, though he wasn't quite smiling either, dropped gently to his knees. He rested there, alone on the floor, expressionless and silent. "What happened to him?" I asked, breathless. "They took his soul," Dom replied. "That's it? It was so easy." "What now? What about his body?" "The life will fade from it over the next several minutes, but there's no soul, no intelligent life to feel any pain or fear." Tate's hand found its way to my back again, and my muscles relaxed. He should probably have the opposite effect on me, but at this moment I didn't care. I appreciated the help he provided in calming my tense nerves. I inspected the fractured man's body more closely. He looked completely normal and alive, though more tired now. Aside from the 2 holes in his neck, there was no sign of any foul play at all. Tate leaned closer, whispering only to me. "The Agarthian cleaning crew will be by to dispose of the body soon. He'll be a missing persons case here in the mortal world until the humans forget about him, and his fractured soul will rest in the Hall of Souls in Agartha until we can find a missing piece to complete it." I pulled away from him. "You're killing these people so you can Frankenstein new souls back together again? And that works?" "They don't know if it works or not," Sean grumbled. Tate shot him a dirty look. I put up my hand. I couldn't think about that anymore right now, not when Smiley's girlfriend stood just 6 feet away with that sad puppy dog look in her eyes. "Will you at least take care of her?" I nodded to the woman. Tate sighed, pulling his glare away from Sean. He gingerly approached the housekeeper, then softly whispered, "I can't go to Jersey with you, but you're going to go there alone, right now. You're going to forget everything you saw today. You're going to forget about your boyfriend, the Mason family, and the entire world of the Keepers. None of this ever happened. Go home and start a new life." She nodded and immediately turned to leave. "What about Mr. Mason?" Sean asked. "He'll be fine," I said. "The poison may take some time to fully leave his system, but he'll be fully recovered in a couple of weeks." Osborne cut his eyes accusingly in my direction. I shrugged. "I work in an apothecary, and my aunt is a healer." "I've been reading up on the poisons and how they are affected by the spells jotted down in Millie's book. Herbs that did nothing for common mortals could be completely transformed with a little healer magic and a few Latin phrases." "I need to see Abby." Sean's eyes were glassy with unshed tears of joy. "Of course," I said. "I'll stick with the girls, I promise. Swing by their place after you're finished. We'll talk more there." "And remember to keep your mouth shut with Abby," Gayla said. Her tone wasn't unfriendly, but there was definitely a slightly bitter note to her words. "You don't want to reveal any secrets." She winked. Sean dashed out the door and we moved to follow him, but Tate's warm hand on my shoulder stopped me. "You okay?" he asked. "What do you care?" He grinned. "The process works best when the souls are at ease. I just wanted to make sure it didn't scare you. I need you to be nice and relaxed when your day comes." I scoffed. "If my day comes. I'd sure hate to clog up your hall of horrors with the gross little mortal soul." His golden eyes flashed slightly in the low light of the warehouse. "Oh, I'm not worried about that at all. Your powers will show themselves eventually, broken as they may be, and I'll be ready." "Come on, Everly." Gayla stepped up to my side, looping my arm through hers. Dom did the same on my opposite side. "Let's head back to the honeypot and grab some caffeine. Let the hunters clean up their carcass like the savages they are." The girls spun me around and kept me upright until we were back on the street. "Thank you for getting me out of there." "That's what we do, girl," Gayla smiled. You know, we make a pretty good team. Just think of all the fun we could have if you were to enroll at Columbia with us. I've been thinking about that, actually. You said there's a professor of the ancient languages there, right? Yep, Dom nodded. And I could learn more about our history. Will I also be able to learn more about the different races and their roles? Every time I think I have a grasp on your world, someone throws something out of left field, like the Hall of Souls, and I'm totally lost again. Oh, definitely. You'll know as much as we do, maybe more, since you'll have a degree in it. Gayla was practically skipping down the sidewalk now. Okay, I sighed. I think you're right. I've got to learn as much as possible, especially if I want any hope of finding my mom. If it's not too late, I think I'm going to switch my enrollment from NYU to Columbia. Gayla squealed, and the girls wrapped me in a three-way hug, spinning around on the sidewalk with zero regards for the pedestrian traffic jam we caused. As soon as they released me, my eyes were drawn to a little white owl that fluttered down out of nowhere to land on the crosswalk sign up ahead. Taped to the pole was a flyer with a cheap black and white photo of Clayton Miles printed across the front. I stared at his handsome Agarthian grin, wondering if somehow he was able to glamour through printed photographs as well. But no, I felt just fine. The words across the top were calling for extras in a movie that would soon be shooting in New York, and of course, the movie was going to be filmed on the Columbia campus. I just can't get away from these guys, I said with a sigh. I'm not sure why you want to. Want to trade spots? Gayla laughed and tugged me across the street. Just kidding. Let's get you an iced coffee now, so we can get your schedule figured out. With a major in locating lost mothers and a minor in kicking Agarthian butt, I'm sure you're going to have plenty of class options to choose from. Later that night, the streets were slick with light drizzle falling from the New York City sky. Lights reflecting from the wet pavement glittered in the darkness, undisturbed by pedestrians. The only people still out in the city were due to begin stumbling out of the bars at any moment, just in time to crawl into their beds before the warm glow of dawn could reach them. A girl with fiery red curls giggled about 20 paces ahead. Her short pink dress did little to hide the dark liquid staining the front of it. Tate could smell the fruity alcoholic scent of the stain even from as far back as he stood. Stupid mortals, so careless with their actions. He moved ahead, noting the burly young man who prowled out of a nearby bar toward the girl. She giggled again, seemingly unafraid, but something about the man didn't sit well with Tate. His movement was too deliberate, his expression determined, his sobriety unusual for a man chasing after a girl as inebriated as a redhead he followed. She giggled again, stumbling over her own feet, and landed against the wall, propping her sluggish body up against it for support. The man glued himself to her without a moment's hesitation, only he wasn't helping her back to her friends or hailing a cab. Instead, he leaned in close, whispering something into the girl's ear. Tate watched as her drunken grin faded to confusion, then slowly morphed into a scowl. She blinked, and it looked like a struggle for her to open her eyes again. "Hey!" Tate shouted. The man looked over his shoulder. "Can I help you with something?" His voice came out like a growl through his forced smile. "Yeah, actually. You can get away from the girl." Tate picked up his pace, jogging over to what he knew was an already bad situation before it got any worse. "She's fine. She's just had a little too much to drink. I'm going to take her home and get her nice and taken care of." A streetlight glinted off of his menacing eyes. "No, you're not." "Oh, yeah? What are you going to do about it, chump?" The man reared back his hairy fist, but Tate knew it was coming. He'd already drawn power from the well deep within his mind. "Stop. The man froze. "You will never step foot into another bar again. You will never drug or take advantage of another woman. In fact, you will never even date another woman. Prepare for a life of solitude. Now get out of here before I hit you and give you a life with a crooked nose, too." The man ran down the sidewalk. Maybe Tate took it a little too far with the life of solitude bit, but he was tired of these mortal men feeling all high and mighty. That ought to knock him down a few notches. 2 other girls ran out of the bar a moment later. "Lacey, oh my goodness, are you okay? We've been looking everywhere for you." One of the girl's friends glared at Tate. "What did you do to her?" "I saved her life. Now get her home so she can sleep this off." He left, certain now that the girl was in good hands. Besides, he had more monsters to face tonight. If only this next meeting could go as smoothly. Something scuttled across the road as he finally reached the warehouses at the edge of Hunt's Point. Tate never liked this part of town, but especially not in the middle of the night. He could handle whatever the city might throw at him, of course. He just didn't prefer to. But Rossel insisted this was where they had to meet. He knocked on the door, eager to get off the streets just in case someone in the area recognized him. He didn't want to be seen associating with Olympians. If she found out somehow, the entire plan would be ruined. "Come in," Rossel's creaky voice called out. The interior of the warehouse wasn't much brighter than the streets outside. Rossel's hair appeared to glow in the silvery moonlight filtering in through the dingy windows overhead. "You're late." "I had something to take care of." Tate wouldn't apologize, not to Rossel. Even his grunts sounded condescending. "Well, I'll keep this brief. I'm sure we both have other places we'd rather be. I brought you here tonight because it's time to see some action. He's growing impatient." "There's not much else I can do. I'm not even convinced there are any powers to reveal. She might truly have a mortal soul." "Impossible." "How can you be sure?" "Because Rossel choked, grabbing at his throat as he fought for a lungful of air. He couldn't have been more than 700 years old, but he sounded like he was on his deathbed with all that wheezing. "She does not have a mortal soul," he whispered at last. "I don't care how you force her powers to reveal themselves. I just need you to do it. Seduce her or terrify her. Bring her to the edge of her life. It doesn't matter. Just get the proof you need to extract her soul." "I've tried those things. She doesn't seem to be responding to me. I think we just need more time." "There is no more time. I was assured you were the right man for the job. But if you can't do it, I'm happy to call—" "No." Tate clenched his fists. "I'll do it." "Good. Find me when it's finished." Tate didn't delay his exit. He leaned against the outside of the warehouse, allowing the cool night air to work against the weight on his chest. He couldn't fail this mission. Too much was on the line. He may not understand the council's infatuation with the girl, but he wouldn't let them down. He would extract Everly's soul, no matter what it took, even if that meant calling on his friends for some help. With a sigh, he pulled out his phone and dialed. The line rang 4 times before a groggy voice finally answered with a muffled curse. "What in the world do you want at this hour?" "Sorry, man, but I need to call in that favor you owe me." This has been Fractured Soul, Daughter of Sea and Sky, Book 1, written by AR Colbert, narrated by Jennifer Groberg. Copyright 2023 by AR Colbert. Production copyright by AR Colbert.